Huh?
How's your other video done?
It's doing pretty good. I think I got like about 4 or 5,000.
That's really good.
So I've noticed that you just, if you put decent videos together, you start to get better views. So I'm gonna have to work on that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
If you need more help, just let me know.
Okay. All right. We are live. Okay. All right, a minute. So.
Just want to check something real quick. Yep, we are recording. Okay, guys. So everybody saw my playthrough the first day. Now I'm going to do the same thing, just regular casual gameplay. I'm not gonna try and speed run or like rush to get stuff. I'm just gonna enjoy everything and try and get to where we need to go. So we need to go there to the first trial, which is 800 something meters or feet that way. So that's what we're gonna do. If you need water, once it gets below that 1/3, this is where you want to go. Anything like that.
All right, guys.
All right, so let's do some crafting. Let's get this little piece right here.
So that's scrap metal that I was collecting right there.
All right.
This is the first like 3.5 hours of the gameplay. So it has you like craft some basic items, which you can see I'm learning the recipes for. And then after I learned those recipes, I started crafting those basic items.
All right. Ran out of points.
Yep. So I ran out of skill points. You get a certain amount of skill points, and that's how you assign it.
It's gonna allow us to move really fast.
Yeah, that's
Research.
so the character that I selected or started with was the Bene Gesserit.
So
And so if you don't have any gear on, if you're crafting gear, it automatically puts it on for you. So
you have a power pack already?
my recommendation is
to make one of those.
take all your other gear and just drop it on the ground, so that as you craft the gear that you needed for the beginning quest, he'll automatically put everything on as it's getting
The war
crafted.
of assassins has left debris scattered all over this sector. Salvage metal from the wreckage with your cutter ray and use it to make a Mauler pistol and darts. Don't let the Imperial disdain for ranged weapons lead you astray. Very few people are foolhardy enough to use shields this deep in the sands, and that is to your advantage.
Let's craft them darts.
So as you know,
Respawn beacon.
even if you skip the tutorial starting part in the game, there's certain waypoints, just call them waypoints, that you're going to need to do.
Territory.
Like as you can
But
see,
the war of assassins and the Sardaukar pogrom put an end to that. Now the sector is crawling with scavengers, fighting over the scraps of Imperium technology left in the wake of this so-called noble war. But that's to your advantage, Offworlder. Allow them to do the hard work of gathering the salvage, and then take it from them. Don't hesitate to kill them all. They would do the same to you.
so now a lot of these like beginning steps that they're making us go through right now, technically, if you really wanted to skip all of it, you could just go to, there's some locations on the map.
Trying to stick with the unlocking of the items.
Yeah, so as you can see, I was just kind of going through the unlocking of the
Getting ahead of ourselves.
the steps in the game. But what you could do is you could technically, you just get a bike, a sand bike, and you just drive all the way across the desert to the Vermilion section, and then you can come back and start doing the regular quests. And then a lot of these like things like go here, do this, go here, do that first, all that stuff goes away because you've skipped a lot of that by going
So we will need copper. It's
across
just
the
that I
beach
don't want to get
or
too
the
much
desert.
copper because copper and scrap metal really weigh you down. So,
Yeah, yeah.
Granite doesn't weigh that much, so we can carry definitely a lot more.
Yeah, you guys remember that though, that the stone is definitely a lot lighter for some reason than like the other items, and so they don't weigh as much.
That's a huge base.
Yeah, you saw that guy, he built a huge base in this new area, probably thinking, you know, this is a good area to start, but the problem is, you know, he is going to have to tear down that base eventually. So the Bene Gesserit, they have a really good crowd control.
Training, off-worlder, but nothing can truly prepare you for what the desert has in store. Hone your skills and harden yourself to the violence you must do to survive. Remember, Arrakis will sharpen you or kill you.
Heat stroke. Gotta be careful.
Without a still tent, you're easy prey to the sandstorms that sweep across the desert. Those storms tear flesh from bone and shred metal like paper. Unless you'd like to share a cave with some scavengers, your best bet is to build your own shelter. Build a construction tool and place out a sub-fief console. You'll be claiming a portion of the planet's surface for your very own, or rather borrowing it from the Emperor. I'm a little hazy on the specifics.
And these are just like steps that you guys are just going to have to go through that you don't want to, that you're just not going to be able to bypass. But if you got any questions, just drop them in the chat and I can answer it. Again, this is just a replay of the beta. But if you want to, you know, ask some questions, I can, you know, slide the video on up or even show another video that continues on through to the second
Make our
stage.
way that way. Yeah, let's look at the map. So if you see like three, like I wouldn't say skulls, but little like a little three triangle looking little mountain little things, that's definitely something that we're gonna want to stop at.
You know, I was talking about the caves and stuff because they have also a special loot that you need to get. And the way
This game is really good.
when you're
Check this out. Oh,
collecting items and stuff,
hold on a second.
you'll notice you have to scan the item first,
Sunstroke?
and then it shows you a blue line, and then you just trace that, and that's how you're able to harvest items. So in this game, it's always you got to scan it first. A blue line will show up, and then that blue line, you just use that to get you across. And that's one of the abilities for the Bene Gesserit. It allows you to run really fast. So I've played a couple of the different. I tried the Swordmaster. I really wasn't a big fan of it. A lot of people like it with the knee kick and that stun ability, but you know, again,
Map. See if there's any caves or anything.
you know, in this game, your combat is gonna be pretty much
Things there.
two separate things.
I
So
haven't ran into nothing yet. Okay. Oh, here we go. We're definitely gonna go that way. As much as I'd love to get that copper, I think, let me see how much copper we got right now. Let's get one more thing. Yeah, look at that. See that? Put us almost over the edge. Alright, so first things first. Could do that, but we need some bandages, so
all right, there we go.
19. We already have one, and they stack is 20. So
And I will be live streaming on the 5th of June.
so bandages should always be number 8. That's gonna be there. This we don't need right now. We also don't need right now. So let's get that.
Someone's here.
That's right.
That's me. But yeah, I will be live streaming on the 5th, and I will probably stream the first 18 to 20 hours, maybe longer, depending on how long I'm able to stay awake. But definitely my goal is to stream the first day. I'm in a Discord. It's called Unhinged. And so hopefully if I get into the group that I'm trying to get into, they're going to be fast tracking, and we should be able to get into the deep desert within the first 6 to 8 hours. So that'll be interesting. And there's no shame, and as you can see there, there's no shame in just backing up and
Shield up a
regrouping.
little bit.
Like that's a sword. Here you have to block, and then once they're stunned, you do the slow attack so that you can take them out. So.
Trainer, but we don't have any of the.
But yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm going to be doing. I will be doing a lot of creation of certain functions in the game. And one of my goals also is going to be, I'm actually going to create like a story mode in this game. So after the first few weeks, I'm going to actually then start a brand new character. And that'll be designed strictly a story mode. So there'll be episodes and little story, provide some good information, some backstory, kind of give it the, kind of like a little realistic, style / approach. So definitely, if you're not subscribed to my channel, please go ahead and subscribe so that as I release these, they will be considered like premiere. And that just means that if you're subscribed to my channel, you'll get a notification saying that I've uploaded a premiere video, and those premiere videos are definitely going to be the story mode of the game. So, and that'll be because I need to get I want to get a certain distance into the game.
All right. So what we're looking for is intel points.
Yeah. So right now, real quick here.
Oh
So
yes, and definitely
in this
is gonna
those are
give us
fuel
what we're
cells.
looking for.
You definitely need
These are
those.
fuel cells.
I got really lucky, as you can see. There were actually 2 in one spot, so that made it easy. I was able to get basically
Talk about
twice the
lucky.
amount.
Double up fuel cells.
But right now we're looking for intel points. So in this game, there's 2 ways you gather intel points. One is you find them in the wild or at specific locations only, not in the wild.
Green thing glowing.
And then the other
Like a
option
little hologram type
is leveling. See
That's
right
what
there.
it is, right
That's
there.
what an intel point
We
is.
got the points.
So hold on, let me go back a little bit.
Like a little hologram type thing.
Right there. So as you can see, that's an intel point. They are scattered throughout the map in these camps, and the camps have varying different NPCs that you're gonna have to take out. And they're in the starter zone. The intel points are 3 points for each one of these you find, and so they're scattered in the lower Haga Basin area. And so basically, if you think about it, let me see. I can actually bring up some pictures and actually show you guys so that you guys can have some kind of basic information. I mean, they've done a really great job. I mean, I'm really looking forward. There's been a lot of games that I've been looking forward to. One is like Light No Fire, but as far as like right now, this is definitely the game that I am like really like planning on putting like 100%. Okay, so there we go. So here's a map. I'm gonna zoom in on it so you guys can see. So these are camps, as you can see. These are camps right here. Each one of these camps will give you intel points. And those intel points is what you use to learn blueprints that are really, really important in this game. So remember, you're going to get intel points for leveling. And then on top of leveling, you get intel points by going to these different locations. So in the Haga Basin area, you'll notice that these intel points are all around the map. And like we can count, I don't know if it's all of them here, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's say there's 10 in this area. So that'll give you an extra 30 points of intel, which you're really going to need. And then if you go to the Vermilion Gap, which is the next spot up, there's going to be a bunch of those here. Now, in the starter area, which we were at just now, you only get 3 intel points. You got to remember that. As you go to higher level areas, the intel points value increase. So in this area, you start to get 5 intel points for each one of those bases that you've gone in. And technically, you don't even have to fight. So like if you have like the personal shield, literally if you know where the point where it is, you can just run right through it. You ain't got to fight nothing. Grab that intel point, run out, jump, and just keep running, and eventually they'll de-aggro. But they will aggro, and they will follow you for quite a while. So don't think you can just run in, run 10 feet out or something, and then you're good. No, that's not going to work. So just remember, there's other ways to get intel points besides having the level. So this is not one of those games where in order for you to unlock higher level blueprints to progress in the game, you have to be a certain level. In this game, it's about those points, those intelligence points. And so just remember that as you're playing the game, you're going to notice, like I said, you'll see here you only get 3. Then when you get to the Vermilius section, you start to get 5. And then the next ones, I mean, I haven't been in the other ones because, like I said, I haven't got past the beta. No, that's incorrect. So the intel points are based on location. So and unless they've changed something for the final release, I played the closed beta or the open beta. In this area, I got 5 intel points for every single camp that I went to. And in Haga Basin, it's always 3. No matter what, you only get 3 points. And it's all of it, no matter what level you are. I've actually went back here when I was like level 30 almost, and I got the points at the bottom, and they still were only 3 points. So it didn't matter that I was level 30. I still only got 3 intel points. So they are region specific. But I'm saying is as you go to the other regions, you're going to get more intel points. There's going to be more camps. So, all I'm saying is there's other ways to unlock certain things in the game without having to be a specific level. So if you wanted to rush through, like as a perfect example, well, I don't know, because I was past level 30 and I wasn't getting more than 5 from here. I still always got 5. So I'm not sure that's an actual accurate statement. And I could reach out to one of the guys that was in the beta and confirm that, but he's already said that depending on the area you're at, your intel points, the amount of points you get for certain areas is increased. And he does play the closed beta. But as you notice here, where I'm showing the mouse, so with the guild that we're going to be creating, or the group that I'm in, we rushed all the way through. Okay, well that's okay. I mean, I can only go off of what it was when I played. But when we were able to rush through and get all the way to here in 1 hour and 30 minutes. And we weren't that high level. I think at that time we might have been like level 16 or 17. And, rushing all the way to get there, maybe even lower. But the point I'm trying to make is, we got our bikes. We did just all the basic bare minimum. We came up in this area. We did the second trial. And then we immediately shot up here to set up our base. And we were able to do it in 1 hour and 30 minutes. So, that was a pretty quick. But that's, you're skipping a lot of stuff. So really it all depends. Like if you're looking for in-game content and you're looking to do a lot of PvP, then you're probably not really going to be concerned with all the lore and all the stuff that the game has to offer, because you're going to skip a lot of that, because the PvP doesn't start until you get into the deep desert. You can't get into the deep desert unless you can fly, which means you're going to have the copter, which means the ortocopter, which means you're really just rushing to get to that copter as fast as possible so you can get into the deep desert, map it out, find the locations, and then immediately get in there and start farming. And so that's what's going to be very important. And so it really all depends on the type of gameplay that you're looking for. I'll go ahead and keep, we'll go back to the video here and keep playing it. But yeah, it's very important to understand that there's going to be different types of gameplay, different types of aspects of how people play the game. Like as you can see, this recording, it took about 4 hours to get to where me and the team had rushed through to get to. But they didn't do half or 1/3 of what I did. So it's going to be important as to what type of gameplay you're looking for. But I can assure you that, this game is definitely going to hit or touch all the bases for any type of gameplay that you like. So if you like PvP, it's got your PvP near the end game content, and it's going to be intense. If you like PvE, this game has it all. Like, I mean, you can be playing for weeks upon weeks, looking to get all the lore. It's got storyline. So it's not just, if anybody's played Ark, Ark is a lot different. So Ark, I think, you can level up to, whatever. You got to go and kill the end bosses, but there's no storyline behind it. There's no path. It's pretty much you can just do whatever you want and, go for the best. Whereas this game, it's got story, it's got content, it's got a lot of PvE. We saw there's a guy that's he in the beta, in the open beta, he was actually able to get past that wall. And then him and a bunch of guys, they put together a copter and ornithopter, and they were flying around. And so, he showed some locations in the game. And those areas are also still pretty big. So, if you're looking for some really good PvE content and a lot of story and a lot of just, casual, really good gameplay, this is for you. People have seen, a lot of people are out there that are really good at building. So if you're good at building, this is definitely this is going to probably be one of the best building games out there for bases. Yeah, Conan Exiles, definitely. And Conan also had a really good building system. And so, this game has, I believe, made some improvements based off of, and I just think that that's really where this is going to be a strong point as far as this game. It's really going to be, what you can come up with. And, the fact that you can build on the side of a cliff and build down the cliff, and, you got to be careful where you do build. You can't just build in the middle of the sand because, the sandworm will destroy your base. It's just all these things that you can learn that you have to be careful. And there's just a lot of gameplay content. I'm going to hit the play, keep the video going.
That's what it is right there.
And as something comes up, I can always interject. If you guys got questions,
Right now, I think we got enough.
just drop those questions in, and definitely I'll try and answer those. But yeah, this is just, like I said, this was a casual gameplay, but you could also rush through if you wanted to.
Especially you want to collect that money.
And there's going to be a auction house, basically, where you can buy and sell stuff. So, if you're looking for a specific recipe.
So this was a pretty big spot, as you can tell.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yes, this game has really, really, really. I've played Conan and I enjoyed Conan, and I played the beta on this and I was just like completely captivated. Like, this game is just phenomenal. Like, I can foresee myself. I am going to be spending lots and lots of days playing this game nonstop. I think this game is going to be definitely going to be something that's going to keep people entertained for years to come. Conan was phenomenal. I really liked Conan. Of course, it had its issues, but overall, the game was just great, and the building mechanics. And the building mechanics in this game are really, really, they're a little I wouldn't say janky. I would say it all depends
Because we don't
on
lose
how
as much as
you
we want.
you're trying to set stuff up. But once you figure out with the mouse wheel and all that stuff and turning something so it's facing you, I mean things just become so much easier. And you got to remember when you first start the game,
So we're gonna go.
you
through the
know,
first
don't
trial.
build a huge base
We'll
in this
set up a base.
beginning area. So this is the starter area. Let me pause it here real quick for you, show you guys the map again. So this is the starter area. The game is going to walk you through basically all the basics of like crafting, building, power management, draining blood from the guys that you kill and harvesting it for water. It's going to walk you through all these steps. And then one of the things is going to have you build a base. Don't build big. Build basically like a 3x3, maybe even a 4x4 if you're like in a duo or something. But you don't want to build it too big because once you complete all the main stuff in this beginning area, it's going to send you up to the new area, to Vermilius. It's going to send you up to the Vermilius Gap. And, oh yeah, definitely. I'm not going to lie. No. So I'm sorry. So this is not closed beta. This was the open beta. I'm just replaying the open beta. The reason why I'm trying to do that is because, you know, a lot of people, like in my the Discord that I'm in, we got a lot of people asking questions about certain parts of the game and, you know, how, you know, the progression should be go and stuff. And so I'm replaying my beta gameplay and then trying to let people know why I was doing certain things and giving people like yourself an opportunity to ask questions so that I can, you know, hopefully if you got any questions or concerns before you want to go and buy the game, you're not sure about something, you know, by you watching, you know, this video here is like the first 4 hours where I literally start here in Haga Basin and I go all the way through to Vermilius and I actually go all the way to the left and then that's where I build my base. So this is just kind of I'm replaying the open beta gameplay, if that makes sense. Because there is no the open beta closed, and those that are on closed beta, they're all on the NDA. So if anybody was streaming live and he was playing the beta, I can guarantee you he probably would have got his account immediately banned or something. So I can assure you. But no, don't. This is the open beta. This is just this was that beta weekend that it was open. So yeah, as you can see, but just remember in the beginning of this game, it's going to have you do all these steps, and it's basically trying to get you to learn all of the basic mechanics before you really start getting into the game. And so it is going to ask you to build a base. Just remember, don't build big because you're going to have to tear it down.
Construction tool.
Congratulations. You are now the proud owner of an Imperial sub-fief.
Well, the reason why I suggested
Sub-fief
building like a 3x3 or something, nothing too big, is because you're going to have to tear it down. And if you tear it down,
Set this up real quick.
everything that you tear down, that's resources you're going to have to load up onto your bike to take to the other area. And so if you build this huge base, you could build a huge base. Don't get me wrong. You know, you could build as much or as big as you want. The problem is you're going to have to tear all that stuff later on down if you want those resources. And so that's why I'm saying, you know, it's not worth wasting a lot of resources building this huge, gigantic base when the game is going to tell you to tear it down anyway and abandon your first base. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, you're right. You could build as big as you want, as small as you want. As you can see, this one here is like a 2x2. I was able to squeeze everything that I needed to do in the game. No, please keep on chatting. I mean, it's great that I'm getting the feedback. I mean, because that's good. You're asking the questions that whoever's watching this video probably doesn't want to ask and stuff. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to be streaming when the game comes out. I've already pre-ordered the game. I got I think the collector's edition or deluxe or something like that. So I did get the early access. So I will be playing the game starting on the 5th of June. I'm on a Discord. We have a guild. And if I can get into the group that I want to get into, we're looking to try and get into the deep desert within the first 6 hours. And so we want to definitely try and dominate the map. And so it's going to be interesting to see.
And it goes without saying,
I'll let, yeah. Yeah. But as you can see, this is a really small 2x2. So you can build a 2x2, a 3x3. You can build a huge base just to get used to practicing with building. Just remember, it wants you to abandon your very first base. And also, let me just show y'all something real quick. Here, actually, no, I'm going to show you a bigger map. See if I have a bigger map. Yeah, so as you can see, oh, thank you. Oh, here we go. I do have this. I'm getting used to these little things. I got a little Stream Deck recently. I just, and it allows me to do that. So when somebody joins my, subscribes or follows me, I can do this clap for them. Let me do it again. So yeah, but this is a map of the whole thing. So, and this was also in the, when they were talking about the game, the devs, this was showed. So I'm not showing anything that hasn't already been shown. Awesome. Hey, here we go. We got, hey, thanks for that follow. Here we go. And subscription. So now check out this map. So as you can see, this map is pretty big. So a lot of people, I'm telling you now, I got some videos on best place to set up your base, and this location is where I selected. And the reason why I selected, if you want to have a really good run in the game and you want to set up a nice permanent starter base or something, this is where I would recommend. And the reason why is because look, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you got 4 other regions now that you can easily access from this top area right here. A short run there, a little bit longer to go there. But if you build somewhere down here, you're going to have to cross the map. Now, of course, once you get the copters, it really doesn't matter where you build your base in, because then, you know, the sky is your limit, basically, you know. So but in the beginning, you're going to be traveling on a bike or a buggy, which means you got to drive. And so you want to try and make sure that whenever you set up your base, you want to have it in a really, really, really good location. And so my recommendation is anywhere up in here, it's going to be an amazing spot. And also little tips and tricks to think of. And I think it's static. I have not seen them randomly. Like, for instance, if you notice, like, remember the ships, they get shot down. And I'll show you guys later on in the video. I'll hit the play on the video so you guys can see it. But there's going to be some locations, right, where the ships get shot down. It's almost always the same spot. So, like, let's say, for instance, you found a spot, like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, like right around here, there's a spice location. So what happens is, and I have it in the video. I could scroll through it if you guys really want to see it. I can bring up the video. So basically what happens, you're going to hear this like explosion. And then you're going to, if you go over there, you're going to see the sand bubbling with like a pink sand. It's all bubbling, 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 bubbling. Don't stand in it, because if you do, you're going to die. And then, like after a few seconds, or I wouldn't say after a few seconds, but after like a minute or two, it's going to be this huge explosion. And you're going to see this huge like spice dust in the air. Run over there. That's spice sand, and you can farm it then. So, but that's how you can tell. But it's always the same location. So if your base is close to it and you hear that explosion and you need to get some spice sand, just run over there real quick, wait a few seconds, wait for the big explosion, farm that sand, run right back to your base because you're right there. I seen somebody who built his base, really awesome base. I wish I had saved his video. But he had built his base and he could look out his window and he could see their shipwreck. And it was really cool because he was actually looking out of his window, and then next thing you know, you saw the shipwreck crash into the sand. I mean, it was amazing. It was just a really awesome video that he did, and it was just awesome to, to watch that. But I mean, this game is going to be huge. And if you look at this, guys, this is all we got to see. But what we got to see was maybe 10% of what the game's got to offer. And I don't know, like I said, because I haven't actually played the closed beta. I can only go off of videos I saw. But that guy that posted that video where he was actually able to get through the wall and he built a copter. And so he flew around these other locations. And I don't know if it was like this location, but like one of these locations, it goes like really deep inside the ground, like layers upon layers upon layers. And I guess the way he was explaining it is you could even build a base down there. So just imagine once you get the copters, you know, you build your base like somewhere deep down in these caverns, you know, and then you got to fly all the time up and maybe take your Jeep or something with you or something. But just, you know, just the idea of that, I just thought that was just so cool, is that all that stuff that you can do. So, I mean, this game is it's going to be awesome. But let me close all that. But yeah, so it's going to be very important. Like I said, as you're going through the gameplay, just my thing is, the only thing I can tell you guys is just enjoy it. Play the game the way you'd like to play your games. If you're a speed runner, you want to get to that location as quick as possible. You're going to be farming the higher level mats so that you can make your first copter, and then you can fly into the deep desert. That's what those individuals are going to be doing. So here I keep on watching this.
Store it, refine it, and drink it. Raw if you're really desperate. And don't mind throwing up. Actually, don't drink it. Unless you really have to.
Oh, and this game has like a what I think is also a really cool aspect of this game. It has like a self revive. So if you get downed, if you have water or worst case scenario blood on you, you can self revive yourself. So I thought that is just a really cool mechanic. But if you got a guy that's shooting you with a Gatling and he downs you, if you're lucky and he's still reloading, you're good to go. If you're unlucky, he's going to keep shooting you, and then that ability to revive yourself is going to disappear like really, really fast. Oh, definitely. So I am the last guy to tell you to build just in that area. Like, the only reason why I recommended that location is because it touches the border of all those other locations. But realistically, let's say, for instance, you've been playing the game for like, you know, a month now, and you already got a copter. So you're not limited on travel. Like, let's say, for instance, you got to farm some copper. I mean, you could fly down here to the Haga Basin and farm a bunch of copper in seconds, you know, and then fly back to your base. So, I mean...
reason why I'm going through these quests real quick here, this part, is I plan on taking all that stuff down.
Yeah, we're going to take the base down on that. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the bottleneck in this game that's going to kind of slow you down, definitely intel and your resources. I really don't think the XP level really matters, in the sense that if you don't, you can only unlock certain items based on intel points. So let's say, for instance, in theory, let's say you were a level 10 guy, but you had 1,000 intel points, and you were able to unlock all those certain features.
Head right on back to
But wait a minute, actually, no. So there might be certain things that might be level restricted. I'm not.
Basic stuff.
That is a good question. We're gonna have
You
to.
don't want to build in this area. If you want to build, you want to build.
There might be certain things that might be level restricted now that you think about it. Because, wait. Oh, darn it. I was going too fast on that. See, right now I'm just clicking on the basic stuff, like in the journey stuff. But if I click on one of the other things, hopefully, yeah, I didn't click on it. Let's see if we can find it. Let's skip a little bit stuff, skip a little bit stuff. Let's see if I can find something there. But yeah, I mean,
Right here in the corner.
yeah. So there are going to be certain things that are locked behind the story. So you're going to have to get to a certain point that you won't be able to do something until you get past the thing. Like for instance, that device that you use to collect sand and flour, that's locked behind the second trial. So you won't be able to use that until after you get past the second trial. And then I believe there's some things that'll probably be part of the third trial. See, as you can see here, I've already did what I needed to do. And I just went ahead and deleted my base. So now what it's doing is just pushing us through a story mode.
There's hundreds of these out there already.
It's part of the game. And when you're playing the game, just remember that it's some of these like story modes. It just basically takes you out the game real quick, puts you into a different instance, and then brings you back. Oh yeah, definitely. Yes, that is so true. The trials do gate you, but they're fun. I mean, if you're a diehard like Dune fan, I mean, you're gonna love this. I mean, it's amazing. And if you notice, everything's behind a fog right now. So there's a tool that you got to get. Excuse me. And that tool, it requires you then to shoot the probe in the air, and it maps out the area for you. And that's how you unlock the map. So whenever you go to a new area, everything's locked behind fog. And the only way you get past that is you just shoot a probe in the air. And they make you go to a certain height. So just remember that also. You have to get to a certain height before you can actually do certain things. And also, the cool thing, like, imagine you start the game. So, like, let's say, for instance, you're starting on the 10th of June instead of the 5th of June. You start the game off. Oh, definitely. Man, I'm with you right there, Mike. I'm telling you now. My goal definitely is I plan on experiencing all the lore. I don't know about you, but I'm a loot junkie. So I love loot. And if you notice in this game, it has a lot of recipes that you can learn. And so I want to be able to have all of it unlocked. So, I'm not going to leave nothing, like, as one would say, I'm not leaving no rock unturned. I am definitely going to be looking to find every recipe in the game, the weapons, all the different weapons, because I like to try them out, see how they are, make them, just so I can have them. I'm really hoping that in this game, they're going to have, what game am I thinking right now? Hold on a second. What was the game that I was playing? Like in like Power World and other games, you can create these like mannequins, and those mannequins you can put the gear on them. So what I'm hoping is that they're going to have something similar like that.
You see that big trade post? That's the trade post out
there.
Yeah. That big
that's where you want to be heading to. That's probably
where we want to build our base.
That's where you want to build your first little like starter base, is right next close to that trade post. It's really cool. Good spots around there, lots of ore, amazing. Right, but I'm hoping they're gonna have like a mannequin that you can drop and then put the gear on the mannequins. Because what I'd like to do is set up like a room in my base and then create mannequins for every single outfit that you can get in the game, and then literally have them like in a display. And like make maybe like a, I could have like this really cool entrance into my base, like a hallway, and then set up all those mannequins that are lined against the wall as you're walking down like the path or the hallway or going up some stairs, and then have all the different outfits that you can wear. Maybe even have a rack where you can put weapons and stuff. Oh yeah, there you go. Now you're talking. Get those gun racks out. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm hoping that they're going to do that, man. I really, really, really want that. So this is the first trial. I believe we just go ahead and skip the mission.
Yeah,
I didn't want to
skipping the sequences because.
Man, I'm telling you, man, this is going to be really cool, man. I am telling you guys now. This game is going to make all kinds of leaps and bounds as far as gaming. I think the problem is this year has really been just really slow on games that really want to capture you, that really want to constantly play. And I mean, this is not one of those games that you're going to play like 5 or 10 hours and you're done. Like, this is going to take some while. But yeah, you're right, man. I can't wait. I really want to get, yeah, I really, really, really want those mannequins. So I'm hoping they put that in the game because, I mean, there's nothing cooler than having a display of all your accomplishments. That's how I look at it. You know, you want people to see those accomplishments that you've done. So that's my goal. And the good thing is, you know, sometimes you might not be able to find something. Or so, let's say, for instance, you actually know of a location where, like, so there's going to be certain parts where you can find armor in the game, right? Yeah, there you go. Escape from Tarkov. I get to watch those videos. Yeah, I watch people play that. I've never played Escape from Tarkov. It's just little. I just think that was just not the. I don't think that my skill sets, my hand-eye coordination was just good enough. Plus, I've seen a lot of. Actually, I did try the game out, and you know, there's a lot of guys. There's that game. Everybody knows it's riddled with a lot of like hackers that cheat, and they see where you're walking. And there's nothing worse that you get camped at the door, and that happened to me like 2 or 3 times. I was running out the door, and somebody was camping the door, killed me, took all the stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's not fun for me. Oh, definitely. They said that they are going to be adding stuff as once the game comes out. Like every, I guess, 3 to 6 months, they're going to be adding new stuff to the game. So I'm really going to be excited for that. I think that's really going to be cool.
Our children taken and made slaves. They denied us the Hajj.
Yeah, this is.
To forgive.
But yeah, I mean, just imagine though, you can have a like a room that has all your armors that you found. But no, what I was getting at though is like there's a location here in Haga Basin. Let me see. Let me pause this here real quick. I want to show you guys. I don't know if it's on this map that I have up. But yeah, here at the Haga Basin. So there's an armor set, Aaron's armor, right here on top of this mountain. It's the whole set, but you only get one piece at a time. So you got to come back like 45 minutes or an hour later. You get the next part. Come back 45 minutes or an hour later. You get the next part until you get all 5 pieces, right? So there might, or like the Hollower suit, I think that only has like 4 pieces, maybe. Maybe it's 4 on that one. Because the still suits don't have the same amount of armor pieces. So I think the armor pieces might like have 5, and the still pieces have like 4. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be really cool. But the cool thing is, like, let's say, for instance, you know, you've already cleared out this whole area. And Aaron's armor set, you've got 4 out of the 5 pieces. And you can't get that last piece. Well, guess what? You can go to the auction house, and if you go to the auction house, maybe somebody might be selling that one piece of the armor finally that you've been needing. Not the armor. I would still recommend, if you're going to buy something, guys, buy the blueprint. So one, it's going to unlock it inside your stats, and it's going to show all the different blueprints that you've unlocked. And I just think that would look cooler. I mean, if you've already got it and you don't want to build the set and somebody's selling a full set for you, let's say you're near end game, you already got a crap ton of money, man, just go ahead and buy the whole set then. But the first time, man, get them blueprints, man, because there's nothing better than making it yourself. Plus, let's face it, guys, that the fabricator that makes all the gear, the weapons and all that, you could sit there and watch it as it's actually making that armor set. I mean, how cool is that, man? You've got to admit, that is really cool. Oh, yeah, definitely. That would also be pretty cool. I mean, they got the little mouse. I mean, everybody loves that little mouse. So once you, if you have like the pre-ordered version, you get that little mouse. So I'm definitely going to be setting that up in my base. But realistically, let's say, for instance, you want to have the mouse, but let's say, for instance, you didn't get the pre-order or whatever. There's going to probably be ways that you can still get it. And if not, just get somebody who does have it to add them to your group. He can come inside your base, give him rights or permissions to build. He can build it for you, and then you just move around your base wherever you need it. I mean, there's going to be so many cool ways of getting stuff in this game. But yeah, you know, you're right. Conan, awesome, great support. They had a massive amount of extra content. And I can only imagine, I mean, come on, guys, this is Funcom. They're the ones that made Conan. And you're right. There's a lot of people, they're either going to love it, and there's going to be a lot of people that hated it for whatever reason. Sometimes there's like the in-between. But, I mean, that is with any type of MMO. Me personally, like if you use Warcraft as an example, I hated World of Warcraft because I just couldn't get past that cartoonish look and the floppy ears on the elves. Like, that was for me the most off-putting in any game. Like the floppy ears was just, I just couldn't get past that. So that was one of the main reasons why. Plus, you know, World of Warcraft was just a money grab. Like, you got to buy the game and then you still got to pay $20 every month to play the game. Like, you know, that pay to use, you know, that went out years ago. And as you can see, you know, the people that play World of Warcraft, that following base, man, people just got tired of paying every month. Like, I can understand if I'm paying every month and then they come out with the new releases and the updates and you get them for free. But no, they were like, you're going to pay to use the game. And then on top of that, if you want to get the new update, you got to buy that too. Like, that was just too much, you know, so. But it is what it is. But yeah, this game, man, it's phenomenal. But yeah, so all I'm saying is there's going to be certain locations where you find a piece of armor. And if you really like it, just mark that on your map and remind yourself, I'm gonna have to go back in about 30 minutes when this crate respawns, and hopefully with the RNG you'll get another piece. And I would say like 6 to 7 times is what I would think. So like 6 to 7 times, you know, you're gonna have to go back until you get the full set. And if you really can't get the full set, like if you went back like 10 times and you're still missing like the helmet, then I would say just go to the auction house and buy the blueprint, and then at least you've got the complete set. And then, you know, and the way you could do it is you could also trade. So like, let's say for instance, you went back there 7 times and you got the chest piece 3 times out of that 7, but you're still not getting the helmet. Well, I guarantee you that maybe somebody had the exact same luck that you had. He never got a chest piece, but he got the helmet 3 times. And so guess what? Y'all can, you know, he's going to put his extra blueprints in and sell it, and the same thing also. But just remember, if you learn the blueprint, then you have to make the item. So if you've already learned it once, you know, my recommendation is, you know, get a big box and just start dropping those blueprints in there. And plus you could also, you know, everybody knows you got the chat in the game. So you could type in the chat, hey guys, I'm trying to get Aaron's armor piece set. You know, I want the whole set. I'm missing the chest piece. I've got these extra sets. Who wants to trade? And I guarantee you that other guy that was just getting all the helmets be like, oh, hell yeah. He said, hey, I got the headpiece. I can give you the blueprint for the headpiece. Can you give me the chest? Yeah, boom. Now you ain't got to spend no money. Y'all just meet up at the trade house and boom. Now you just trade it up. Now you got the full set. So, I mean, this game, man, it's really going to give you those opportunities to do all that stuff. I really think that's going to be something. But yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping that there's a lot of stuff that they can put in the game that they eventually add. I mean, we do know that the tanks are not going to be in it in the beginning. And here, of course, I almost fell. You got to watch out for those little eyeballs because they won't allow you to jump and stuff.
God is a fearful thing. Did not God give us the burning sun to
But yeah, so this is the this is like the little beginning area. This is the first trial. And you can't skip past this part. So you have to go through the trials in this game. The only thing you can skip is like some of the cutscenes. So it'll allow you to skip through the cutscenes, but the trials are going to force you to go through those things. So those are the things you got to do. Uh-oh, got another question. Every single one of my builds from Star to onwards will have a community area for people to chill. Awesome. You know what? And I think that's really good if a lot of people start doing that, because that shows a community type environment where people can go if they need something. People here like Monfergan Juan, if he's going to be doing that, he's also going to be a good person to go to for advice. So, you know, if you're on the server that he's on and he's got a place like that and you got some questions about building or stuff like that, you know, he'll be a good wealth of information to ask. Hey, man, I'm trying to find this. I need a really good weapon. And he might actually have a weapon for you. Or he might be, okay, which one are you looking for? I'm trying to get the Aaron's rifle. Oh, okay. So unfortunately, this the gameplay that you're watching, that's a pre-recorded from when I was playing the beta. So that close-up as far as how close I am on the screen, I do apologize. I guess I'm not sure if you can zoom out while you're playing. I just never attempted to do that. And so that's why
build a little base again.
when you're watching it, guys, I do apologize if it looks like I'm a little too close.
Still there, off-worlder.
But that's, I guess maybe I should have zoomed out some. I also think the reason why it looks like this, guys, and I do apologize, when I recorded this video, I recorded it at 1080p, and it downscaled it to 720. And so I'm thinking that this resolution is making it look closer because I screwed up on the resolution. And that was my mistake. I have since fixed my Stream Deck. My daughter helped me configure it for me. So my next videos definitely, when I start the actual gameplay on the 5th of June, that's going to be at 1440. And I'm going to use the highest resolution possible while I'm doing my recording. So then that way, at least you guys have thing. Now here, I built my base here at the bottom of the research lab. And the only reason why I did that is because the research lab here, that's where you're going to get all those parts for the, you get all the parts for the bike, the sand bike. And so that's why I just actually built my base here. And then I would just drive up to the trade house or to the trade post to do my business up there, you know, trade, turn in quests and stuff and come back. So, but I mean, it's all up to you. I just built it here because it was more efficient for me then to have to do anything. So I actually did, this is where I built like a little bit bigger size base here. As you can see, I'm running to get out of the sun so I don't have the heat stroke. Right, so with the weapons and stuff like that. So what I did to skip having to do like those basic weapons, if you notice here, we just completed the first trial. And then I build my base here. I finish up all these other things. I go to the moist sealed cave. And I never make it though to that part in the research where you have to do the different weapons. Because then what I do is I tear everything. Now this is a trick. This is a cool trick to let you guys know. So as you move on into the game, it's going to tell you to destroy your original base. But if you don't want to leave those resources, excuse me, there's two things that you'll see. You'll see some bases that were abandoned. If somebody's abandoned the base, you could take your sub-thief, drop it inside, and the base will become yours. So there will be people that try to help out new players, and they're just gonna they're gonna leave a lot of stuff because they're like, I just farm everything when I get to the new area. And so what they'll do is they'll farm everything when they get to the new area, and so they're going to just leave the old base. All you gotta do is drop your sub-thief into it, and you can claim that base.
Tear it down again.
And then that just makes things a lot quicker for you in the progression. So, you know, if you see a base that's abandoned, no shame in taking it, making it your own. So, but as you can see, the base building mechanics are really cool. You got the door that automatically opens and closes. One of the things I like about this game also is when you're building in the game, you don't need to have to worry about, like say for instance, if I need to make like some armor or something, right? I don't need to, if I'm trying to make armor as an example, I don't need to have all the parts on me. If I have the stuff inside the boxes, guess what? All I need to do then is just click on it to make it, and it will automatically take the resources out of the boxes. Phenomenal. Another thing that I think is really cool, here, notice I didn't have enough space. What I do is I actually move one of the boxes. You can actually move stuff too. So if you build a bunch of boxes and then you got to move stuff, the worst thing I hate is you have to tear the box down, move it to a new location, build it again. You don't got to do this. You click on move. See, as you can see, I click on it, I move it, put it over there on that side of the door. I drop it. Boom. Everything that's in that box is still in that box. So I don't have to take everything out the box first before you can move it. I just really hate that. And this is, like I said, this thing right here, the fabricator, man, it's so cool when you're making armor, you're making a weapon or something like that. You have to first, it just says, okay, the item's done. Like here, it actually shows you that it's making it. This is the blood purifier. This is going to be your early game water. So, I mean, there's just so much things that you're going to be able to do in this game. It's just phenomenal. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just bouncing. But yeah, Antios, to answer your question, you could actually skip some of those starter quests. All you got to do is get on a sand bike. And that's how I was able to skip a lot of those portions, is I just got on the sand bike and I drove to Vermilius. And when I did that, I didn't have to do those steps. So there will be certain steps that you can skip if you drive just across to Vermilius and then come right back if you wanted to. I mean,
we're running low.
And as you can see, my health is going down because I wasn't paying attention and I don't have any water on me. And so that's why my health went all the way down to the bottom. Now I could drink some blood, but I would tell you, really only really drink it if you really have to. Now here, as you can see, I'm building a lot of stuff here, and I'm dropping like little ghost images. So basically what you can do is you can design the way you want your base to look like first, and then you can build it. And this is also going to be like if you see somebody who has a really cool base and he does like a screenshot of his base, he can then sell it in the market. And if you like the way the base looks, you could just buy it and then you just drop it down somewhere, and then you just got to put the parts in it to make it. Oh, you know what? I am so sorry. I just noticed that. Yeah, I am so sorry, guys. I was not paying attention to the screen. Hold on one second, guys. Let me fix that. I did not pay attention, guys.
Is pretty much gone.
Hold on one second, guys. Let me fix the video real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna need to call I need to call the expert, which is going to be my daughter. Hold on one second.
Okay, because we had some blood on us. Oh, that's right, heat stroke. Okay. Don't use bandages when you see the heat stroke.
Okay, guys, my daughter's coming down to fix this. I am so sorry. I really am. I do apologize.
We might just leave this base up until we go to the new area. That might be what we do. A little bit more salvage metal. That we can do. Alright, that's all we needed. A little bit of extra, but that's fine. We're not that far from the trade.
All right, guys. I am so sorry. I did not catch that.
We're gonna have to tear down the whole base anyway.
I hope it's this looks a little bit better now.
So.
Yeah, that is true. So hopefully, can you guys see it better now? Can you see everything? I am so sorry I did not catch this, my video capturing screen was messed up. I do apologize, guys, but at least now y'all can see everything. So so as you can notice, you can create like these like shadows, and then you can build it at a later time. So if you want to design like the base floor, the bottom floor, or whatever, you could do that. But yeah. Yeah, that is, yeah. You are right. I called my daughter. She's my IT support. I'm telling you. I was trying to, which I'm still trying to do. So, I paid for this like, screen thing so when I do my streaming on the 5th, it's going to have a really cool design, and like when somebody subscribes, if you haven't subscribed, hit subscribe. So when they subscribe, it's going to pop up on my window, stuff like that. And so I want to definitely add that to my stream. And I was trying to do it on my own, and I messed up my capturing display, as y'all noticed. And I forgot to get my daughter to come down and fix it for me. So if my age isn't telling you that I'm an old fart, and I haven't mentioned it yet, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, awesome. Great. Thanks, guys. I do appreciate it. For all you guys that helped me out. Uh-oh, and all right, Mon, just join. Here you go. This is for you. But yeah, yeah, he's right. You could so what you could do is you can get rid of your old base and then go back and recapture it. And I think, you guys can have 3 bases, if I'm not mistaken. So you could have 3 massive bases. You can create like an outpost, but I think you can have 3. Just remember that as you progress in the game and the bigger your bases are, you got to pay like taxes to the state. Everybody who has a real job knows that taxes are everywhere, even in games nowadays. So the thing is, you're going to have to pay taxes for your base. And so that means you're going to have to make sure you have the money to pay those, because if you don't, what'll happen is eventually the shields will drop. And once those shields drop, eventually your base will start to decay and eventually disappear. So, and let's say, for instance, you're going to go on vacation somewhere and you're going to be gone for like 30 days, as an example. You definitely need to have somebody, if you know somebody that they can, can go to your base for you and, pay your fees or whatever. Or you're just going to need to take an image of your base, and when it disappears, make sure you store all your stuff in like the bank. And then at least you'll have most of your main resources, and then you just got to rebuild. Oh, cool, man. That's good information to know, guys. So if y'all didn't read the chat, Mon just confirmed. So you can't have 3 sub-feasts. It's just only one of them can be the advanced. So basically, think of the other 2 were going to be kind of like a little outposts and 1 major base. So that's cool. Thanks, Mon, for that information. Yes, taxes to the Emperor. There you go, Muno. Muno Mutso, thank you. Yes, people, this is it. So, I mean, with just dropping the thumbs up, who's really excited for this game to be hitting the scene in a few days? See, I think you have to actually manually pay it. And the only reason why I say that is because I had a bunch of money inside of one of my boxes inside my base. And even though I had the money in it, it didn't take the money out automatically. So I would think that the way they've done this is they're probably going to make it so that you're forced to have to make the payment yourself. And I think maybe the reason why behind that is because they don't want bases just kind of just decaying or staying out there forever, and the person who set up the base isn't playing the game anymore. Like, basically, because, you know, each server can have like 20 sub-servers or sietches. And so maybe that. But yeah, I am really looking forward to this game, guys. Like I said, if you guys haven't pre-ordered the game, or if you're going to be working at the time and you want to just watch, I will be live streaming. So as soon as the game hits the market, I am definitely going to be streaming the game nonstop for at least 18 hours, maybe even 24 hours or longer. Ah, okay. There you go, guys. We got some info from Mike. Okay, so Mike just confirmed that you have to go to the social hubs, and that's where you'll be able to pay your taxes. Okay, so that's how they're going to make sure. And I think that's kind of, like I said, so, you know, the servers are limited to how many people can play. And so I guess what they're trying to do is to make sure that the servers keep full. You know, if people go in, they start playing the game, they play for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then they don't come back, their bases don't stay there for infinity, because one, that person's not playing, and so that's a spot that's on that server that nobody can do or use.
Yeah, look at that.
Man, I'm telling you, Aspen, you are not lying. I am dying, man. This game is, the wait is just so horrible. I'm just like, ugh, it can't get in here fast enough. But I'm taking all the necessary steps, you know. I'm going to go visit my dad. I leave tomorrow. I'll be out of pocket. I'll be at his house for like a week. Coming back on Friday. Saturday, my kids are moving out the house. And that following week on the 5th, and when the game comes out, I don't have to worry about the kids. I don't have to worry about cooking for anybody. I'm going to have, you know, some healthy snacks for me here. My water set up. Only breaks I'll be taking is like to go real quick to use the bathroom or something. But otherwise, I am going to be gaming nonstop. So if you guys want to watch some gameplay, this is definitely going to be the spot for you. Yeah, that is a good idea. What Huggy is saying, you know, is you definitely want to map out the whole areas and find the place that you think is going to be the best spot for you to build. And the reason why I say that also is because, you know, some people really are good at building. Some people, they don't care. They just throw up a box and they just use it really just as a little base or whatever. They don't care what it looks like. But there's going to be a lot of guys that will be out there that are very creative. And I mean, I just can't wait. You know, I'll probably, after about a month or two, when people are actually settled and they've got their bases built, I'm probably going to drive around my server and actually go and look at all these different bases.
By the time we get out here, we should be lucky.
And also, if you guys... Yeah, and if you guys are not on my server, but if you're like following my videos and stuff, but you built like a really cool base and you want me to put it on my stream, just hit me up on one of my videos that you might watch it and say, hey, look, come to this server, whatever. And if I can get on that server, I'll actually come and do a full tour of your base, let you explain everything, tell people how you build it, what was your motivation behind it, what inspired you, and that's going to be really cool. So as far as how close the bases can be, I would say, I think it's like maybe 5 to 6 tiles. So it could get kind of close. So, but I don't think it's going to be that close. And the reason why is because if you build an advanced subfief, you're allowed to expand to the left, to the right, and also go up vertical or vertical and horizontal. So you can go up and down, and you can go left, right, and all that stuff. So, you know, my recommendation to you, and this is just me talking, let's say, for instance, you find a really cool spot that you want to put your base at. There you go. That's what I was about to say, what Aspen just said. Just set up your other little places like to the left and right or behind you or something. That's going to then prevent anybody from trying to get too close to your base. And then your main base, because you can keep expanding it, they got these little things, they look like spiders, and basically they allow you to expand left, right, up, or down. And then that way, as you expand, you can take that little semi-base, take that one down, and then move it to another spot to make sure that you can get that whole area that you're trying to get. So that is correct. And so to avoid people building close to you, and that's another thing, yeah. So what Mon just said, what I would do is, like, let's say, for instance, you build your base. And you want to make sure you, like, let's say, for instance, you found a really cool flat spot and you really love flat spots. What I would do is you build your main subfief, the advanced subfief, and then you build, like, left and right as an example of your little mini ones, the regular ones, the subfief, not the advanced ones, but leave a gap, if that makes sense. And the reason why you want to leave a gap is because if you push it far enough to the left or right, but not too far, nobody can build in between it. And so that's how you're going to be able to secure a large area for building your base. But I'm hoping the game is not going to be where there's a bunch of griefers. But, like, hopefully if, like, somebody's trying to build a base close to you, hopefully they have the, the courtesy to say, hey, man, I saw your base, I see what, and they might ask, hey, man, do you plan on going left? Do you plan on going right to expand your base? Are you going to go up in your base? Because you can only expand it, I think, 4 or 5 times. So, you can't just keep expanding it. So you're going to have a limit as to how much you can expand it. So they might ask you, hey, man, can I build, like, right on the other side of this mountain? And you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm not building that way anyway. I'm going to build out over the cliff or something. But that is true. You just need power. That's going to be the most important thing, is power. If you don't have power, everything starts to deteriorate every time a sandstorm comes in. But that's going to be important. I think there's going to be ways. Like I said, there's ways that you can secure area. So if you find a really good spot, well, it all really depends. Like, I mean, remember, the advantage is no matter what, you're only going to have either 40 or 50 people on your server, max. That's it. If you look at how big the base is, I really don't foresee a lot of people being able to grief individuals in the game. I mean, it's a huge map, and if there's only 50 people on that map at any given time, I don't know. I'm hoping that there's not going to be a lot of guys trying to grief, and if they do try, like I said, I think their griefing would be very limited. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And so, like, who was it that mentioned earlier? Huggy Bear. He made a good suggestion. Is, find a good spot that's kind of good in the beginning, where you can do some of your basic building and progress in the game at a normal pace, and then what I would recommend you guys do is once you get, like, the copter or even in the vehicle, just travel around the whole map. Go to all the different zones until you find the best spot that you like. Because in the end, you're the one playing the game. So, don't take my advice and say, oh, this is where you should build a base or whatever. My suggestion is you build the base where you like it. And if that means you want to travel all the way across the map, then do it. I mean, if for those people that want to fast track and they want to know, well, where's the best location to get this and where's the best location to get that, as I progress through the game, I am going to be dropping these locations. Where's the best place to farm? Where's the best place to gather water? Where's the best place to get certain types of ores? I'm going to be providing all that information. After a couple weeks of playing the game, I'm actually going to create a new character and create a story mode where I'm actually going to be progressing in the game and actually build, like, a character where it has a backstory. I'll be working with people in my Discord to have them help me out so that, having certain instances build like certain bases with a certain design that you can go in and kind of mock raid, and they'll be fighting against you, stuff like that. So I got a lot of stuff planned for that, and that's what my goal is. Yeah. I mean, I really think it would be very hard for this game to get.
To this
Yeah. So real
dot
quick,
secret.
in this part here, if you see stuff like that, you want to go and see if you can click on it, because there's a potential. As you can see, there's a hidden room here, which has actually got one of the main items that you need to turn in. See that thing right there? There's like a little laptop. That's what you're gonna have to give to the planetologist to do the first quest for him. And so, always look for little hidden objects.
Yeah, we should
wherever
be
you
full of water by the time we leave out of here.
Oh yeah, and water is very rare. So every time you're in one of these like bunkers or something like that, if you see a thing of water, drink it, and then after you've drank everything you need and you see your bar's all the way full, then you need to go ahead and make sure you fill up your water bottle on top of that, because that just saves you so much time, especially when you're out farming and gathering resources. You don't want to have to go all the way back to get water or something like that, because that's a pain in the butt.
Access denied.
And hey, Jason, yeah, I understand. I've been hearing like a lot of people talking about trying to block the area and stuff like that. The funny thing is, servers like that, I think the devs are going to have stuff in place to prevent stuff like that. And to be honest, the game, I would think that the way they're doing the game and designing the game, they want to keep the people playing. And I guarantee you, if you've got people that are doing stuff like that, they'll get a warning, and then eventually they'll just get banned from the server. Yeah, I agree with you, Mike, that, playing with the game, you're going to get used to the people that are playing with you. And that's another thing. So, like, let's say, for instance, there's like a small guild on your server with like 7 or 8 guys, and they're trying to grief other people. But you've been on the server now for like a month and a half.
This is Flying Emperor, or the Emperor's Wings.
Yeah, there you go. That's the spot where you get the special boxes. You could group up and fight against these guys. So it's not to say that you can't prevent stuff like that.
Now we're going out through here. Get some ammo. Alright, so now we should have enough to make a sand bike for now. We still have to
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station.
You're right that in the sense that there will be people that will probably try to grief other individuals, but I truly believe that they will. They're not going to keep. They're not going to allow something like that too much, because that's going to that'll be a detriment to the game, and they're probably not going to want to put up with that, because that's going to affect their overall budget, their bottom dollar. No business wants to do that. I don't think this game is really that designed like that. I don't think this game is like Rust. Like Rust, that's what Rust is for. Like, if you're gonna play Rust, you already know it's a grief game. That's how that game is designed. It's a dog-eat-dog world. If you want to play the PvE portion, play that. But otherwise, if you get onto those PvP servers, your base will get raided, and all your stuff will get taken at some point in time. That's just the nature of that beast. I don't think this game is designed like that. I think this game, the way they're designing it, is for people to have long-term gameplay, and by allowing people to grief other players, if you got 50 people complaining against 5 guys, those 5 guys are going to be gone quick, because it's for the better of the server.
got plenty of blood, So we're definitely gonna need to get some bottles.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's nice to know who's going to be the people on the map, and that's another thing. Like, let's say for instance, like me and Mike are on the same server. So me and Mike were on the same server. I built my base, somewhere in Haga Basin, and Mike built his base like a couple cliffs down. And so I'm driving around playing the game. I see Mike driving around playing the game. I'm trying to do something. It's a little hard for me every time I go in. Sometimes I can make it down to the bottom. Sometimes the PvE guys, they just tear me up. I can say, "Hey, Mike, what you doing?" Mike's like, "Oh man, I'm trying to go down to this to the lab, 157, and I keep getting killed when I get to the bottom." I was like, "Hey man, I'm having the same problem too. You want to group up?" Boom, we can now group up together. So we don't actually necessarily have to be in a guild. We can still just group up and duo then right there on the spot, and then we have a better chance of success going through and doing that. So I think that's what this game is. It allows for you, if you want to solo everything, you can do it. If you want to group up with other people that happen to have the same interests and they're doing the same thing, yeah, you're right, man. Rust is toxic. I mean, I'm gonna tell you. So I was really excited when Rust was coming to the Xbox. Let me just tell you how my experience with Rust went. I bought the game. The game came out for the Xbox because I was at the time I was really just controller. Like I just refused to play a game if I could not play it with a controller. But eventually I realized there's a lot of games out there that is keyboard and mouse. So this is how my Rust experience went. Game came out for Rust on the Xbox. I bought the upgraded version. I wake up on the beach. I literally, as soon as I stood up on the beach, I want to say I was standing up on the beach for like 5 to 10 seconds. Boom, I'm dead. I'm like, what? So I thought, maybe there's a glitch in the game. Log back into the game somewhere else on the beach. Like, I turn around, I see a rock on the ground. I go to pick up the rock. Boom, dead. I'm like, what? Like, what is going on? I died like 7 times on the beach in the first like 10 minutes. Like, literally, as soon as I would log in the game, I don't know if somebody thought it was funny. They literally were camping the beach where people are spawning in, and they would just shoot them and kill them one shot, and then go run up. And it's like, they already know we don't have anything except for maybe a rock. Like, I don't have any inventory. Like, so what is the benefit for killing me? Because they thought it would be funny. And then I finally made it in the game. I ran up a hill. I started chopping on or pounding on a tree with a rock. Some guy came up behind me, killed me. I logged out the game, uninstalled it, and I never went back. I was like, that's not fun for me. Like, I mean, there are people out there that, enjoy stuff like that. That's not the kind of game I have fun in. And so I literally just uninstalled the game. I literally played maybe 20 minutes, and that was it. I was done. Like, I was like, not going to happen. Yeah, definitely. And see, this is the thing. You can experience so much in this game, as you mentioned with like the PvE part, that you don't have to do the PvP portion, So, like, there's gonna be so much content in this game. I really don't think people will have a problem. I really don't. Oh, and just so you know, guys, you can dodge the worm. So it's not like an instant death. If the worm is coming at you, all you got to do, like, say, for instance, you see I got that sprint. What you would do is wait till the worm is almost on top of you and then turn one direction and hit the sprint, and you take off, and he'll just go right past you. Now, don't get me wrong. He's going to still keep trying to get you, but that gives you the opportunity to still get away. So it's not an instant death automatically, but it is a potential. And I don't know anybody who's listening that hasn't played the game. It sounds like a few guys have. Some guys may not have already played. I'm going to tell you guys this now, so you don't. If you get eaten by the worm, which eventually it is going to happen, you are going to get eaten by the worm. I am telling you now, it is very, very, very disheartening. Like, the first time I got eaten by the worm, I am telling you, it almost broke me. Like, I was like, okay, I got to take a break. Like, it broke my heart, man. I'm telling you now, when I got eaten, all my stuff was gone. You know, my bike, I was just like so heartbroken. I was just like, I can't do this. I'm telling you guys now, be prepared. You are going to get eaten by a worm at one point or another. And you're going to probably have all your good gear and everything on you. And you're going to have your best vehicle on you.
Is that okay?
And it's all going to be gone.
Okay for the,
Just relax. Take a breather like I did. Go back to your base. Just relax. And then rebuild your stuff. And just keep playing. But, you know, don't take it to heart. Because I can tell you also one of the things, like in the PvP area, like those copters that you build ain't cheap. If you're building it, my recommendation is build it. Make sure you have enough to build a second one, maybe even a third one. And then go in there. But we got to go down for next try.
There's no.
You have to
Okay, we wasted our time coming back this way.
Oh yeah. There you go. So that's funny that you should mention that, because I think that's what I was doing at the time. I was following some other guys,
That's fine.
and I guess the worm was already coming,
Hold it fast.
and I just happened to be in the way, and it just ate me. And it took my bike. It took everything, man. Like, it really hurt. Like, that broke my heart, man. I was just like, oh my God, the pain. Ugh, the pain was just so bad. But you'll get over it. It's just, I'm telling you, man, when that worm eats your vehicle or you, and you got all your good gear on you and all your stuff, man, it hurts. It truly, truly hurts. But, you know, be prepared. That's all I'm saying is, you know, be prepared. When you cross that desert, there's a chance that you might lose your stuff if you get greedy. So, like, if you're raiding a shipwreck and that thing goes red, you've got two choices. You can try and finish opening that box and taking that loot, or you can skedaddle, live to fight another day. Those are your choices. If you want to get greedy and think, oh, I got enough time to pull this thing out, knock yourself out. But if you don't and you get eaten, be prepared. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Jason. There you go. Here's a applaud for Jason. He just gave us a good tip. That is correct. So if you have a personal shield, turn that off before you get on the bike, because it drains your power. So here we are. I'm going through another one of these camps because I want to get the intel points.
Eyes on hostile.
And then, of course, there was also a little camp right next to the bigger camp. So I had to went ahead and killed this guy real quick. So now this would have been a good time to have had my shield on, if I had it. I don't know if I had the shield at the time. So in order to turn your shield on, you hit the H button, and that activates your shield. I don't know if I have a shield on. I might even already have a shield already at this time, but I was just not using my brain. Oh yeah, definitely. That is correct. So I have some videos on my channel of the better weapons. Like, I got the SMG. The Way of the Wanderer is the pistol, but the accuracy on that, man, is phenomenal. Like, it is really good. Then you've got the what's the other Aaron's Vengeance is a rifle. It's like a burst rifle. The shots are pretty good, and it's a lot more for like mid-range damage. It's actually pretty good. The pseudo blade, definitely recommend to get that. That's a really good blade to get in the beginning. Or you can use like the Kalis blade. The Kalis blade, it actually gathers blood when it kills them. See, look at that. I'm downed. But look at that. That's what I was talking about. You can revive yourself. Because I had water or blood on me. And now I blocked his shot. And then I was able to take him out. And now, I think I heal myself real quick. And the reason why you see that blood thing is because he actually drank blood. And whenever you drink blood, it does give you water, but it lowers your maximum health. So you really don't want to be drinking blood unless you really have to. Yeah, the melee is awesome. Like, I like the part where you can block the attack, and then you just slowly stab them. Like that's really cool. I think that was really awesome on that. Yeah, see, as he just mentioned, you saw that when I'm crouched, the retinal is more accurate. It doesn't spread out. So that makes that makes a huge difference. So I think we finally finished cleaning out this little area. I think there's like a couple more guys, but realistically, I'm just looking for the I'm looking for the intel at this point. But I mean, I probably gather. I'm pretty sure like this is a good spot. Gather the blood. So in the beginning, for water, I think gathering blood is very important. I think even like mid-end game, it's just an easy mechanic. You're gonna have those wind things that are gonna be gathering. Here, you see, I hit the wrong button, but you're gonna be able to gather blood to convert it to water. It's free water, you know. Like if you're gonna be out playing the game, killing stuff. Now you notice because I'm standing, you see how the accuracy of the pistol is way lesser than when I was crouched. So that is correct. Oh yeah, definitely. If you can grab the Karpov. And I believe the intel points are always at the same location too. So if you've watched other people play, I believe actually going around that, if I went around the corner, or actually it was above me. And they're always, sometimes they're in the pretty much same simple spot. Sometimes like here, I think I was actually running around looking for it. For some odd reason, I wasn't able to find it right off the bat. It took me a while to find it. Or I might have already gotten it. So.
Okay, where's the cave? Right there. Got that.
Yeah, and I've already got the intel point, so we're good on that.
Can't go back without this stuff, so.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of ability, and you see I'm not moving, so the bar for making sound to attract the worm wasn't moving.
Doing pretty good.
So you know that's also a
Our
good thing to pay attention to too.
We hit a cave.
And I know somebody early asked if this is actually a closed beta. So the closed beta, I think they actually stopped that already too. Because I know a few guys that were playing in the closed beta, and I don't think they brought the servers up anymore after that. So I think after the open beta, I think once they took those servers down, I think now they're in the finalization. So the actual closed beta, I don't think is actually going on anymore. I think that they've actually shut those servers down completely. I think now what they're doing is getting ready, getting all their resources ready. I would think that they gathered probably a lot of information, a lot of feedback from other players. And so I think right now they're just trying to finalize everything, get everything ready for the release on the 5th of June. So it's really going to be interesting to see. I'm hoping that the servers come up the same time they did on the first where they did the open beta. I believe it opened up around. Oops, blocked it. Here we go. And down. Yeah. So like I said, I think they're just getting the servers ready now, getting everything prepped for the 5th. It's going to be interesting to see how those servers hold up. I don't know if keeping my water maxed out has an effect on the stamina. In order to increase your stamina, those are done by passives. I can show you that. Hold on. Let me bring it up real quick, and I can show you guys real quick. Let's go ahead and pause this real quick. There we go. So let me check. Okay, you guys are not seeing that window. Hold on a second. So we'll have to, let me look and see if I'm looking for when I actually went to assign points. There we go. Right here. So here, as you can see, we're in the Bene Gesserit. Like here, right here, this allows my healing to be faster. So these small round ones, these are passives. They are always active. Then you have these that can be, these are techniques. You can only have 3 active techniques, which you can then drop down here. And those will give you specific passives. And then, of course, you have your abilities. So you in the beginning, you start off with 2 abilities. I believe once you get past trial 4, that's when you unlock your final ability. And that's also when you unlock the ability to use spice. That's when you get to use spice food. But these are the passives that you have to first enable, and they will always be active. So here we'll keep playing, but as you can see, I'm gonna activate some of these things. And like I said, those things, they give you certain passives. Like here, what I'm doing is I'm improving my ability for mining resources.
Good, people.
Now you see right there, see how my stamina, Huggy, you see that? You see how my stamina is got like an extra, it's like time and a half? That's from the passives. So because I have certain passives already enabled, that is what is allowing me to excuse me. So having those passives, that's what allows you to have higher stamina. And there'll be some that where you can increase like your health. Oh wait, that's your stamina bar. So I actually have one that increases also the stamina bar, and this is like your, I believe, your action bar. So as you can see now, I'm creating stuff for my bike here. So I've actually created a bike. And once I finish up all this stuff around here, what I'll be doing is I'll tear my whole base down.
So we have to go here.
So right here, where you see my mouse spinning around, that's my base. When you get to the part where it tells you to tear your base down, you don't have to actually tear your base down here. You can go to your new location, set up the advanced subfief. Once you set up the advanced subfiefs, if you've already, what I would recommend is when you're ready, you're done, you've got everything down here that you want to do, and you're ready to move to the new location. Tear everything down, load everything into your bike, and once you've got everything loaded, leave the actual fief there, and then when you get to this new location, it's going to tell you to destroy it. Then you just click on the knife, you right mouse on it and say destroy, and that closes out that part of the quest line, and all your stuff is already gone because you took everything before you left.
Then what we'll do is swing to hit these 2 intel points, and then come on back. Take this path right up on there. That way. That's what I was saying. If you wanted to wait, probably could have just came here and built somewhere. Like I said, you got plenty of copper. We can grab all this on the way out. Grab all that copper. There's 1, 2, 3 nodes. Might have been one there. Somebody already got 4 nodes. 100. That would be like 160 copper. Again, just park
You have to create the advanced subfief. It actually tells you to create an advanced subfief. But you can, I mean, if you don't want to use the subfief wherever, just remember you can only have one. So, you know, and remember you can build it a little bit bigger than normal. So, I mean, there's no disadvantage to it. The smaller ones, yeah, you don't have to pay taxes or anything on it, but the smaller ones are really small compared to the advanced subfief as far as building space. So that's just something to keep in mind. But yeah, when you go to the new area to delete the old one, it does tell you to build an advanced subfief, which is the bigger spacer.
Well, but don't despair. I am good, and I'll train you, as I said, but these days I then listen for the sake of who knows, track them to do this for me.
Yeah, and you got to remember, so one of the key things in the game is when you go to, just remember this, when you build your advanced subfief, think of a Rubik's Cube. When you drop your subfief, it is the centerpiece of that Rubik's Cube. So just remember, everything that is showing you above is also below the ground, if that makes sense. So if the Rubik's Cube can be 10 squares high, 5 of it right now is above ground, and 5 of it is below ground if you don't raise your subfief as high as possible. So what a lot of people do is, before they get started, they'll drop like maybe a 2x2, and then just build a bunch of steps up, tear this advanced subfief down, go all the way to the top part, and then drop it there, and then start building your base, because then you have maximized all the space. And that's really, I would say that's really would be important if you plan on building on a flat location. But if you plan on building on a mountaintop or on the side of a mountain, then if you want to build stuff that goes down the side of the mountain, you definitely want to then just drop the subfief there, so it gives you that also that building ability to go down already. So just remember that. That's just a little tip.
here is the where you can take the copter ride. Gotta talk to somebody here.
So back here, this is like once we level up into the game where you can actually go from one trade post to the other. You could just like take a transport, or like a copter, and it'll fly you from one trade post to the other. So if you don't want to, like if you're driving around or something.
Most have, fortunately, they were purged. Indeed, the young gaze out across the Arrakis Badlands. As it happens, don't fool. I'm in the. Of course, nor would he authorize.
Also, just remember, and this is another just cool idea, just to think about when you're building your base and all that stuff. And if you want to travel, so like let's say for instance you need a bunch of copper. You don't, but your base is somewhere all the way up north somewhere. You don't want to drive all the way down. You know, that'd be a pain in the butt. So my recommendation to you would be, if you're gonna have to do all that driving, but you got, like say for instance your bike, load your bike up, pull it into your inventory, go to the trade post, fly down to the Haga Basin area where all the copper is, farm all that stuff, and then only have to drive up one time instead of having to drive south and then north again.
On the other hand, have infinite resources and the production capacity of countless worlds. Plunder them, off-worlder. There is a shipwreck near here. Slip inside and claim your share of the spoils.
There you go. Claim our share of the spoils. Don't mind if I do. So let's head back to our base. Well, no, remember we said we were gonna clear out that map here. I guess we can get this on the way out. How about that? Let's do that. We're gonna do this one here.
Yeah, I agree with you on that because right now, sometimes it's really difficult to determine or to identify if it's an NPC or another player. Also, another thing that you can do is before you tear down your base, if you farmed a bunch of copper ore, convert it to actual ingots before you transfer everything. Yeah, to be honest, my goal would be like so my goal is to get into the area, to the third zone, immediately start making steel. And then with the steel, my goal then is to get me a buggy with storage. And then I'll just come down to this area and I will literally fill up that whole buggy with copper and maybe do that 2 or 3 times. Because like I said, I'm a pack rat. You know, I'll probably fill up one of the larger boxes with nothing but copper. Look at that base right there. That's a cool base. So, I mean, that's what I like about the game is the freedom to build where you want to build, what you want to build. And to be honest, if you like an area that's in the starter area, there ain't nothing wrong. Go and build your advanced subfief and then remove it and then come back down here. If you built a really cool base and you want to keep expanding on it in this area, there is nothing wrong with doing that. But yeah, you're going to be right, man. That copper, I think, is still going to be a pain. I mean, even in the advanced area, the spot that I'm going to go into near the end, you're going to see, I go to a location, and it does have, I think, 1 or 2 copper ores, but it's never going to give you that much. But then you also got to remember, as you level up in the game, you get better tools that allow you to farm more items. So, like right now, if I farm this copper right here, let's see how many pieces I get. So I just got 41 pieces. Once you get like the tier 3 tool, I think you're getting like 60 or 70. So, and then if you get the really high level one, you get over 100 and something copper off of one scan. So it's going to make a huge difference if you have the higher rating thing, so that even then you only got 1 or 2 copper pieces or copper nodes near your new base that might be in a higher level area, but you're still farming over 100 and something pieces every time there. So that kind of offsets the difference. Because yeah, you're right. I think even iron. Remember now, iron's in the Vermilius area. We know that you need aluminum and a bunch of other items to make the better stuff, and those are also going to be farmed only in specific locations. So, yeah, you're gonna, but I mean, my goal is to find a really cool spot to build a base. I mean, that's really what I'm looking forward to. It's not in the game yet, so from what I understand, that's going to be post. So the tank and a bunch of other things, I don't think they just were not able to get it in the game. So I understand from what the guys that have been testing the beta have said, is it's not going to be out for the game launch. And I think they've also mentioned it in their Q&A. Somebody did ask about the tanks, and I believe also if you saw in some of the videos, there was like bases where they had turrets on top of it, and those are not in the game either yet. So it's going to be post-launch. It's going to come after. But look at that. You see the blood. It's an easy way to get water, And so what I'm doing is I'm extracting as much water as I can because I'm getting ready to tear down my base. And so I'm just going to drink as much water as I can and get everything ready before I start tearing the whole base down.
4 research points, which isn't enough to do anything. But that's fine. We'll do that. Alright, so go right there. We're gonna go hit the shipwreck. Intel points.
Identify yourself.
Also, one of the things, I don't know. I do know that it can transport like larger vehicles, like I believe those it can transport the spice vehicles, which are probably I think the largest vehicles, because I think the spice vehicles they're actually bigger than the buggy. Okay, so here you go. I'm trying to revive, and we made it just in the nick of time.
Enemy sighted.
Yeah, this was a dumb move on my part.
Okay.
Fighting the guys with the blade when I was
Okay.
getting shot. That was
Ugh.
just me being lazy.
Hopefully I woke up at my base or my bike. Oh, hit the button too fast.
Yeah. As you can see, I respawned.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
And I had a bike right there, so I could have actually respawned right there. Yeah, but the ornithopters, yeah, they definitely can carry larger vehicles. So what a lot of people do in the beginning, like if you just have like the scout copter as an example, the scout copter you can put in the little device that you can load up
Alright.
and put inside your
Was a
inventory.
Bad move on my
So
part.
like let's say for instance you want to do some farming.
We can run back.
You
It's not a
take
big deal.
remember now the Bucky will not go into the you can't make, which is odd. You can take the scout copter and put it into there, but you can't do a buggy. And I would think the copter is a lot bigger than the buggy, but whatever. For whatever reason, that's the way they got it set. So what you could do is you take the scout copter, you load up the scout bike with your inventory slot, right? You fly to wherever you got to go, and then you pick up I believe the copters do have an inventory, but I don't think it's much. I think from what I understand, it's not as big as, it might be like maybe around the same size as a bike. If it's the same size as the bike, then realistically you don't need the bike. I would just say you fly to wherever you got to go, farm that copper, whatever you needed, and then fly back and drop it off. But yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you have all the items that you need. Be prepared, like you saw. Like, don't put yourself in a situation like I just did and get killed. Like, you saw I was taking a bunch of damage. What I should have done is backed up, got out of that area, regrouped, healed up all the way back up, and then go back in. Because if you think about if you think about it, look how much time it's taking me to run all the way back to where I was at, to where my bike is at, and then how much time would it have taken us to just run around the corner, get out of that combat
Watch
area,
out for those ships there.
heal
man.
back up, and then
Light,
get back into the fight.
get in the fight.
Yeah. So that, as you can see, that was.
Caught in the light, you gotta get in
If
the
you
fight.
get greedy like I just did, you're gonna make mistakes, and those mistakes, as you can see, they can cost you dearly, as it just did with my guy. I ended up dying, and so,
Get even with these
and that
guys.
was from just pure stupidity.
Get lucky in their
There was no reason for me to have taken a death right there at that spot.
we'll get,
I should have just backed up and regrouped. But you learn, sometimes you get caught in the heat of the moment, and I think also sometimes, like, if you played certain games and, you've gotten into multiple combats, and yeah, the backup tool only works as long as you don't have items in the storage. That is correct. So just remember, like Jason just mentioned, you can pick up your copter and your bike as long as there's nothing in that inventory. If there's anything in that inventory, it won't allow you to pick it up. But like I said, I haven't had a copter, so honestly, I don't know what size, if the scout copter has inventory space. I would think it has a little bit. So technically what you could do is like go farm some copper, load it up into the copter, fill up your personal inventory, and then just jump on the copter and fly back. That's a quick way to do that. So, there we go. We got our revenge though, guys. We got even with those guys. Now, boom.
There you go.
Okay. You stabbed him.
What'd you get?
Oh, definitely. Huggy, I can't argue with there on that at all. I think you're 100% right. I think there are going to be people that will be like, I don't like this, or I didn't like that. What I saw, I'm not going to play the game. But, just like any game when it first comes out, there's going to be combat issues, save mechanics, or something like that. But all that stuff gets ironed out within the first, couple weeks. and then the gameplay is going to be awesome. And I think like the guys that don't do that, like so the stupid intel points was right above me, but I didn't know that there was a spot, so I was driving around, but there's like other locations. But I'm just saying, is you guys, those that jump in on it and get the best spot for their base and all that stuff, man, they're gonna have a good time.
Ahead, baby.
They're gonna have fun.
There we go.
Also, I definitely recommend, if you haven't done it, once you get like some decent armor and a weapon, is let those guys with the shining the light that are scanning the desert, let them catch you so you can kill them. It's so much fun, man. They're pretty decent outfitted gear wise and everything, but definitely get that experience of getting pulled up in their tractor beam and then fighting them. I think it drops like 4 guys. Definitely well worth that combat. It's really fun.
I see someone.
Fortunately, we can't get no more blood, so these guys are lucky.
Mayday, mayday. This is Ensign Meredith commanding Alcyon. Lieutenant Lakers is down. The convoy is under sustained attack. They knew where we'd be. We've lost contact with the group leader, Kytheria.
Oh, that's good to know. But yeah, definitely them intel points, man. That's going to be what you want to farm in the beginning. So when you definitely want to try and get all the intel points in the beginning area, and in every area you move to, you want those intel points, because that's what's going to allow you to unlock them the most as early as possible.
Okay. Check those.
Or also, like what you're going to unlock. So, like for instance, the steel suits. The steel suits don't give you much armor, but they give you that extra water. As you can see, I'm wearing a steel suit. So if I hold F down, I'll drink water out of my steel suit. But if you're not going to be wearing steel suits,
Weapon.
then in the beginning, don't invest points in the steel suits. If you're not going to wear heavy armor, like me personally, I tried out the heavy armor. I didn't really care too much for it because I felt like it made me move slower. And so I have no intention of using heavy armor. So it doesn't make any sense for me to learn the recipes for anything that's heavy armor related in the beginning. You want to save those points. Now, also in the same token, though, the way the game is, you have to have so many points invested in something before you can unlock the next area. So in order to get to, say, like copper, you have to have 50 points invested in intel. To get then past copper to the iron, you have to have 100 intel points. To get from iron to, say, aluminum, you got to have 200, and it keeps doubling, I think. So just remember, you're going to have to invest so many amount of points anyway. The question is just going to be how many points that you invest.
as well go here. Before we go back. Travel that quest too.
Yeah. I think gear is definitely going to play a major role.
And the wood.
Because as you can see, I'm wearing the steel suit, which looks cool, but it doesn't give you much armor. So you'll see later on when I get into the other area, if I get into combat, they kill me much quicker. So when you were wearing the steel suit, the body torso portion, did it still capture water? Or do you have to have the full steel suit in order to capture water? You'll see how the Aaron's rifle is so much more effective than the pistol. And as you notice right now, because I'm getting ready, I'm preparing myself for getting ready to cross the gap. And so I'm collecting as much copper because I know I need a lot of copper when I get to the other side, like to make the water canisters that store extra water. They use copper. Oh, okay, guys. So if you guys didn't know, Jason just gave us a good tip. If you are running different armor sets, as long as you have the body torso portion of the steel suit, your guy is still going to capture that extra water. And so like he had a mix of heavy and light armor, then you could probably do the same thing too. Okay, that's good to know. I thought I needed to have the whole set, but now I know that if I just have the body piece, I'm still going to collect water. That makes it even better. Okay, guys, so right here you'll see we've spent 37 of 100 intel points. So before you can even unlock anything that's steel related, we have to have spent 100 intel points. It could be under weapons, the blood part. It could be under building. It could be under vehicles. I forgot what that one is, but you have to spend a total of 100 intel points before you can unlock steel. So I believe then the iron was 50, and I believe copper might have been then 25. So it looks like it keeps doubling. So it went from 0, 25, 50, 100, which means aluminum is going to need 200. The one after aluminum is going to then need 400. And probably the last one's going to be some crazy number. And you might think, well, you know, the intel points, that's a lot. But look at these steel products. That's 15 intel points there, 15 there, 10 there. There's a couple things underneath there. So, you know, as you can see, those numbers add up really fast. And now if you look down here, excuse me, you also see these start out at 30, 30, 30. 30, 30, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. So it's not going to be hard, guys, for you to spend intel points. And the good thing is if you look at these icons, it tells you where you can get all the stuff. So that's one of the good things I also like about this map is if you're looking for a specific resource, it's going to give you an icon where you can find that resource. So all you got to do is look at your map and see where you got to go, and then you should be fine. But yeah, Jason is correct. You got to be selective in where you want to, how you do your combat. You got to be more tactical if you want to survive, because again, that's going to be a huge armor adjustment. So like on my other on the last half of the recording, which goes about like 8 hours, I actually have I'm using heavy armor, and the armor bonus is huge. Like I went from like 100 armor and near the end to like 360, 370 armor. That's huge. So that is correct. When you go to a place to collect intel, once you've collected that intel, you're not going to be able to go back again to collect it. But don't be discouraged. Like I've showed you guys earlier in the maps, and you know, the intel points. There's going to be plenty of intel points on each map location. Plus, oops, you also got to watch out. There's little mines. And you're going to need lots of those EMF generators and those micro sandwiches. So any chance you get to collect those, you definitely want to take those. But, Huggy, just to give you an idea of how many intel points, I think there's 10 locations here in this bottom, in the Haga Basin. And 10 times 3 is 30 points right there. Or 300, I'm sorry, 10 times 3 is 30 intel points just alone right there. Then with all the levels, I think as you go up in levels, you get intel points, and that also keeps increasing. So from like say level 1 to 2, you might get 2. And then level 2 to 3, you get 6. And then from level 3 to 4, you get 8 or 10. And so as you level up, you're also getting intel points too. So the Haga Basin is 3. There you go. Vermilion is 5, and all the other zones are probably going to be 7 to 10. And again, like in the Vermilion zone, the Vermilion gap, there's like, I want to say like there's over 20 locations, and so you multiply 20 times 5, that's over 100 intel points alone just right there. So you are going to need to either level a lot or just go gather the intel points. Yeah, that rifle, Aaron's rifle, man, makes such a huge difference versus my pistol. My pistol was horrible compared to that. And again, as you see, don't do what I'm doing and constantly always stand. You know, crouch down behind stuff. So you saw he had a shield on, and when I was hitting him when the shield was up, I wasn't doing any damage. But while he's shooting, it was causing his shield to go down. And so that was allowing me then to, while I was able to hit him with the shield, even though he had a shield. So when he's doing a shield, certain things will drop your shield. So just remember that too. Certain weapons that you're actually using and stuff, though they do have an potential to force your shields also to go down. So just remember that. That can happen. It's a thing. And there's the intel points. Boom. As you notice, I'm running around to get my bike. I'm not gathering many more items because remember, weight is a thing in here, and the fuel cells, they weigh a lot. Scrap metal weighs a lot, and so does the ore. And the larger bases will also have like a bigger, larger box, a loot drop, which is usually going to have generally speaking, it has a blueprint that you can learn. Or a schematic. I believe in the game it's just schematic. There we go. Picked up some generators and the micro sandwich fabrics. Those are also valuable items that you definitely want to get whenever you see them or find them. Or if you got to prioritize, like say over fiber or copper or something, you definitely want to prioritize that than over those. Yep, that is correct. Jason just pointed that out. It's the constellation chest. See, we leveled up. You saw we got 3 skill points right there and intel points. Oh, that would be good. That's a lot of intel points. It means you might be able to get most of the stuff.
Right. Get the last guy.
Oh yeah. So just based off the information that Jason and Antios just provided, you know, just leveling isn't going to be enough to learn everything. You're definitely going to have to go ahead and hit those locations to get the research points, the intel points. You're not going to get past that. And it's right now 4,350. However, I don't believe that everything is currently showing. So that number that Antios is using, it just might actually go up.
Who's that?
Because remember, we already know that certain things aren't going to make it and going to get loaded into the game after, like the tank. And of course, you're going to need points to learn that. So who knows if that's going to be aluminum or if it's going to be, certain material only, like the high-end stuff. And you're going to need research points for those too. So I just think those are going to be a few things that are going to get added later. So that number, almost 4,600, is definitely going to go up at some date and time.
All right. So we can get on back. Okay, we got to do scavenger rags. So research. Do we research that yet? Okay, cool.
So what you saw me doing there is clearing all the guys for the contract to get the trooper quest line started and completed.
Inventory. That. It's not showing there, so we must have completed it. Alright. Back to the base, so first things first. So we've gotten all these intel points. It's got all those intel points. That's Kaylee's monument. We have to go there. We can do that later. And when we leave this place, we get those last two. Okay, perfect.
Oh yeah, about to get some hang time. Nope, not as much as I thought I was gonna get.
Let's go to the base. I think what we'll do is instead of making the other set of gear, I think our inventory space is full, is we're gonna drop the quests off. that air, baby. Alright, we got space. Yeah, we got some space. Alright, let's make that here. So we need a full set, and then we need to mark it, make the pins all. So that's right there. And let's see. Sandbike inventory. Definitely want that. Vehicle backup. Want that too. And I want to.
And in that area there where I created the sand bike inventory slot, you could actually skip that because when you go and turn your quests in, you actually get a level 2 sand bike storage, which holds, I believe, 15 instead of 10. Oh yeah, definitely. If you create a spreadsheet, you're definitely gonna have something that you can follow step by step. Look at that worm. Look at that.
I have crossed the Vermilius Gap, Off-Worlder, and I still haven't shaken my unwanted followers. I'm afraid I must delay our reunion until... well, I fear drastic measures might be required. But fear not, Off-Worlder. You've come this far alone. I'm impressed. You're a long way from that mewling mauler I dragged from the wreckage of the Proteus. Listen, you'll need a vehicle to cross the sands to the Paranorth and reach the gap. But vehicles require components that aren't created here on Arrakis. Arrakis has a long history, Off-Worlder, more than you might imagine. Some things, like the Imperial testing stations, contain echoes of the past. But more importantly, they contain stockpiles of components you'll need. Just be careful. Those old ruins are a beacon for all kinds of scum.
So as you're seeing right now is that we've progressed in the map where, or the quest line where it's asking us to create a bike. So basically all you do is the bike that you've already created, just take it apart and put it back together, and that'll allow you to complete the quest too. So you don't have to build a second bike. Oh, definitely. I think the deep desert, man, that's gonna be. Uh, I truly think that's gonna be a game of its own. I think that the deep desert is gonna be something that I don't know, man. I just think it's just gonna be something that people aren't gonna be realizing until it's there, and then they're just gonna be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. I think that's exactly what it's gonna be. Oh, definitely. I truly believe that the first couple weeks of the deep desert, I think the guys that get there first might have an advantage, but then I think once other groups start challenging them, that's when the combat and the craziness is just going to be so out of this world.
That's it, Ophelia. You're ready. I'm waiting at Mirzabar. That's the great rock formation that looks like a giant hammer. Be careful. Vehicles are fast, but nothing can outrun Shai Halud. You can only hope to get between safe areas more quickly. I'll see you soon.
So now we're getting ready to head into the Vermilion. So, that's the recycler, which is also another thing that you can do is just remember the game has a recycler. So like components that you find, especially I think the higher level components later on in the game are going to drop valuable components that you need for building and stuff.
Quest, and we're going to come back, take what we can from our base, load up everything, and then we're moving to the new location. Go get those last two intel points. Yeah. Let's get some air, baby. Yes.
So here you can see we just turned in a bunch of quests, and we'll be getting a bunch of points.
Okay.
And we got a level 2 sand bike inventory slot. So that's why I was saying we didn't really need to make a level 1. Once you turn in the quest there, you get the level 2 one.
Sandbike inventory MK2. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I truly believe that anybody who wants to maintain dominance in PvP, it's not going to be cheap. Like, you know, I don't know. From what I understand, there's like a lot of aerial combat, and so you're going to have to invest heavily.
Oh,
look at that. Oh yeah, I think that all those things are going to apply to both sides of the house.
Treadmills.
So.
Don't really need those.
You keep coming back like this, I'll have to... Indeed. I hope... You keep coming back like this, I'll have to stop calling you stranger. Stranger?
Definitely gonna keep that. take the treads. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, but just remember you can salvage those parts. So just salvage it back into parts, and then just then you can stack it.
Salmon cutter, there we go. Need that. Need that.
Oh, definitely. I think that would have been some good information to have. But I think they're doing another Q&A session. I want to say it's supposed to be, I think, today. And maybe those questions can get hopefully answered then. I think it's either the 25th or the 28th is when they're doing the Q&A for the mid-end game. Yes, that's true. So, like, let's say, for instance, your end group is going to be Harkonian. Then you'd want to complete the Atreides playthrough first, join the Atreides, and then once you join the Atreides, what you do then is once you've joined the Atreides, then all you have to do is just betray them, and then you can switch to Harkonian. So once you complete the mission status thing or whatever for Atreides, which I, from what I understand, does take a while. It's not one of those like little quick things. It does take a little bit. But once you then join Atreides, you could then go ahead and switch to Arconian. Because you don't want to start off as Arconian if that's what and you want to be Harkonian, because then there's nothing to betray. And then if you switch to Atreides, which let's say you don't want to be actually, then you're stuck with it. So like all the gear, I can crush that back down into resources, all the other stuff. And then once all that's done, then you could just go ahead and start cleaning house. Remember, I made a bunch of extra water bottles so that I can then extract all that water before I leave. Yeah, so what I'm doing is breaking down all the stuff that I really don't need to be taking with me. Breaking it down back into its raw resources. All that stuff right there. Throwing it in the scrap thing. See, inventory's full. So put all that in a recycler. Crush it all down. So I'm prepping right now everything, and then I plan on tearing everything down.
Okay, it's time to start loading up the bike. So we definitely want to start with the heavy items. Stackable items that weigh.
So my storage for the bike got maxed out. So now we just need to, we still got a little bit. So now I think what we're going to do is pick up all the building stuff. And then as you can see, I left the subfief there because once we get over to the other side, I'm going to then go to the map and destroy it like the
All right, we are
steps
ready,
tell us.
people. We still have to go here, so let's go there and check, make sure we didn't miss nothing. And then we are ready to go to the new area.
Doing all that.
So what, we've been playing like almost 3 hours. That's mostly casual.
Hey, what's up, Arcadia?
I mean,
Oh, not a whole lot. What you got going on?
I was
Just doing a little live streaming.
we actually ran it.
You know, when
an hour
people are
and 30
watching,
minutes,
seeing if
but
they got questions. I've been
that's
answering a lot of questions
getting
from
a lot
the
of
guys
stuff
that are
that's
watching my
pretty
live
much
stream
just
on
farming
YouTube.
material.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Where we
No,
go
you're
into
not.
the,
It's just
new
for anybody
location,
wanting
and
to
that
just
was
kind
it.
of talk Dune shop.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot to talk about.
Oh, definitely.
And, yeah, I definitely have been fiending for some Dune.
Oh my gosh, man, you're not the only one, man. I tell you. But you know, everything seems to be coming into place. I got a lot of stuff I got to take care of this week. Spend some
Back
time,
again. Like this, it's over.
you know,
Oh,
hang out with my
it's
dad for his
fine.
birthday next week.
Kill it. I swear you're a
And then my kids are moving out the house next weekend. And
Oh man.
so everything is falling into place perfectly.
Yep. That's some rough times there, man.
Oh yeah.
Anything
Oh
to
yeah.
sell?
I'm looking
keep
forward
coming
to
back like this,
having no
I'll
stress
stop
and
calling you
easy
stranger.
game time.
Stranger.
That's your first kid moving out, or?
Well, I have an older son. He moved out a long time ago, and now my daughter, she's 19, and my son is 24. They're both moving out now too. So
Do you have anything I want?
It's bittersweet, man.
oh yeah, but I mean they're ready for it. I'm ready for it. You know, now I can downsize, get something smaller, and just
Nothing that we want.
you know
So,
enjoy my retirement.
let's look at the map.
There you go.
Yeah, that question mark is gone.
I still got a ways to go for that. I got 119 that left.
We're heading over to the new area.
I got a 14 and a 7.
Oh yeah, you got a ways. Oh yeah, you definitely got a ways.
Keep them as long as I can.
Yeah, I did too. I like I said, I really enjoyed the fact that the kids stayed with me as long as they did. You know, my daughter, even though she's the youngest one, she was the one that was really pushing to move out. And so, you know, you hold on as much as you can. Eventually, you just say, okay, gotta let her go. So, and then I just felt, you know, I felt more comfortable with the fact that my son moves in with her. So, you know, they both got an apartment together. And so, you know, it's going to be their first apartment on their own. Well, actually, the second time. So I think they'll be fine.
Oh, and that she's not alone.
Yeah, that's
Not
the
really.
most important thing. Yeah, that was what I felt comfortable with.
All right.
Great.
Definitely don't want to get caught out here.
Now, one thing I didn't
Yeah.
expect about
It's a
Dune
recipe for death.
is that demo that they put out did not look as good as the beta did.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah.
Like, I was very surprised when I pulled this up and I got in there and I saw the just the fidelity and the sand,
Okay.
the
Um,
textures on everything. I was just blown away. I was
not
like, this
good.
is not what I saw in that little demo thing. Because I was thinking, I thought it was Unreal 4 for from the demo, just from the high frames, and the it looked okay, but it did not look like it did when I popped that beta on. I said, okay, all right.
Oh yeah, the graphics are amazing. Like, when I started playing, and what's a shame is, when I was doing my recordings, I didn't catch that. Even though I was recording in 1080, it downscaled it to 720. So the gameplay that I'm showing right now doesn't even do any justice to what the graphics really look like. But since then, I've went ahead and fixed it. Well, somewhat fixed it. After this stream is done, I'm gonna do some stuff with my daughter, have her fix up my new overlay and all that stuff, and get all the settings right, so that on the next stream, hopefully, then I'll be prepared. And of course, I'm gonna be using 1440, so that'll give it even a much better graphics and resolution.
Sure. Let's say you stream a lot. You YouTube, you said, right?
Yeah, I do streaming a lot now.
Oh, nice.
I just, like I said, I just retired, so now that I got the time to dedicate, I tried it before, but between the kids and my ex at the time and her kid, I just didn't have the time. I was just never no time to really do anything. But now that I'm retired, I can commit it to this like 100%. This is like my job, which is, I mean, what better job to have than to be able to just stream?
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the dream for me.
So, let's look at this, guys. We need to go
I get
somewhere
ready. I mean, I have a lot of the bones kind of set up for it. I have everything set up for it, and I've played around with it. But I definitely want to be able to stream and provide that layer of entertainment and enjoy myself.
Oh, definitely. I think it's important. Like I said, I procrastinated long enough. Now that I got the time to dedicate to it, the retirement, I was able to take early retirement, and I got to the point where I said, you know what, I'm tired of this rat race and with the work and everything, and so I said, you know what, I'll just take the early retirement and just enjoy life now, and so that's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, I still got a bit of a hill climb in my career. I've got a couple of layers to climb before I can get get that comfortable. But I think I'm going to be able to retire pretty early. I've got work credits from since I was 16.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
Substantial savings put in, so.
Yeah, that's a smart
when
move.
when I get ready, it's I've already got designs and plans. I'm looking at those what do they call them, tiny houses?
Oh yeah, definitely.
They got these pods that you can get, and they're all steel construction. It's you put it together, everything folds out. It's real simple install. Just will do everything I need, and then it's the ones I'm looking at are incredibly stout. That's what I want, because I live in the South. We have to worry about hurricanes and bad weather and stuff. So I said, if I'm going to build something or buy something, again, it's going to be small, what I need, and I want this thing, strong, real strong.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm in Alabama, so we just had a tornado close, not close as in the sense that it was close to where I'm at, but we are susceptible to the tornadoes, and I had considered moving down to Florida, but then the issue with Florida is just right now, just with the market and everything is just so crazy, it's just not worth it. I mean, but if I do something, if I was to move to Florida, I would do exactly like you said, get a tiny home, and definitely go off grid, make sure the property I get has a well, and then I would set up solar panels.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm eyeballing. They have some property in between towns.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And,
That's the best way to go.
Once Starlink is a little bit more established down in this area, be good to go.
Yeah, so I can tell you now, I am not a fan. Like I said, I've worked in the government and military long enough to know that satellite is just, it's not a stable enough internet for me. I don't care how much Starlink tries to advertise or whatever. I've worked with the military where we even had like, you know, big giant satellites connected, and I could tell you it's just not the kind of internet. So my recommendation to you would be, if you're going to build something and you have your own property, first thing I would look and see if there's like a cable, AT&T or something like that that is going along the road from one location to the other. And then I would literally just work out something with them, and then I would literally just make a ditch that goes all the way to your house, set everything up for them, and then have them come and connect you into their network, so you have a solid, stable internet. In the long run,
go ahead.
I think in the long run, that's just still going to be cheaper and more efficient.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this area, if you go hardline like that outside of town, your limit is DSL. the closest cable that we have is towards the edge of town where I am, and in town you can get fiber, but they have no plans to extend fiber outside. Even fiber over copper is not going to happen. But we've been using Starlink at work, and have had a lot of really good success out in the field. I work with the government also, and it's come a long way the last 5 years, I guess. Because we tried it originally. Go ahead.
I took the fork in the road. I was so happy that I met the cutoff for the fork in the road, so I took the fork in the road.
Nice. Yeah, I work with SpaceX, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, GE. We have contracts all over the place, but we started using Starlink out in the field just because of the limitation that we had for satellite facilities. And Starlink has been a godsend for those, but they're in good areas. So I can't comment on the whole overarching scheme for everywhere connectivity, but I know where we've used it, it's been great.
Yeah, but I mean, so I'm a diehard gamer, and I'll be honest, I really hate the wait. Like, I'm going to my dad's house for a week. And unfortunately, I already know what the internet's going to be like. Like, my dad lives in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and the house where he's at, the area, they just never really built up the internet. And so he's got crappy internet. And so I already know what's awaiting me. So I just really hate that slow internet. I need to have fast internet. I mean, I got the 1 gig. And, you know, what's a shame is, like, you know, here I am, I got a gigabit of internet. And like 15 years ago, when I was stationed overseas in the Netherlands, I had a 1 gig line, and I was only paying $50 for it.
That would be nice.
And now, you know, you think about the internet that you get nowadays, how expensive it is. And I'm saying to myself, you know, 20 years ago, I was paying for a gig line, and I was only paying $50. And so
I get that for 50 here.
The 1 gig?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm with AT&T, and I think here it's like 70.
Yeah, I'm with Optimum.
Yeah.
Used to be Suddenlink, and before that I think it was Comcast. Some French company bought it after the last hurricane, and they ran fiber. Well, it's fiber over copper, is what it is. They ran a bunch of fiber
Alright,
and then used the existing copper network to get it into the homes. And they started offering gigabit copper fiber for $50 a month, flat, unlimited, just out of nowhere. And nobody uses anything else. So like the DSL companies and cable companies and all those guys have been suffering heavily because they were charging 100, 150 for like 100 megabyte.
Because they had no
For
competition.
years.
Yeah, because they had no
Yeah.
competition. You were stuck with them.
Now, I want to build my base.
Oh my gosh! And when I lived in
Like over here.
when I lived in Carlos, there's this area that's shaped like a pie slice, where no cable or anything went into that area. It was only the old phone lines.
Oh my god.
And the
that's
highest,
horrible.
yeah, the highest you could get was 15 meg internet, and it was $100 a month.
That's crazy.
And I begged and pleaded with those people, and then I called every other company and said, I will pay whatever the cost is to dig a hole to my house and I tried the business lines, I tried everything. And then one day I was at work and I got a phone call.
Let's do the mission first.
And they were like, if we can give you 50 megabytes for what you're paying now, would that satisfy you?
Oh, look at that. There's the intel right there.
And I was like, I mean, it would be better than 15. And they were like, well, what I mean is, would you stop reaching out about this issue if we gave you 50? I was like, oh, I know what this is. I guess what it was is if I went through with it and someone actually did it, that would open up the gate for other people to do it.
And they didn't want to lose that customer base that they'd been screwing over for years.
So they were like, hey, we'll bump you up to 50, max you out if you just shut up. And I did. I shut the hell up because I wanted 50 real bad at the time.
I don't blame you. I'd have probably done the same thing too.
Message received. 50 mega it is. But
Look at that.
oh
That
shit.
was cool. That was cool. I got another cool option. So I'm driving across the sand dunes a little bit later on. I think it's on my other video. And like literally, like the worm came up right after me. And I had already lost my bike and I was running back to my base to get my bike. And like literally, I hit the speed run at the last second. And literally the worm just like went right underneath me as I got to the edge where it was about to get me. Oh my gosh, that thing scared me.
And the last weekend, I was playing with Mezu, and we were playing around just seeing kind of what the limits were to those worms. And I figured it was a pretty simple kind of gimmick, right? Like, you know, ooh, scary worm, it pops up, and then it chases you. You know, can't run away from it, blah, blah, blah. I didn't realize how much it varied depending on how pissed off it was. It gets incredibly harder the longer you're out there and the more pissed off it is. And I didn't realize that just because you hit the edge of that sand on that rock, you are not 100% safe. Just because you get your foot on that little line like you think it is.
Oh.
Because Mezu has her house was built kind of right on the edge, and she knew that if she could make it to her front porch that she was safe, which was wrong because that was not true. That thing can totally bank like a freaking skateboarder and hit you, and I don't know how many feet over, but it can totally get up there if it's mad enough.
Oh.
And it also it where it pops up at,
Mm-hmm.
it starts off pretty far and it'll get closer and closer, right?
Yeah.
But if you like, you know those little center areas in the sand where you can go in between the rocks to the other side?
Oh yeah.
It'll get quicker and it'll start getting ahead of you. Like where you pop from one side to the other. Because we were running this big circle just to see, push it to its limit to see how close it could get if we kept banking around, right at that edge. And it kept getting closer and closer, and then eventually it started popping up in front of us. Like it would go past us, like the ground would like start rising up underneath us, and it would pop up in front of us coming straight at us. Like it gets increasingly more dangerous.
Yeah, one of my guys on my channel just mentioned that if you build even on the edge of the sand where it's that like safety border, he said the problem is because of your facilities and everything still running, it will constantly keep attracting the worm, making the worm come out more frequently than normal.
Sure. I mean, we got the
Yep, that makes sense. I do know not to have your shield or your use that little jump belt when you're on the sand either, because that immediately pisses them off.
Wish he had the bigger bags. I guess he doesn't have them this time.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. I can't wait, man. We still got today's what 25th, so we've got 11 more days, man.
There you go.
Yep.
One.
Yep, it's exciting. Meeting was great. I think there was a little confusion during the meeting, but we got all that straightened out with the wardens.
Oh, definitely. I'll be looking forward to seeing which team I get put on. I know I like to keep giving DK a hard time because he always opens himself up. So I like to give Damone a hard time.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. I keep bugging him.
Oh shit, no.
Yeah, I know he's wanting to run a small strike team.
Yeah.
I don't know what his base is going to look like. I'm assuming he's going to have a base to support him with 16 to 20 people to start.
Oh, definitely.
But he's keeping, I think he said 3 people for his DD team that are going to be real tight to vest. But when it comes to his home team, it's going to be probably a pretty tight ship. So that'll be something to watch. I think his footage is going to be great from opening day. That's going to be some exciting.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the gameplay that he's going to have is just going to be spot on. Because like I said, he's played the closed beta, so he knows, he already has a plan of attack. He knows exactly what he wants to do. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can really hit,
take a quick break, hold on.
If he can really hit the deep desert in 6 to 8 hours.
I have a feeling that they're going to extend some of the things out, and that's only from my experience in alphas and betas. They do tend to make things a little shorter during testing, and then only during beta do they start playing with it a little bit. My guess, I could see double the time for certain things, but that's just from... Now, does that mean that he won't get there in 8? I don't think so. I think the average person is going to take much longer than that, but I'm willing to bet he's already got that plan.
Yeah, one of my guys who watches Damone's videos, so Jason, one of the guys, he's saying that he thinks that Damone's information is kind of misleading. So hey, Jason, just so you know,
Storm is gone.
His videos are not misleading.
Left our bike out, man. It'd have been ruined.
What you have to realize on Damone's videos is that he's still under an NDA. So there's a lot of information that he could probably be talking about, but he can't because he's under that NDA, and so that's preventing him for saying certain things. So if you watch a lot of Damon's videos, he's trying to narrow it down on some stuff specific to just the Haga Basin and the Vermilion Gap right now. Now, once that NDA goes away, I can assure you that the stuff that he probably knows and wants to talk about, he'll be able to talk about it then. But just like right now, he just cannot talk about it, and so that's why, you know, the information that you get, you might think is misleading. He can only just limit what he knows to what was shown in the open beta. So that's why if you see him talking about certain videos and they're kind of vague, that's because he can't go into certain specifics without getting in trouble with the NDA.
Yeah. He begs the question a lot. Like he'll tell you some stuff without telling you. That's vague, but you can see him wanting to sometimes so bad.
Oh, definitely. But I can assure you that Antios, I know you're saying you think that 6 hours isn't doable, but I can assure you that if Damone is confident that within 6 hours he's going to be in the DD, unless they change the mechanics from when they had the closed beta until now, when it actually gets releases, if they leave everything the same, then his prediction of getting there in 6 hours, I think is actually doable. So just alone, you got to think about it. We had 8 people, and we sped run all the way to the Vermilius Gap and started setting up a base and started getting ready in an hour and a half. So now you got to think about it. Let's say you got 16 guys, and you get all 16 guys, let's say worst case scenario, in 2 hours.
You may call me we specialize. Is there anything the anvil and in
yeah, but the stuff that he talks about, if he says he's gonna get, I guarantee you we can, because if you got let's say 10 guys, so you have 10 guys that make it to that area in an hour and a half. Those 10 guys now, they're gathering resources to farm versus just one person. You've got 10 guys farming resources.
Look at that.
So you got some guys that are going to be farming then say aluminum. You're going to have some guys that are probably farming then the cobalt or whatever it is that you're going to need to make the steel. And once you get past those things, and then everybody's dropping it all off in one location, that allows you then to start building the higher tier items. So I truly believe that within 4 to 5 hours, we're going to have enough to where we can already start putting the first copter together, which means within the 6th hour, somebody's going to be sitting in a copter flying through the DD. So I think that is really realistic.
Well, not to mention, I mean, we literally have 300 people supporting that vision. So we're gonna have a DD team at the ready.
Oh yeah, definitely. And so I truly believe that that is actually a doable speed. I truly believe that if that's really what he's pushing for. Yeah, you're right. Now, it's because you're going to have 10 guys or 12 guys or 16 guys together. And so you're going to be able to gather the materials. Now, does that mean that all 10 guys are going to have a copter and be able to go into the deep desert? No. What he's saying is he'll be able to get into the deep desert within the first 6 hours, which means that those 10 or 16 individuals that are working together are going to be pooling all the resources, which will allow then the first 1 or 2 copters to get built together. And once you get those babies put together, boom, you're into the deep desert. You're going to start farming some of the materials and then getting right back as quick as possible. Hopefully by then you've got the next 2 copters ready or next one ready. And so you just start building, and that's how it is. But I guarantee you, if Damone says he's going to be able to get to the deep desert in 6 hours, I truly believe he will make it. So it's going to be interesting to see how other guilds are doing the exact same thing that we're trying to do. You know, like,
we gotta go
I'm
through
pretty sure we're not the
resource
only people that are
inventories just
making plans to go through this speed run and try and get to that other side. So it's going to be interesting to see how other people do.
Well, not only that, there's a PvE strip that can be farmed to a lower level inside the DD. So people are going to want to get there as fast as humanly possible. It's not going to be like an all-out brutal PvP the second that you touch foot in there. It's going to be right into that PvE strip, getting those materials, and then hauling ass back, because that's the fastest way to get you ready to even be out there.
And right here on my video here, so you see I'm trying to open the doors here on the side, and you saw that it wasn't opening. So what I saw is I saw somebody else's video. There's if the side doors aren't opening, then the opening's on top of that. So you have to climb on top of the shipwreck and open it up on the top. So if you try and open up a shipwreck and the two side doors ain't opening, you got to go on top of the shipwreck, and then there's an opening there that you can scan to go into it.
Pretty much blocked. An invisible wall.
Yeah, Huggy Bear, you're right. As people are doing combat, you're gonna die. People are gonna die. Copters are gonna get destroyed. So you're gonna have to have people at the base still constantly churning out stuff, making equipment, making weapons, whatever the case is needed, because that's just a nature of the beast in PvP. The only difference I think that separates this PvP from, say, other PvT games is, you know, a lot of times, like if you get killed, a lot of your stuff you might still be able to keep, whereas in this side of the house, a lot of that stuff disappears. So the problem you're going to have is, you know, if you only had enough material to make, say, 2 copters, and both of those copters get shot down, then you're stuck until you can make new copters. You're going to have to go back out and farm and get all that stuff.
So maybe one would say for science, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I know. So Damone has already got a plan together to get those 300, and he already has a route set up. And he says when he completes that route, not counting the intel points that we've already gotten, he says in that new area, in 30 minutes, you'll have around 300 intel points. There's another explosion up in the air. You can see that. In my other recording, airtime. Ooh, love that. In my other recording, where I was playing the last 8 hours or something before they shut down the servers, I found one of those locations where the spice explodes, and I actually got the recording of where you start bubbling, and then like a few minutes later it explodes. You see the big cloud, and then I was able to go over there and actually see the spice on the ground. It's pretty cool. Yep, there's another crash.
Is that where that kind of rainbow aura looking stuff is, or is that something that's different?
What now?
I was curious that we had found a spot that had this big rainbow kind of aura that you walked into.
Yeah, that's radioactive. So that's a radiation area. So there is gear for radiation, but right now we don't have none of the outfits or gears that protect you against radiation. But yeah, those areas that I saw it earlier on the map too, the little rainbow thing that we saw. Yeah, that just means that area is irradiated with radiation.
So I have a spot that I like to go to. It's got a good view.
Yeah, so right now what I'm doing is I'm going to a good spot. Well, you know, Antios, I can only assure you that if I am on the group with Damone, you're welcome to watch the stream, because I will be recording it, and you'll have the facts right there on in live data as to how long it takes us to get there. But I would say 6 hours are pretty optimistic. Are they unrealistic? I mean, nothing nowadays is unrealistic if you put your mind to it. But and you also got to remember, it's not everybody will be at that level to make the copter. Not everybody's going to have enough intel points to make the copter. But you will have the one or two people that can make the copters. They'll be at the point level that they need to be at so that they can make it.
Hold on. Let's look at the map.
Yep, so I've got to go a little bit further down to the left.
I didn't find intel to be that difficult to farm.
No. Intel's actually pretty easy to get. You just got to unlock the map and then just hit all those different little base camps and then just farm the intel.
Metal.
As I played very casually myself. Osmic, Mezu. We went from base to base. Like before I knew it, we were level 25, level 30, and just hit all the areas that we could at just a very casual pace over the weekend. We got a lot of intel points, like more than what we could do with them in the beta.
Oh, definitely.
So,
yeah, I was in the same route too.
This might be the spot.
No. Gotta go a little bit further down.
Yeah, I think the thing to think about too is that Damone, like, when he gets into a game, like, he's sweaty is not just a word, and he keeps, like he calls it his vanguard usually of the super sweats, and these guys are working 24/7 to reach those goals, and he loves to hit those milestones too. So I think he set that probably a little low. To have that target to hit, but I think they'll get there.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm there for it, man. I love to see it.
Yeah, this is a really good spot that I found over in the Vermilion Scap, the western location, and the reason why is because this place has a crap ton of water. Right there where I'm at, you see a lot of water. Oh, definitely, Huggy. Yep, I agree. There will probably definitely be some spice blooms all over the place. But as you can see, there's a crap ton of water right there. Right behind me is that little small. Right around the corner, there's some water and on both sides. I mean, I was getting so much water. I mean, just for myself, I think near end game, I was up to max like 40,000, and I was almost maxed out on water. And that was after processing all my iron, and all my metals and stuff. So, just for me as a single player, with the fact that I was able to get that much water, I can only imagine with a big group how much water you'd be able to collect.
Just realized that I'm coming through on your stream.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So what I was trying to do here when I was building is trying to get the outside border of the build space so that I could maximize, because sometimes you just start building immediately somewhere in the middle, and then you get to the end and then you got a gap. And you can't build anymore because there's not enough space to put a block down, but there's still a gap. And then if you go to the other end, you have another gap, so you kind of lose like one space or one building block material. So I think I actually delete this part, and then I go to the edge and work from the edge backwards so that I can do it. But my next game playthrough, I'm gonna probably try to find a little bit location that's a little bit flatter, because they're actually in between the two mountains is a really nice flat spot, and I think what I'll do is just build there, because the water spots, as you can see, is close to the base. Yeah, and I wanted to make sure that the ramp would also. That's the one thing I have to say is I think the ramps are still a little janky when you're riding on it with vehicles, trying to get inside the base through the doors. I thought that was kind of janky. Like for instance, the buggies. Realistically, you have to have either the bigger gates, or you have to have the gates that are in the force field, so that you can actually drive through them. Because otherwise, you can't go through the gate. Yeah, you see how the thing goes out through the space, and so I think I ended up then tearing it all down and redoing it. But it's going to be interesting. I can tell you that a lot of people like myself like to build on flat spots, so I really think that those spots are going to be probably the first ones to disappear. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Huggy. I should have probably had a like a regular ramp come up, and then one flat layer, and then an entrance to the door, instead of trying to set the door right next to the ramp. I think in my next, when I plan on building the next, I'm definitely going to not put the door right at the edge of where the ramp is at, because that was really annoying, always getting stuck. And then of course the vehicle slides down, the door closed, and you got to turn around. That was just really irritating. And I see even for all that preparation, I still didn't have enough copper. And I was farming a lot of copper before I left that side to come over here. I ended up having to go back and farm a bunch of copper again. Yeah, but this thing, man, here, man, this is a huge treasure trove of water. I don't know if there is an omnicopter to claim. So one of my guys just asked a question on the my chat. He was saying if there's like, how you can claim the buggy at that one location, if there's a location like that in the higher level zones where you can actually claim an omnicopter. That would be interesting. Yeah, you're right, Jason. There's a good spot where you can actually get, you got some copper, you got the flour sand. There's actually a good spot also, I think, where it also includes a spice location. So, I mean, there's some really good spots in the Vermilius Gap here that can give you a lot of the basic needs that you would need, that you need throughout the whole game anyway. Like the flour sand and all that stuff. This one here, I think, has like, I want to say there's like 2 copper nodes close to this spot right here. You know what, Huggy Bear, you're right. I also saw somebody that had streamed a video, and he had, well, he didn't really have all the resources somewhat inside his base. There was like think of it like a path, and basically him and his friend built their base. So where one guy basically had built his base and sealed off the front entrance, and the other guy sealed off the other entrance, and they had water in between. They had the granite and all that stuff blocked off so that basically, unless you were jumping over, you weren't able to get to none of those resources. Yep, that's the same. I think, Jason, that's the same place that I saw. They had built it in between a gap, and they pretty much, one guy had built at the top of the gap, and he built at the bottom and completely blocked off everything in the middle. Yep. I think we all saw that same video. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be guys that are going to be out there blocking resources. You know, realistically, if you're not on 24/7, the resources like these nodes, I mean, these nodes respawn like within 5 minutes. So if somebody was to mine it, all you gotta do is wait 5 minutes and then you can mine it yourself. So to start trying to get to the point where you gotta hoard resources, I mean, that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, at that point, I think you're just being dicks to other people, but...
Oh, definitely. Like, to start to the point where you get into where you're trying to block off certain resources so nobody gets it. I mean, it's not like you're mining it all the time. So, you know, like, why would I lock the copper ore inside my base knowing that it respawns every 5 minutes?
Yeah. The one thing I did do in the beta was I had built mine on top of a dew field so that I opened up the floor into my base to let that dew field up. So when I was in there and it turned nighttime, I could just sit there and harvest water.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, I think a lot of bases might build like that. Like, technically, I could have started building like in the center, and this whole dew thing would have been underneath my floor, and I could have had a ramp that just went down, and then I could have farmed it internally. And at first, I was going to do that, but then I said to myself, you know, if other people are in the area and they need to farm dew or something, I didn't want to prevent them from doing it. But then at the same time, what you could do is what I could have done is started building my base with big giant pillars, build my base above everything, and then that would still give people access to all the resources underneath my base and also give me access to the resources still, so that when I'm ready to farm it, if it's available, I could farm it, and if somebody happens to be riding around, they could not only seek cover underneath it, but they could also farm the resources too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know till after the beta that you could raise your sub fief up like that. Like, one of the bases I just did it on accident. Like, I didn't realize it was giving me more room, but that was pretty cool. I didn't know you could do like the pillars and have like a underneath open base like that. It was pretty neat.
Yeah. I think that's how Damone and them, that's how they kind of built their bases. They kind of built like an L shape, or not an L, but like a U. And so they had all their like boxes and everything on the inside, and then they just had a little open area where you could drive your bike up underneath it, so it was sheltered. And then they just, you know, parked all their bikes always basically like not really in the open, but it was covered. And so it just made things so much easier for them to do that. So I thought that was pretty cool how they designed that. Oh yeah, definitely. One of my guys was asking if you're gonna have a guild building individual rooms for each player. I think that's gonna be important. I think that I hope that they get to the point that you can have like a private box, if that makes sense, so that, you know, somebody wants to drop stuff in their specific box, only they would have access to it. Because right now, I think the way you do it is you can give public access, just like group type members access, basically like your second in command or a secondary also admin guy. But I think it'd be better if you can also have, just like in Pal World. That's one of the things I like. You know, I was playing Pal World with my ex, and she doesn't like gathering resources a lot, and I don't mind. I'll gather the resources, but like if I have a good weapon or something, or like certain things that are hard to get, so that you have to upgrade, like certain items that you have to collect, I'll put it in my private chest, just like in kind of like what is it, V Rising, where you have a personal chest too, and so I think that's important.
The only way I can think around that cybertech is if like you've got your group's main base, like something like you're building here, and then you've got like little bases of like the 3 other people or so that are in your group as well, and then they have like their own little storage house that they can then give themselves, like, I'm the owner of this, but other people can deposit into it, because you can't do it all in one.
Yep, that's multiple layers of access control. We talked about utilizing those as like a vault, that you could separate certain materials. There's also the ability to run circuits, so you can restrict access to certain assets in chests, in the circuits with the machinery and stuff.
Those were pretty neat. You can do really good organization and like never have to like worry about where anything is in this game. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was pretty cool. I saw somebody had posted it in our Discord, where you have the circuits, and so basically you just drive in with the bike, and then it pulls everything out of that bike and puts it in the respective boxes. And I thought that was.
Well, you can
really
do it
cool.
right from the bike. That's huge. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So the bike pulls in, and I think the way it was designed, the way the guy had it set up, and maybe I was wrong, but I could have sworn the way he explained it is also like the bike comes in, and it could just pull everything directly out of the bike and put it into the specific boxes.
I didn't mess enough with the base building stuff to figure that out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I imagine it does the same thing with the buggy then too. The buggy's going to be huge.
Yeah, because you got a lot of stuff. You don't want to have to try and manually unload that. But remember, the bike, the storage is considered a circuit on the back of the bike, just like on the buggy. It's considered a circuit. So you can configure that just like you do the storage boxes.
Yep, that's something I think they pulled from, oh gosh, there was a mod in Minecraft that brought auto sorting and such to boxes. I can't remember the name of the exact mod, but you built this machine, connected it to all these boxes. It could do your crafting, your sorting, and you could separate it into circuits where it would use this much, but then it would ignore this much. Brilliant system for mass management of supply.
Oh, definitely. I think that's going to be very important. I mean, I like. It wasn't Power World. I'm trying to think of the game that me and my ex were playing. But basically, you only had one storage box. And the way you did it is you just upgraded the storage box. And every time you updated the storage box, it just did a mass increase of the amount of storage you can have. So basically, you don't have all these different storage boxes. You just have one storage box. And as long as you keep increasing it by adding the resources to increase its capacity, that's all you had to do. And so you only had to deal with one storage box at a time. And I thought that would be interesting. But I think with this here, I think having the circuits is going to be very interesting. So like, say for instance, you want to craft steel and you want only certain resources to go to a certain spot. So you drive up with the buggy, you got all those resources. You've already got it properly configured. Now what happens is as soon as you pull on up, it pulls it to the right stuff. And then all you got to do is click on the button, craft the steel or whatever you need, because all the stuff you need is located in those boxes. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to make myself, once the game opens back up again, familiar with how those circuits work. Because
Yeah,
I mean,
I think a great system because it's so common in survival crafters where you have a million boxes, and some of them worked out like where you craft and it pulls out of multiple boxes, but I think very few of them had really gotten that concept in of like actual management of those boxes. It's manually going into each one, pulling stuff out, moving it around, and it is a drag.
yeah, I think it's going to be really cool to see how they get, if it works out like the way they got it configured
Yeah, I'm
with the
not going to
different
build
circuits.
a big giant base right now because we can't get the buggies or any of the bigger.
Yeah, so I'm just
vehicles,
talking right
so
now in the game about
it really doesn't make that much.
how I'm just going to just build the base with just the basics. But I close it up here and
so just gonna.
Yeah, it's got about 20 more minutes. But yeah, I think there's going to be some really cool tutorials out there, especially like on the circuits. I think what I'll probably do after the first like couple weeks, if not a good video out there, I'm actually going to then take the time to actually configure it and then do pretty much a step-by-step guide on, this is the best way, or not the best way, but this is an efficient way to setting it up. And then just show people, drive up the vehicle. It'll automatically pull all the resources, put them exactly where you need to go. And then you don't have to worry about sorting all the time.
Yeah, I'd be interested in watching that because I'm not a base head. And I don't know. When I play Valheim, I forget what there was. There's another space one where I like would go out and do stuff. And then Enshrouded and stuff. Like in those survival games, you spend probably half the time that you spend online just organizing your inventory.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially when you're playing some of those games that have so many different types of resources. Then it really becomes I wouldn't say convoluted, but then it becomes difficult trying to maintain because you've just got so many resources. And this is another thing that people, when you're building your bases, when you get that notification that says it's water sealed, that means it's completely sealed from the elements. So if you're building a base and you never see that water sealed, that means you've got an opening somewhere that you haven't caught on yet or found it.
And there's two markers to that, right? Like it'll just glow the top half if it's sheltered, and then.
Right. It just shows sheltered versus sealed.
All right. So.
Gotcha.
And another thing you got to pay attention to, which is one thing I noticed. So if you're building your base, and like you see in the corner back there, how you got some rock coming into the floor, you have to remember that that's a non-buildable zone. So if you're building a base and you got like rocks jutting up out of the ground or something, you're not going to be able to build over that. So just keep that in mind if you want to fully use all your building space, that if you got something like that, it's not going to let you build on it.
Yeah, it still let me build walls like behind the rocks, which is weird.
You can build the rocks, but you can't build on the ground flat piece underneath it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I noticed. I hope one thing that I really hope that they do bring into this game is the ability to snap. So like if I put down a storage chest and I want to put another storage chest next to it, that it should give a snap feature instead of you trying to line it as good as you can. I mean, that's just for, I want mine to always be dressed. So it does drive me crazy if they're not exactly lined up.
You don't let it, yeah. Yeah, I would line myself up kind of like how you are, like push it into the wall until it would turn red, and then I would pull it out, and it would still be wonky sometimes.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you'll see it kind of angles itself, and I'm like, why is it doing that? Like earlier when I was putting the boxes down, it was doing that. It would just like angle itself. I'm like, ugh. After a while, I'll just say, okay. Wow, that's a lot of materials. One of the guys just dropped out. He said that every tier introduces 8 to 10 new materials that you're going to need to have. So we've got how many tiers? 5. So that right there alone is that's a potential of over 50 different types of items. And I think that doesn't include all the other little stuff. So, I mean,
Yeah, I think there's a tier 6 in DD.
Tier 6? Okay, then. So
Pretty sure, yeah.
that means at a minimum, that's 60 different types of materials you're going to need at a minimum. That's a lot of storage.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and like with the water, you'll see I'm trying to put down some of the water jugs on the other side. You'll see in a second, and they don't snap. And so like one I could put, then I was able to put one right next to it, and then I couldn't put another one next to that one. So I was like, okay, this doesn't make any sense at all. And also, what I like about the subfief, I go and I move it, but like when you want to put items inside of your generators, you can just go to the subfief and just hit load, and it'll automatically split it amongst whatever you have that's generating power. So whatever needs those cells, it automatically distributes it amongst all of them. So if I would have had 10 generators and I had 100 fuel cells, it'll split that 100 fuel cells into all of the generators, which I thought was pretty cool too.
Yeah, that's a good tip. I didn't know that one either. I was taking my stuff and splitting it up in the gens.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. Just go to your subfief, hit deposit, and you're able to split all of your power cells in. It automatically distributes it evenly across all of them.
And then it doesn't change your ground layout when you're moving your subfief.
No.
After you've already established it, right? Yeah. So that's what I noticed. I was like moving it around, and it didn't seem like it was changing the green box of like where I could place things.
If you move it, if you delete it and put it back down, that will change. So that's what people don't realize. So you got to be careful. If like for instance, like you notice here, like I could probably only go like say 4 floors high as an example. The reason why I can only go 4 floors high is because when I originally put my my subfief down, I didn't raise it up as high as possible. So technically, I might be able to go 5 up and 5 underground, which unfortunately you can't build underneath it, so you can't do that. So the only way for me to now fix that is I would have to now, and so as you can see here, so I dropped that one down, but it's not part of the group now. So what I had to do is I had to actually then, so even though I hit Y, it won't then redistribute it evenly again. So once it put it in the generators, they're in it. So now what I have to do is I have to go to one of the generators. I just split it, take some of them out, and put it in the new one. But as you get new fuel cells and you drop them just in a box, it will then automatically split it for you then. So that's a good thing. Just remember, make sure you build all your facilities that you want at that time, and then you just, when you go to deposit it, then it will automatically split it evenly amongst all of your generators.
Did you ever get to a point where 3 gens weren't enough?
No, I never got to the point where 3 generators weren't enough. But like I said, the only thing I really built outside of this was later on. I built the 24 blood purifiers, the 24,000 ones, the bigger ones. I put like 2 of those instead of or I maybe only built 1. But you'll see here now, which kind of irritated me. So I was able to put 1 down. And you saw how when it hit the wall, it kind of turned at an angle. And then I was able to put 1 right next to it. And then I go to try the next one. I can't get close to it anymore. It says not enough support. So I literally had to put a gap in between it before I could put it down.
Oh, yeah, that's where you need the snap. I see what you're saying.
Jason asks, hey, Jason, so when it comes to powering your items, don't think of it as each device needs power only when it's working, if that makes sense. Think of it as you have a total amount of power for your base, and it's evenly distributed to everything that you have in your base. So think of it as this. Let's say you have 10 refrigerators, and each refrigerator needs 100 power. If you build 10 refrigerators and your generators generate 100 power, that's perfectly fine. If you put the 11th refrigerator down all of it shuts off because the grid can only support up to so much. And so once your grid gets maxed out and it gets exceeded, all the power shuts off. So then, of course, you'd have to go around and start shutting things off that you might not be using. But my recommendation to you is this. Make sure that when you're building power, if, like, say, for instance, you drop a blood purifier down and your power cuts off, don't go around and start turning stuff off because then you're going to forget it's off. Then you got to go run around and see, oh, did I turn this one off? Is this one that I turned off? And so, you know, make sure you just increase your more power. Plus, if you notice, while I was collecting Dune, it was saying poor collection. The best time to collect Dune is right in the morning time before the sun comes up. That's when you get the maximum amount of dew. That's just a little quick tip if you didn't know it, if you guys didn't know that. Is only collect dew if you can right in the morning before it becomes sun time or daytime.
That's a doo-doo tip.
Huh?
I said that's a doo-doo tip.
There you go. That's the doo-doo tip. But yeah, this was like I said, I mean, I'm really looking forward to this game. There's not many games I was looking forward to. I remember when Starfield came out, I was really, really motivated to playing that one. And I had a blast playing that. I want to say there turned out to be like a lot of exploits. And I truly believe that those exploits kind of ruined the gameplay after a while. Because then there was just so many ways to kind of work around stuff. But I actually played it all the way through to the end. But I just, you know, I don't know. It's like there's a lot of games where you play it all the way to the end. Then you start back over. You're supposed to play it to the end. And then you get another, say, extra loot. And then you got to start all the way from the beginning again. And then you get another extra loot. I can't do that. Like, that is one thing I just can't do. Like, once I finish the game, you know, I've met the achievement, I'm done. Like, it's hard for me to do those repeats, especially if it's the same thing over and over again. Like, if I got to go through and do every single mission the same way or other, yeah, I can answer them differently, but it's like you're doing the exact same missions, you're going to the exact same places again, and that's like, I don't know, I just don't have the consistency to want to do that. So
yeah, when I went through on different characters, I noticed that, like, depending on what you picked in the beginning, class and like your social status, like those three choices,
yeah,
sometimes those would unlock different dialogue choices. And as far as I could tell, I don't know about later game, obviously, but the early ones from everything that we had in beta, they were just different dialogue things to read. They didn't actually affect anything with that NPC.
They shouldn't anyways. Let me touch on exploits real quick because it's gonna happen. There's one, but there's no way to avoid that. Like, it doesn't matter which MMO, which game you play. There's always going to be exploits, one way or another. Market House is going to get flooded by an exploit. I really hope they have some tight monitoring on the auction house and stuff, so that they can see when there's a big spike or influx of stuff coming in that looks irregular. Like, I don't know what they have in store for that. They haven't really said anything, but hopefully they have the monitoring tools to do it. So, but my primary advice is, like, if you're not looking to burn out, and you're someone like me who, like, goes hard and stuff like that, like, I'll go hard at the beginning, and then once we get to the end game, I plan to slow right down. And that's because I don't want to burn out. One, I don't want to burn out that quickly, and two, I know for the first week there's probably going to be a crazy amount of exploits and patches coming out. I'm not really going to go super competitive, at least in PvP, because that's where exploits are most prominent. PvE doesn't really fucking matter what you do. Obviously, it really sucks when they find PvE exploits, and then once again the auction house gets flooded. But I would just don't take it for a grain of salt and just play at your speed and not not take it so seriously. That's the thing. So once you get towards the end game, like, you know, do some fun, just do some fun shit with your friends or something. I wouldn't worry about. I would
I don't know
pay
if I
no
already had
attention
one.
to
I might have already had one.
exploits or whatever in the first couple weeks or so, because
Pack
they're
one.
going to be there no matter
Pack
what.
one.
They'll
Alright.
calm down after the first couple weeks. We all know that
No
usually
problem.
happens, and they usually start cracking down on those players. Usually don't see wipes until the end of the first month, because they're trying to get their, you know, they want the exploiters to come in so they can get their dollar, and then ban them. Um, but yeah, just that's what I would do. That's my advice.
Oh yeah, definitely. And so one of my watchers, Antios, was talking about the blood purifiers. He was saying that, you know, two small blood purifiers, they work faster and they cost less and they hold more water. So that,
Okay,
Antios,
guys.
that is true
It's
in
late.
one sense. So we can
I
go
have
ahead,
been game.
pause the game here. Just leave it on this screen here for now. Antios, you're right on that. However, you have to remember one thing. Um, Once we hit steel, we're going to be able to build the bigger water containers, which can hold more water. The downside with the blood purifiers is that even though the little ones have more of a storage container, gives you, I think each one only gives you an extra 1,000, whereas the big one only gives you 1,000. So of course, it doesn't have that extra water capacity. However, you have to remember that the bigger blood purifiers, one, you get 20% more water that gets processed, and that's going to be huge. So if for every liter of water that you're putting in on the smaller purifiers, you're only getting 20% out of that. Whereas in the bigger one, it holds 24,000 versus 6,000. So out of that 24,000, I'm getting 20% more water out of the blood. So in the beginning, definitely drop 4 of the little ones. But when you can get to the point where you can start working on quality over quantity, you need to start upgrading for that quality then versus the quantity, because that 24,000 blood purifier that I have is going to give me more water in the long run than having even say 8 different little purifiers, because even though they add that extra amount of water, remember, you're also going to be limited to how many devices that you can have that do specific functions. And so you would rather you would be better off having more water containers and a bigger purifier, and maybe you only need one bigger purifier, because eventually once we hit steel, guys, you're going to have those water collectors, which means they're going to start collecting water passively. So that means you're not having to go like in the beginning, you saw you were farming the blood. Every time you killed somebody, boom, boom, drain the blood, drain the blood. But when you get to the point where your water is already being collected passively at your base, that means while you're out farming, questing, and doing stuff, your base is now generating water for you. Now, I would never say stop using the blood purifier, because that's crazy. That's still free water that you're getting on top of everything else. So my suggestion would be maybe have 2 of the larger blood purifiers. I don't even know if there's going to be a bigger one after the second one that we get, but let's say that there is. You know, you want to get that bigger blood purifier, and you still want to collect the blood. Plus, I think eventually we get this thing where you can stick a whole body in it and suck out even more blood. And so you're definitely going to keep doing that, because that's really good, a good influx of water on top of those water collectors. Because I can guarantee you that those water collectors, it's not going to be this huge amount of water that, you know, people are thinking like, oh, it's going to collect passive water, I'm good, I don't have to worry about water. It's not going to collect that much. If you think about your still suit, yeah, you can drink water, and that little button, that little bar on the left will allow you to drink some of the water back, but it's not going to be much.
The way I look at that is that the passive water collection
Mm-hmm.
is for when is for when you're offline, and the active water collection is for when you're online. So let's say that you know, there's not a lot of, you don't have a lot of buddies around or something, or buddies on. Obviously, you like with numbers comes a lot of extra resources. So you might just have the numbers to like to have upkeep all the time. But like if You know, if no one's bringing it, like it's just extra water that you're collecting passively. It's not to forego the blood collectors. Like I wouldn't forego it. Now, in terms of like the early game and investing, like okay, you're talking about like the tiers. Um, it's I don't think it's worth um, doing a very early investment into low tier stuff, um, because you're just gonna have to move that. You're gonna want to move that stuff anyways eventually, unless you're intending to leave a um, your initial base at the start, so that when you have new recruits or something, that you know they can use it or something along those lines. But otherwise, like, you're just gonna have to move it anyway. So like,
Hey, hey.
you might as well like um, if you want to do that like low tier investment, wait at least wait until you're at steel, um, and then do your low tier investment, and then you'll be close. You won't have to like you won't be you won't have to worry about oh I have all these fucking water collectors or whatever, and now I got to move all this shit later on. Um, just I would just wait, and if you're going to do that investment, do it later, or build up your lower tier resources and do it at your second base or something. But
Oh,
I would
definitely. Just
definitely
definitely.
don't do that early. That's a giant waste of time.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because the bigger blood purifier, you need iron to do it, which means you're already going to be in the second area. And I think a lot of people are going to build in this area because it's going to give you the ability. Um, this is going to give you the ability then to build effectively. And then what I would suggest, that is correct, Antios or Jason. You can only have one character per world. But what I was trying to say is, once you're building, um, like I plan on doing my advanced subfief in this area too, because it's somewhere around where I'm at now, because it's going to give me access to all the other zones fairly quickly. But
Are you
eventually, what I
are you
plan on
warden?
doing is, huh? Go ahead.
Are you ward? Are you wardening? Like are you
No, I'm not
um
going to warden yet. I wanted
okay?
to
Are you
see.
are
I'm trying
you
to.
uh are you primary builder? Like, are you like I'm just trying to get an idea. So like, if you're taking up like two of your spots inside this area, right? Um, whether or not whether or not your mates use it is kind of determined. Whether or not you've kind of arranged that you let them know like, hey, I'm gonna build a base here because I know that the iron stuff is here because that's what I've done. I am like a um, I lean more PVE, but I still PvP. Um, so I intend to be like running resources quite a bit and running the whatever dungeon, whatever you want to call them, often. So I'll personally position like one of my uh, fiefs somewhere near iron, but then like you want to communicate that to I'm just saying you want to communicate that um, to your guildmates just so they're aware because you don't necessarily want a bunch of these locations wasted by your other guildmates. Like their locations might be better off at a different position on the map or something. But you get six, so um, you know it's not that's not really saying much either because it is they are very generous in terms of your building positions.
Yeah, yeah. So my goal is, like I said, so I think my gameplay style is going to be a little bit unique and different than some other people, only
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, I'll be playing on an average at least 12, 14 hours every day. Most
Okay,
people
so
are
you're
not going to be gaming that much. And so my
you're like
goal is like when the
I just
guild says, we're
sorry,
going
I
to
just left
play.
my job. I just left my job, so I have lots of time to play for the next few months. So
Yeah, yeah. See, I retired. So, I
yeah,
mean,
there you go.
I got plenty of time. So my goal is, if I know the guild's going to be playing, like the first couple of days, I know we're just going to be grinding, doing a lot of stuff, PvP as much as possible, and I'll invest as much time as I can, with the group and all that stuff.
Right.
However, once I get to once everybody's playing, okay, everybody's got log off, and then everybody does their own thing or is done for the day. If I still got another 6 or 8 hours, I'm gonna probably create a second character on a separate server where I'm gonna just do my casual PVE play,
Actually, you
where
know what?
I'm just gonna do the basics.
That's probably a good shout. And actually, this because I had a conversation with guys, I'm like Esper's in here, um, about the about base priorities and um, how do I put it, resource priorities and how we share resource, etc. And that complicates how to put it, that eliminates complications when if you're just going to go make a new character on a different server completely, um, and um, yeah, that I see where you're getting at. That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
I might actually do the same thing because I do like to dick around and build and shit like that. Um, but I'm sure your guild mates don't appreciate if you're online and not contributing to the guild when you're online on the same server. So
Oh yeah,
that's
definitely, definitely. Yeah, I agree with you.
that's an interesting take on that because I mean the exact same way where like I like to go off and just fuck around and learn things um and see like and push the building parts to their limit or see where you can cause like you can purposely cause like weird shit to happen. Like I love doing that.
Yeah, because I mean, I look at it like this. Like, let's say, for instance, the guys I'm playing with, I mean, the first couple, let's say the first week or two, everybody's putting in, like, say, 10 or 12 hours. I don't have any problem with that. And then after that, I'll log off to the other character.
Yep.
What I don't want it to
Might want
get
to play more
to
Conan.
is, like, let's say, for instance, I'm playing 16 hours a day, and the majority of the other guys that are in the guild are probably playing only 4 hours a day. If
Right.
if I'm spending 16 hours in the game and I'm collecting resources and adding stuff to the boxes and everything for 16 hours, and say 60 or 70% of the guild mates are only on for 3 or 4 hours, then it gets to the
Yep.
point where I'm just doing all the farming for them. They come in,
Right.
build, and then do whatever they got to do or whatever they want to do. I can tell you now that'd be the quickest way for me to drop out of a group. Is
Yep.
I truly believe if we're all going to play together, then we all should invest the same amount of time together or close to it. Like, because I got a lot more time, I'd probably log in an hour before they say they're going to start stuff. I could look and say, oh, wow, we don't have no copper. I jump in a buggy real quick, drive across to the low area, farm a shit ton of copper, come back. By then, everybody's logging in, throw all
Right.
that copper in, and then we can all get started, do whatever we got to do. Once everybody starts dropping out, then I can log out and go out my thing. But I know some
Right.
guys are like, well, if you're in a guild, if you got 16 hours to play, then you should be putting 16 hours in for the guild. And I'm like, no.
Oh, I know.
If
I know
I'm putting in
exactly what
16
So,
hours and everybody else is only putting in 4, that's never going to work because that'd
so
be
I'm
quick.
gonna give you an idea real quick, Cyrus. So this is something like you can do and do what you're doing and still be beneficial to your group and help your group sort of thing. So if you're like blasting ahead of everybody that you're playing with and you get like an ornithopter first, that's huge for your group. So now you can take that ornithopter, go to your I'm sorry, you can leave Haga Basin and go to like the Atreides thing or the Harkonnen thing. You can go get quests there, and you can go check out the Chone Market and do all the stuff that you needed to do there to start grabbing that stuff, and then come back. Let somebody else in your group use the Ornithopter just to go grab that same stuff, come back. They can pass it to the next person like that. So that way, even though like you got ahead and you got an Ornithopter and your group doesn't, they can still like go, start getting caught up with some of the stuff without like taking that ornithopter from you permanently type of thing.
I think what he's talking about has to do with, let's say that you're the primary resource gatherer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your authority isn't over building; it's over resource gathering. So, like, even if he gathers 70% of the resources, it's not his decision to make the ornithopter. It's a guild decision to make the ornithopter at any point. And what he's saying is that if he's out there gathering resources for 16 hours or whatever he's doing, um, and then for one, like there's no discussion to make the ornithopter for after 16 or something. That's one thing. And then the other thing is that, you know, with being the primary resource gatherer, like online, when everybody else is offline, etc. Um, he, you know, he's going offline to spend time his own resources without having any guild contention. I had this same conversation with Gohard, and I understand what you're saying as that you could still contribute to the guild, and what I told Gohard is like, in my opinion, what my expectation of guild members would is 50%. So if you go out, well, it's not even that, especially if you're going out there for 16 hours. If you're out there for 16 hours farming, right?
Mm-hmm.
All I expect is for you to give 50% of what the others would probably what the average person is probably going to give, and I'm probably not going to give a shit with what you do with the rest of your resources. But um, there's a kind of like this. I don't know how to articulate it, but there's there's this weird thing between guildmates, like almost like a resentment or disdain between guildmates when you know that there's like the guildies that go out in PvP for 4 or 5 hours or whatever, don't gather resources, come back, and then you have the guys who are gathering resources for 16 hours, and there's like this almost like this work effort imbalance that happens, and then the guys who are only who are out there PvPing or whatever, um, we'll just make the comment. Well, you know, you're a gatherer. You're like that's what you're supposed to be doing. Like,
well, no, like the people who are in the PvP setting who are doing that should be bringing back money, spice, and schematics from the deep desert to share with those people who are constantly going out and gathering stuff who aren't joining you out there.
right. But do you think that if someone's online for 5 hours, should have to commit the same amount of resources for somebody? How do you put it? The other way around. Do you think somebody who's on for 16 hours should have to commit the same amount of effort as somebody who only logs on for 5 hours on average? Like,
no, but I think the point of having a group is so that you help each other out and help each other get to the point where you're together in the deep desert, farming and PvPing together.
Right, of course. And I think what Cyber's talking about is like he's going to put in just the same amount of effort as you know as anybody else is, but because he plays for such an excess amount of time, he's going to offload the excess on a separate server just so he can dick around without it being a problem for any warden, for any member, that he's used resources just to fuck around on his own, if that makes sense.
I see. So you're saying like you would be on a different siege joining your group siege?
Right. So like,
I'd
be on a completely different server. Like, let's say for instance, on day one, on the 5th, whatever group I'm in, we all get on server Bob. So we play for 18 hours for the first 3 days, and then it tapers down because some people are going to be able to invest more time than the others. And then we get to the point where people are only playing, instead of 18 hours, now they're down to like maybe say 5 or 6 hours, or sometimes say 4 hours constructively. To be honest, if I can invest 18 hours every day for the next 60 days, there's no way that I'm going to invest 18 hours into the guild where the majority of the people are only putting 3 to 4 hours in every day. And I'm pretty much like, let's say for instance, 1,000 pieces of aluminum, or say 100,000 pieces of aluminum gets farmed. I farm 95,000 and the guild only farms the other 5,000. That would never happen. So my goal is, if I'm going to join a guild, it's that expectation. If they say, hey, you guys need to be on from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock and contribute, I'll be on probably from 11 to 7. So I'll put an extra hour in the beginning and probably at the end, because, you know, I'm kind of picky about certain things like where resources are in boxes. So then I'll probably go around at the end of the day, clean up everything, make sure all the loots are in the right boxes. If we don't have enough boxes, make some boxes, move a few things around so that the next day we got more time to invest in combat or whatever the case is going to be. But I just, You know, because I had mentioned that in the beginning, and somebody's like, well, you know, if you're online for 18 hours, then, you know, you should be contributing to the guild then for 18 hours. And I was like, if I'm online 18 hours and you're online 4 hours, there's no way in hell I'm going to keep feeding you as my dependent. That's not a fair contribution. You can't be running a guild and then expect, well, you know, other people can only be on for 4 hours. That's not my problem. You can't expect me to invest 18 hours every single day when you can only invest 2 or 3 hours. Where's the balance in that? And you can't.
When you're saying guild, are you talking about like the people like outside of your 4 to 8 people that are you're
Right.
playing
So
with?
right. So let's say, for instance, you know, all the wardens are putting their teams together. So if I get put underneath a warden, and there's like say 10 guys in that group, and so all 10 of us are in the guild, and we're all contributing. We're building the base. We're adding resources to the base and all that stuff. If all 10 of those people can only invest, say, 6 hours a day, I truly don't see myself spending all 18 hours of my day every single day for the next 60 days when the average people in the group are only putting 5 or 6 hours in. I don't care how many resources you bring back from the deep desert.
Well, no, in that case, I would think that you would get priority over what you wanted to build or what you needed. Like,
but see, that's not.
That's not
Okay,
the same mentality
so
for every warden.
right. See, that's not what I'm looking
that's
for.
wrong.
If I'm looking to play PvP with a bunch of guys and we go out and we do a bunch of raiding and all that stuff, we're playing together. That means in the beginning we all log in, we all go out. You know, Damone says, "Okay, you guys, you go get this resource. You guys go get that. You guys go get that. We're gonna finish building up this stuff. We'll meet back here in 1 hour. Drop all the resources off. We'll build copters, whatever we need to build, and then we're gonna heat the deep desert." Boom, great. We all go do our thing. We come back. Okay, after we done raided the deep desert, we took care of everything we need to do. We owned everything. We got all the resources, whatever we needed collected. We brought it back to the base. Everybody's done. Everybody logs off. Well, if everybody logs off, I don't see myself now spending the next 10 hours farming a bunch of materials so that when everybody logs back in tomorrow, everything's already ready for them. They just build stuff real quick. They go out and do something. It's got to be an equal balance.
Sorry. Well, I'll make a parallel to this. So when you, the average person who works goes to their job 8 hours a day, right? And a bunch of other people also go to their job, to that same job, and they work their 8 hours. And then after work, you know, everybody worked 8 hours. They all did their work, whatever. Well, most people do. And then in that off time, after you get home from work, you do the fuck whatever you want. There's nobody to tell you what you can and can't do after you're done your work. And that's the best. That's the, like, as far as I'm concerned, you're just you know, you're putting in your time and then you're doing whatever the fuck you want because nobody can tell you otherwise, right? In your extra time, like.
When is that cutoff though? Like, when do you decide that? It's like if you've still got like 2 or 3 out of your 8 people that are still on for like 10 or 12 hours.
If you're a warden, in my case, I am just going to, I'll pay attention to who's online and who's not when I'm online, for my allocated time. And if I notice that people haven't been online, I'll approach them and be like, hey, is there a reason why? Like maybe they got something going on. Who knows? Maybe they've lost interest. I don't know. And just look at it that way. If I see that they're like been playing for X amount of hours, like I don't really care. Like it's honestly, I can't really, like, wardens or anybody else can't really tell you what you can do anyway. So like it's not my like how do you put it? I can't be like you need to put in your 8 hours a day or you're fired. I can't. That's not how these things work. It's you know, you put in as much time as you think you know you should for the guild, and then like just, you know, do whatever like. I can't really dictate that. No warden can. No warden can dictate your time. There is a certain expectation of how much effort you put in compared to somebody else. And then when it comes to priorities or decision making, those things come into play. But otherwise, like I can't do anything about somebody going off and doing their own thing on a different server. All I can do is pay attention to the people that are on, and notice those ones that aren't, if that makes sense. And then when it comes to priorities, go, well, you haven't really been on much. I haven't seen you contributing much. So I don't see why you should be why you should have priority of this blueprint, or why you shouldn't be the one going out and farming your own resources for your own ornithopter because you blew yours up a week ago and you haven't been on, like that kind of situation. But otherwise, like, I just expect equal effort. And if somebody like is on at the same average amount as the rest of the group, then it's fine. But I can't dictate what people do outside their own time. It's not like this is where people hate MMOs, just because, or hate joining guilds, because they imagine like they run into this issue where um, these the equal amount of effort, not the average amount of effort amongst the group, is expected. Where somebody's online for 16 hours, it's like, oh, and that, so, you expect me to be on 16 hours. I don't want to be in your guild if you expect me to put in the same 16-hour effort, And you can say, okay, well, you pick and choose your members that have 16 hours available, and well, I mean, good on you, but it's just not the case for every single guild, right? Every single guild is going to have different expectations of how their members behave. Some are way more sweaty, or way more how do you put it? Want to slave away at the cause, sure, but you know, that's just my that's just my take on it.
No. The reason why I brought that up, because and this was a couple weeks ago when we were playing online, and we were all in a little group, and we were talking. Damone was in it, and a couple other people, and we were talking about getting in a group and all that stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'll be gaming 18 hours. I said, but I'll put in equal time to whatever the guild members are putting in, making sure that we're all working together basically as a conglomerate. Everybody's working together to achieve the same goal. I said, but I can invest 18 hours every day. I said, but I know that's not a realistic expectation for everybody. So I said in the beginning, I can assume everybody's going to be putting at least 8 to 10 hours in. So that I said, I have no problem. I can invest that same amount of time. I said, but when it gets to the point everybody's done for the day, everybody logs off, I said, I'm probably going to create a different character on a completely different server. And then, I want to experience the PvE portion, because I know that the group that's going to want to be doing this PvP, we're rushing to the end game. We're going to skip probably 80% of all of the lore and everything else, because our only goal is going to be to get to the highest tier, create that copter, getting into the deep desert, and taking over and getting all the higher tier gear and all that stuff. 100%, I can fully support that. But if everybody, after 8 or 10 hours of straight gameplay, everybody logs out, I said I'm just gonna log in and to a different server and just work on my own character, do my own little thing on the side. And then some of the guys were like, well, if you're in the group, you should be doing stuff for the group, even if other people have logged out. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. Like, if you're looking, because I've been in groups before. And for example, like in World of Warcraft, I was in a group before, and that's kind of where I got a bad taste of like being part of a guild. And they were like, hey, you got to gather so many resources every single day until you make this level. And then once you do that, you got to do X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, look, if you think I'm just going to sit here and farm all the stuff for you guys so you guys don't have to do anything, I said, that's not going to happen. Like I said, if I'm in a group and we're all going to go farm, then we all go out and farm. But if you're like saying, well, you guys need to go farm all this iron metal because we need so much so that we can craft this stuff, then that's the quickest way for me to say, well, it's been nice knowing you guys. And so I just, one of the guys did make that comment. One of the guys in the group that we were chatting at the time did make the comment that, well, if you could invest 18 hours, you should be investing 18 hours in for the guild. I was like, no, that's not how it works. I said, if you're doing 8 hours a day and I can do 8 to 10, I said, I think that's more than fair. I said, because if you
Yeah.
can't contribute more than 8 hours or 6 hours or 5 hours, I said, don't think I'm going to invest 18 hours farming all the resources for everybody. And then you guys come online, build, and then disappear. All the stuff gets blown up. And then, hey, let us know when all the resources are back so we can go back out type thing. Like that won't happen.
No, I get it. I completely understand that.
So that's where I just said that, you know, to make sure that, because I don't want people to also say, hey, well, we noticed some resources are missing or something might be missing. I never want to get into that kind of situation. So, you know, my goal is I'm gonna create a character on that server with our group, and then I'm gonna create a completely new character on a completely different server that probably none of the guilds are on, and then that will be my guide that I do all my nice solo PvP just to learn and experience the game, because I know the PvP part we're gonna skip 80% of the lore, and I don't want to miss out on all that game because that's what
That's why I
really
said,
has got me in.
Yeah.
That's why I said to go hard when we reach once we have ornithopters and we're kind of stable. I'm probably going to double back and just fuck around and explore and go do like some PvE shit because I lean PvE. I like fucking trying to figure out how to do runs quick and all that stuff. Um, but like if they want to speed ahead and like as if you guys want to like just go and like get to deep desert as quickly as possible, like that's completely fine. But I know there's also going to be members in the guild that are just going to want to like take a break at that point, or at least like
Slow down
enjoy.
after we get past the beta stuff. Yeah, I would expect that.
Yeah.
I feel more like if they have that deep desert up that first day, I will, after we go through the Ornithopter part, like we'll want to grab the stories and the
Yeah.
and the
The
class.
way the way I
Like
the
that's
way I
what I'll be
look at it,
prioritizing.
the way I look at it is like racing the deep desert um isn't going to have a huge impact. It's not going to have the impact that I think people believe it's going to have by racing into deep desert, because there's a lot of people that are going to be wanting to do it, and there's going to be a lot of people trying to farm spice, and that includes the opposing faction. I think there's going to be. I think the PvP will be fun and great if that is what you're looking for by accomplishing deep desert. But in terms of like, there's no reason to really race, if that makes sense.
Like
Other than
the things
um,
that appeal to me about it are one, yeah, trying to get the extra spice so that we can get
yeah.
like all the food and stuff going for that. More so the dungeon PvP. Like I don't really care about all the open map fight over the spice shit
Yeah,
like
yeah,
at
that's
first.
that's fine with me.
I don't think that that's going to be a good use of time.
Yeah,
But going into the dungeons, farming those schematics and stuff, and then having the actual like on foot, group PvP within the small groups is going to be fun.
yeah, of course. Yeah, I think that'll be much more fun than worrying about vehicle combat right now when it's
Yeah.
completely unbalanced. Um, I'd be all for that. I thought I was just trying to talk to us. But yeah, I'd be all I'm completely up to like doing the dungeon POI PvP points and trying to see what schematics come out of there and stuff. Versus like the large. I'm much more interested in that stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm interested in the PvP, but I'm not just like interested in going to the deep desert to fight other people. Like that's
yeah,
not necessarily
yeah,
my goal of getting out there. It's getting out there, getting the resources and shit that we need in the deep desert so that we can bring them back.
yeah, and like doing the little like I think the skirmishes with like group skirmishes are going to be much more fun. It's going to be
Yeah.
interesting because like like if we assume that a grid can hold like 100 people or something, um, and there's one POI or one dungeon on the grid, does that mean like all 100 people are going to be interested in trying to get the loot from that dungeon? Like it's going to be on cooldown at some point, anyways. But that dynamic is going to be quite interesting because I think a lot of people are going to be like trying to get to the same, like go into the same areas, right?
Yeah, it'll be
And
interesting to see how many dungeons are out there.
yeah, that too.
I think it
Otherwise,
caps out at 100. So, like, let's say, I mean, if we really wanted to be like cruel,
What capped out
if
100?
if like let's say we all got on the same server, we're all on different sietches. Technically, once we get 100 people, literally, if we all hit the deep desert at the same time and go to that one zone,
Yeah, we can cap it.
yeah, granted, a couple of them don't get it, but like if 90% of us get into it, that means we got 90 people versus the leftover 10. We wipe those 10 guys out, the rest of our 10 get in. We don't have
game
anybody
over.
contending with the resources because we've now locked that one part of the map down because the max you can have is 100 at a time. So that means we would be the only people. We'd have no contention. We'd be able to milk out that whole little area. And then once we slowly start dispersing, that's when other people could feed in. But by then, we've already taken all the resources that we could gather anyway.
How
So
are they locking parts of the map if it's all meshed together?
it's not quicksand, but it's realistically they're not meshed. I mean, they can say whatever they want, but I don't think it's meshed. Because if it was meshed, like in Star Citizen, if you got 1,000 people, they could technically have 1,000 people in one area, and so
Yeah, it
that's
would
true
run like
meshing.
shit, but they
Right,
could.
right. But what I'm saying is that's true meshing. But no, I don't think anybody else has really gotten that meshing down right. And so I think the way they're doing it, and that's why they said you can only have a maximum of 100 people in a specific zone. So think of that whole map, like think of it kind of like a Rust map where you got the grids. And so each one of those little grids can have a max of 100 people at any given time. So if like, let's say we go into the deep desert, we map out the deep desert, we know where the nodes are. If we send all 100 of our guild members to that one specific area at the exact same time, once we all enter that little grid and we start mining all the resources, nobody else can come in.
Right.
Because
If what
we're
you're
the
saying
only
is
ones.
true, this is not a competitive PvP game. If you can Zerg a zone and completely lock everyone else out of it, that's bullshit.
And that's why I tell people to curb their enthusiasm around PvP at the beginning. They're ironing things out. The fact
They're
that
gonna.
those quicksand exists in order to isolate the groups in those specific grids means that they haven't quite figured out like the planet side level of cross server PvP and projectile calculations. It's one thing to be like ground combat, and they obviously that's working for them. But the reason why they had to put these boundary lines in is because they can't properly calculate trajectories across server boundaries.
Cross the mesh. Okay.
Yeah, and there's other games that have that do it well. It just sounds to me it just sounds like they haven't quite figured it out for their network architecture yet. So they have this in place until they can figure that out. And one thing that's like key to know, and a sign that this is an issue, that this is the issue, is the reason it is the issue. It is the reason why tanks aren't in game yet, because they don't want to, how to put it, they know that the trajectory across boundaries won't work with ground vehicles right now. Not in the right way.
You just need to make carry the tank as well as the harvester.
Yeah. So I think I don't know how the air-to-air combat. So right then, that's why air-to-air is the meta right now. How air-to-air works across server boundary, right? So you may not be able to walk across quicksand, but you can fly across quicksand. So I don't know. Maybe they have something in place, like the calculations are quite simple or something. But it does. But from what I've heard from a couple of the guys that have in closed beta, there is some desync issues, and I bet there's a lot more desync around those boundary lines when you're firing across them or something. It'll be really interesting to see and test and confirm that. But that's what it sounds like, and that's why they don't have tanks in the game, even though it's advertised in the videos.
So the problem I see with that is now you got these Zerg guilds who go and grab a capture point. You can't do anything about it to contest it. So now you're forced to go into a different area on the map and grab a different command point to try and block them. And that to me is not PvP. Like that's just like a board game.
Yeah. I think that's why they've tried to make the server architecture the way it is. It's to kind of make it harder for Zergs to coordinate in that way. So like not having name tags, having guild max, having server caps at 40 people, only having guild caps at 32. Then the guilds are forced to split up. Then the communication is harder. But honestly, if you're like for me right now, I'm crafting a map. I'm a dev. I'm gonna craft a live map that gives positions for everybody, and then everybody, you can just update your position where you are on the map, and then all of a sudden everybody does have positions, and that problem's solved. And I'm not going to be the first person to do it. I'm sure like somebody like Map Genie or whatever will have the same sort of shit rolled into their websites. But my point more or less is that it sounds to me like they're trying to just stall out until they can fix the problem. And until then, you're right, it's not going to be true PvP.
Yeah, and I mean, also you also got to look at it like this. I mean, realistically, I personally think it would also be a really compilation of coordination to get 100 people into that one area at any given time. I think that also would require a massive amount of coordination because, like you said, like not everybody's going to get all 32 people as an example on one siege. So there's realistically maybe 16 or 20. So you break that down over the whole server. Let's say realistically the server can hold 800 people and we're able to get 400. We'll just say 400 people in that one server. So even though we got 400 people in that one server, I still think it's going to be a challenge to be able to still get all 400 of those people that are in that same server to get even 100% to go in at the exact same time and get to that one spot so that you can lock it down and make sure that there's no contention. And I think that's where...
Sorry, so we got like 400 people so far who've taken that poll, and like 100 of them are PvPers. Even if you had like a 70-30 to mix in one of those zones, you're still zerging, you're still beating that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. But I mean, you could dominate. So that would be like, let's say for instance, we've got best case scenario, we got 60 PvP guys that are ready to go into the DD after 12 hours. Let's say we got 60. Yeah, we could potentially wipe out almost all competition. But the catch is going to be, I would think more, the trick is going to be this. They've already said, I think the guys that have played before said that if you have a skin on, it creates a bigger target, which allows them to target you easier to shoot you down. However, if everybody goes in with the same generic copter, like Zell just mentioned, it's still going to be hard to know who you're shooting at, because even if they say, hey, we're over here on the right and you're coming in from a different angle, well, his right is now your left. Like, okay, wait a minute. No, you're actually on my left, but now I just shot you down because I didn't know you were part of the guild or something, because, there's no way to kind of, like you said, there's no name tags. There's nothing in there to really identify you against other people.
Either,
so I think...
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be difficult to... I mean, a lot of people are saying, oh, yeah, it's going to be easy. You can zerg and take over an area. I don't think it's going to be that easy because, remember, you don't have name tags. There is what's called friendly fire. So I think some guys were saying they were able to still shoot down the other team members that were flying right next to them. It would still accidentally...
We're going to be able to zerg it, but I think it's going to be crossfire. One way, I think that's what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
If we go back to the example of, okay, let's say there's like 25 servers, right? And they all cap max, I think it's 40, right? So they all cap max 40. Let's say that for each one of the wardens has at least 10 members online on launch day or whatever, and after 12 hours we all get to all of them got to deep desert, and maybe only at that point like even 5 of your members are online. That still means that you still have 5 members on each of the servers that all belong to the same guild going into Deep Desert. That means that in terms of proportionate sizes, the only competition you're going to have is if there's another guild with the same proportionate number of people on all of the servers. So there would have to be 5 people from another guild on all the servers also doing the exact same thing. So what I think is going to end up happening is we know that we're all taking one world. Is that I think one way or another you're going to end up zerging the world, and you're probably going to end up with a lot of crossfire because we're going to get in there, we're going to be hyped for PvP, and what happens when it's just us? What if we get in there and it's literally just unhinged in there, and we're like, you know, we're shooting at the hip and
Free resources.
yeah, we're like, oh, free resources, but oh, sorry, bud, I didn't know you were one of us. Oh, sorry, bud, I didn't know you were one of us. Because there's like 25 servers. There's 25 different groups in there, and we can't distinguish on who's who. It's going to be wild.
Well, I can tell you what we do. So I can assure you that the first person that shoots is probably going to be Damone. And so we all just agree to attack his group.
Not if I catch him first, I'll tell you right now. That man's head will be on a skewer.
Because Damone already said he's going to be always the enemy. So he said he's going to keep things spicy. So we all know. We all will
He doesn't know spice.
We all agree. We're all going to wait. And the first person that shoots, we already know it's Damone. And we all just turn our copters and say, okay, Damone, it's been nice knowing you. And then we just wait for him to come back. We take him out again. And eventually he's going to realize that unless he comes in with a good peace offering, he's not going to be able to come into the DD anymore.
I'm pretty sure
you guys can blame Damone.
And in a meeting yesterday that we had around those comments that he made in the hands-on meeting, how the unhinged intention is not to go in and free for all your members, if that makes sense. But if it's Damone,
just make an alliance with someone.
Do that shit anyways, because he'll do it for views.
We should do it just to ally for PvP. I'll PvP with Damone. He's not that yeah. I'll PvP with him. He's not as competitive as
there's no way to distinguish who's who, so you might just end up doing it anyways.
I'm a look, bro. I'm a look.
Oh, we're all looking for Damone. So if we're not on his team, Damone already knows he's by just him talking smack.
By his own guild.
Hey,
bro,
just because of the fact that he was talking smack.
100. Red is dead. So I'm gonna shoot first, and if after I kill, someone comes in my chat and goes, "Yo, bro, I'll apologize, but Red is dead." I'm gonna just shoot. Ask questions after. I want to see the first person that kills that whole squad with a rocket, though. Because what's going to happen. Someone's going to be behind their homies, and they're going to shoot a rocket, and it's going to hit the back of someone's head, and the whole squad's going to go down.
That's going to be hilarious.
I'm going poison tooth for fun.
It'll happen. What'd you say? Did you say you were going to do it to me for fun?
I said I'm going poison tooth for fun.
Oh my days! I'm not okay. When Zelgo goes to the deep desert, count to 20 and then go in a different direction.
Let Zelgo in first, so that way you can just die and leave the poison.
I'll make a comment.
Zelgo's gonna be like, "Where is everybody? I'm on my own here." We're like, "We're coming."
Bite down on that poison tooth, bro. You'll be fine.
I'm gonna Leroy Mentat with poison tooth and a poison mine, and that'll be it. Let me go first, boys.
Dude, if my Arabs come, Zell, oh my god, dude. We're gonna be untouchable PvP-wise.
Use that Benny Generate skill where you teleport behind them, drop the mine, and let yourself go down.
I'm hoping I can get my Arabs in. I was talking to him earlier, and he's super interested. So
my guys in the chat for my YouTube chat are all saying a bounty for Damone, $100 Zell. Because they've been all I'm doing live stream, and I got a bunch of people on the live stream from YouTube, and they all watch, I guess, Damone's videos, and they're saying we should all put a bounty on Damone.
Oh, they're not offering the bounty?
I don't know if he's offering the bounty.
I'll start the bounty at $10.
I want to raise that to 100, and I need the money.
Yeah, I think Damone is gonna. He's already set himself up for failure, because not failure, but he's already set
man.
himself up as a target. He's
I'll give him credit, dude. Like Damon's competitive player, like I am. Like I actually talked to a few people and they know his name. They've seen his name on there before, so he is actually a good competitive survival player. I wouldn't say he's like the top tier.
I'm collecting his Diablo 4 skills though. I watched that for.
I'm definitely
year-
100%
year that
down
he's on there.
Me and him already talked that before when I was watching his stream once, and I was like, bro, let's go. So the only reason I'm there is PvP.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to get into that area. I think as like the Zell was mentioned earlier, I think as the game progresses, they're going to get the server meshing down, and they're going to finally fix all that, and then there's going to be ground combat. And I think once they get everything that they really wanted to get into the game, but I guess for whatever reason, timing or whatever, just didn't get it, and where you can have like bases with the turrets. I mean, I think that's what's going to then really change it, because then, like right now, from what I understand, it's really just pretty much a air superiority. Whoever has the air superiority has the win. But once they get the other mechanics, and you got turrets setting up on towers, and then you've got tanks, then you got to use strategy. You can't just fly in with 40 omnicopters and just start blasting rockets.
If they bring turrets to go on towers, this game is going to go wild. And I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen. Every player from Ark that plays on this game is going to absolutely dominate. I mean,
I don't think they're going to bring turrets to towers.
I don't think they will either, to be honest.
I think they're going to do mounted. I think they're going to do mounted turrets on tanks.
Yeah,
okay, that would be good.
That's most likely. The only thing they do have to do, and I really want to see them do, and I've said this multiple times, is but PvP, yes, it's not going to be as prevalent because you do kind of need the vehicle for getting about and everything, but they need to have an option from foot PvP, whether it's a homing form of rocket that isn't like a guaranteed home hit, right? But it drifts on, like it's a soft lock. They need to have something so you can have foot PvP with a response to air. Because if you've seen what those ornithopters do when they blast the ground with rockets, it is insane. Those things take you down to one like real fucking quick. It's hard to get out of. And having no answer once you're grounded is like a tank can't just be the only answer. There's got to be a foot PvP one too.
I'm really hoping they put missile arrays on tanks. That's what I want. Like we can like fire like a volley of missiles to take out air.
Like how many?
I've never seen any of the heavy weapons shot at a vehicle though. Like that, those have got to rip through vehicles.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean.
Oh yeah, you mean like the
chain gun or the las gun or
mini gun in the las?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my my build plan. It's just minigun. I just want to roll around the minigun for fun. That's all I want to do.
You're slow. I think you're gonna need heavy armor if you're gonna do that. Because every time that you shoot that thing, your shield's dropping.
Yeah, I'm going that power pack or whatever. It'll be fun.
I'm excited. I can't wait for PvP.
Or the flamethrower, bud. The flamethrower.
So do we have confirmation if it is not available until launch, or if we do in fact get Deep Desert?
We don't know.
I want the info big time. That's like the one piece. That and the servers are like the main two pieces of info I'm waiting on.
I think they're going to be talking about that on the 28th on the live chat. So hopefully people will be able to get those questions answered, because I know a lot of people are curious about it.
Yeah, because if it's not that first week, it's PvE the whole week. Like I'm not even going to be interested.
Yeah, I'm not worried about stress running that if it's like that.
Dude, I'm going to have like storage filled with rockets. Like,
I'm going to put my bets down that it's going to be not coming out till the 10th.
I do think that's a reasonable strat. I do understand it as well. So I'm not going to be hating against it. It just gives more time to mass stuff like rockets and shit. But
I think it's just so that
I would like it to be there, because day 2 I'd like to be there. You know?
Yeah, I think it's so that they're gonna do it so that they have the official numbers. Like even if you let's say that you have some stragglers that don't show up till the 10th, but your group that you plan to roll with is already ready for DD, like then you could easily quickly catch up or easily just throw them into DD as soon as they can, yeah, as soon as they get up towards there, versus like having all of the head start guys already like how to put it, like having an in-proportionate amount compared to what it would be. I think that's what they're going to do.
The reason why I think it wouldn't be the worst is the worlds exist currently for the 5 day. When launch happens, majority of people will go to new worlds created. The deep desert gets flushed anyways at the end.
I don't think the majority of people will. I think some people will, because there's lots of people who voice.
They're opening brand new servers for the regular launch, right? Like they're gonna have.
Yeah. But
limited
I don't think the majority will. I think maybe like 30% of people will, because I've even in our own threads, I've heard most people saying that they're not going to like do their 5 day head start just to waste their time.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the people with a 5 day head start. Yes, sure, you might get deep desert and everything, but your world already exists on the 5 day head start. When people come out on the 10th for launch, with the release of a whole bunch of new worlds for launch, it doesn't technically really matter that there was worlds existing already on the 5 days. They don't intertwine, right? Yes, there will be people who log in to ones that already exist, but I don't think it's as big a deal. And especially since the desert's going to be wiped at the end of that first week anyway, I think we might actually be able to have the deep desert. I don't think it's as big an issue as some people may think it is. And if we do, that's fantastic. I'm pretty sure we can be there day 2. So
that same argument is why I think that they wouldn't do it, because if you've got another world groups coming out on the 10th, now if they are in the mindset that they don't want to put out DD the first 5 days, you've got either now to reset at your 5 day mark so that like you're starting, you know what I'm saying? If not, like this whole head start group now has a DD desert that the live people have already seen. Like it's like already leaked out to them, already done to them. So yeah, so it's like basically if they started on the 10th, then they don't have to wait a week to where it's off, where it's like, oh, the head start guys get a new map 2 days before all the early release guys. We just reset the DD on this day every time, and then everybody all has the same map every single week.
A really good point that I didn't even think about before, because if they're doing that, that means they're going to be running 2 different designs concurrently at all times.
We'll be like a week ahead.
Yeah, but I thought they
a week ahead, but we'll be on a different rotation anyway, which means they're always going to have 2 groups, and that doesn't make any sense from their standpoint.
I thought they said that. I think Damone said that the servers were always wiped on a specific day. I think like Monday. So if we're starting on the 5th, I believe that's going to be like a Thursday or something. By the time that Monday rolls around, if it's going to get wiped, and then Tuesday is when the main servers come online. Then, yeah, they're going to have to wait till that following Monday for it to wipe again.
Yeah, so we would only get 3 days in that deep desert.
Yeah.
Until somebody puts down a chair at the boundary line and sneaks in it.
Yeah, so
I mean, I think it's going to be. I think the PvP is still going to be interesting. I think, just like in any other game, there are people that are going to try and find ways to beat the system or cheat the system or something like that. But I truly believe that we're still going to have the advantage of. Well, I wouldn't say the advantage. I think what we're going to do is we're going to enjoy the experience. I think that, as we mentioned before, if it gets to the point where, even if we're the only ones in there, then we can do, the captains can get together and say, you know what, guys, okay, y'all got 4 teams over here, 4 teams over here. On the count of 3, everybody goes in, and y'all just compete against each other to see how far you can go. Just to kind of keep it interesting, because of course, if we're the only ones in there and it's just us all the time and there's no PvP, that's going to kill it. So I think what's going to be important is, we can do stuff internally. We could say, you know what, anybody that shows up in the DD, we're just going to blast them anyway. But let's have internal competition. Say, okay, we're going to take these 3 groups and these 3 groups, and then we're going to take the leaders out of those guys and put those guys against each other, and then they get the bragging rights for that 1 week or something. Something to keep it
Indeed,
interesting.
indeed. We can learn stuff. Hi, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm gonna just fight everyone.
Pretty good, pretty good. Are you guys gonna push the first few days for the DD?
Yes, sir.
I plan to
That's
do
if
that
it's
as well.
available.
Yeah.
If it's available, we'll be there day 2. If it's available.
Yeah, I
That'll
think
give us, if we can get there on the second day or even the 2.5 days, like getting there on day 3, having a day or a day and a half inside the DD just to grab schematics before it resets on Monday would still be worth it.
Indeed, indeed. I hear some people say that it's possible to get there in 8 hours.
Yeah, Damone already
Is that
said
realistic?
he said he expects to be in the deep desert in the first 6 hours.
Wow.
You can do it that fast? Oh, in that case, we can shut this down.
Yeah, day 1, easy.
Done.
Yeah, because I mean, if you really think about it, the copters only need aluminum, right? And once we get past
get copters within 3
copter
hours.
ain't that hard.
right, yeah. So once you get the copters, you already have access to the deep desert. So
I wonder how does that get access to
Wait.
details?
You can
Just
go as
fly?
soon as you have a hopter?
I think
Yeah.
that's what they were saying. The only way
Where do you fly? Which
3 hours,
direction?
we're in. Let's go.
Yeah, right. If I don't even have to finish the story quest, like,
Dude, I thought we had to go out there.
No,
yeah,
no.
I thought the Fremen were gonna take you to the deep desert. Like I thought the whole point
Yeah,
of
I
the story.
expected it's part of the quest or something. You can just
Yeah,
fly.
I thought that we had to wait.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up, honestly.
Esper, okay.
We might have
wonder
to
how that
now.
works,
I don't want y'all to take my word for it, but the way Damone talked about it, I thought
Tech said so.
that once the way he explained it is once you get copters, you can go into the deep desert. Now, if that means we have to go and finish up the storyline, even if we have to finish up the storyline, let's say realistically in 4 hours, let's say you guys have a group of 10 guys in your guild or your group. So within 4 hours, you've got say 4 copters put together. Then if you have to do the storyline, because I think some people can ride in it as a passenger or whatever, you fly in really quick to all the trial locations, finish up the trials, you'd be able to complete those in less than an hour. That still puts you at 5 hours. That means in 6 hours, you're prepared and ready to hit the deep desert. Now, if you don't have to finish all the trials, only have to get to a certain part, then if once you have the copters, you're allowed to get into the deep desert, well, then that just means the only thing that's going to slow you down is going to be the copter. Because once you get that, you should be able to fly, from what I understood, the way Damone explained it. And there was some other guy that was on our chat about a week and a half ago, who was also in debate, and he was putting out a lot more information. And
I know you could hit the world map and you could go to the towns. I didn't know you could go straight to the deep desert.
I'm gonna go find out.
How does that even work? Because it's not the same map. It's not just about flying, south or north. It's a different world. So something needs to trigger a special mechanism in the game to get there.
I think if you look at it, if you look at the big giant map,
like the overworld map where you're flying around the little ornithopter. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Well, not that one. Hold on a second. I have a map.
I think all we have is Haga Basin, and the other 3 zones, DD and the 2 social hubs, are like completely different maps, from what I understand.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So if you look at my map here that I'm showing, I think you have to go through the shield wall. So you're gonna have to fly through one of these locations, I think.
I'm not seeing anything on your stream. It's blurred.
Oh, okay, that's right. That's right. It's not showing up. I can't. I have to get my daughter. I am embarrassed to mention that. So my daughter has to fix my stream. I'm gonna have to get her to come down and fix my stuff
Ain't
before
nothing
the
embarrassing about that. I give my phone to my daughter all the time. I'm like,
yeah.
nah.
But I think the map
I
there's like
my phone pictures by going camera and then to the last taken picture and then filtering through, and they're always like on my case about it.
Yeah, but yeah, I think and I could be wrong, but I think the way they explained it, what other people have mentioned, is the only thing that prevents you from getting into the deep desert is the copter. So I would think that once we got the copter, we should be able to go directly into the deep desert. And if there is something that has to be done prior, I don't know. Nobody's ever mentioned that. And if it's part of the closed beta, that might be the reason why they haven't said it. But I mean, I would say that if Damone is saying that he can get into the deep desert within 6 hours, that's either including having to go through and do all those other steps that he was talking about, or there's something else that he hasn't mentioned to us yet that we won't find out or won't be privy to until day one when we go in on the 5th. And so that's.
I wonder if NDA gets lifted on that day. Hopefully.
No. So the
Not for
NDA.
the closed beta. Closed beta NDA stays constant. It's only the people who did the creator program, the creator beta. The NDA will lift for them on launch, but the people involved in the closed beta, the NDA stays constant.
Yeah.
No, I mean the date when NDA gets lifted for everybody. Is it gonna be early access, June 5th or June 10th?
No. So on the June 5th,
never
anything
have
that you,
NDA,
there is no NDA for those that are playing on the June the 5th. Everything's open then. But for what I understand, the way Damone explained it is even the content that they might have recorded while they were playing the closed beta, they can't even release none of that stuff. So basically, any type of content or whatever you're going to want to release, you're not going to be able to release that at all, ever. So those those NDAs will always stay. So I can assure you, and I'm pretty sure that if Funcom's worth any grain of salt, they're going to have their streamers, whatever they have, their beta code or whatever, there's going to be a watermark on something. And I can assure you, if they release anything that's part of the beta.
But how about knowledge? Can they share knowledge? Are they?
Yeah. You could talk about the knowledge and everything you acquired then, but you're not going to be able to release any content that was created during the beta. So anything that you did within the beta stays underneath the NDA. So basically, everything that we do on the 5th is all open house then. So like if Damone plays and he gets all the way to the DD within 6 hours, everything that he does during that recording is all live and it'd be shared. So it's all open. Anybody can watch it and anybody can see it. So to say, for instance, those individuals that are going to start on the 10th, those individuals that are going to start on the 10th will just have like a roadmap to, if they want to also speed run it, they know exactly what to do then. Because I can assure you, there's going to be quite a bit of people watching Damone's videos, and he's not going to be the only one streaming. There'll be a bunch of people streaming, and so all that information is available after the 5th. It's just anything
he has the knowledge even now. Like, he could release it on first second towards us.
No, he ain't. He's not. He's Damone. He holds that NDA, and I can tell you this.
No, I don't mean the videos. I mean knowledge. Just
no, he won't.
He
ain't giving out.
You can do it like this.
No, he ain't putting none of that out, and I respect him for that. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, if you, especially like Damone, he's a content creator. He's moving up in there. And I can assure you that if he gets listed as that content creator that releases information early before it's supposed to come out, I can assure you that, yeah, he might be good, be able to create videos and all that stuff, but any new releases that come out from any other company, they're not going to want to do business with him because they already know that if they allow him access to the back room, he might release that information early, and they might not want that to happen. So, you know, it makes sense that he's not putting out that information. And I wouldn't either. If I was in the closed beta, I wouldn't talk about it. That's why if you notice a lot of his videos,
you're risking it. If like it's a contract. Like, I respect the people holding to it. The people who aren't, basically they're just like conversationally telling their friends, you know?
Right.
And that could go awry if the wrong person is there.
Yeah.
You want an easy way to lose your job, that's how to do it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can tell you that now. I mean, perfect example. Who was that? The whistleblower at the Pentagon when they said, well, you know, HexF did whatever, XYZ. You know, granted, you know, he did the whistleblower thing. They still fired him because they said he's no longer somebody that we can trust. So no matter how you look at it, In the end, he still got fired. Did he do the right thing? Yes, he did the right thing. Did he do it under the whistle protection program? Yes, he did. However, they still fired him. Now, there'll be a lawsuit. They'll pay out the fine. They don't care. That wasn't it. They were setting a precedence that if you talk out of line, you're going to get fired. And we don't care if it's going to cost us money at the end of down the road. I mean, why do you think the part of this new budget, they were asking for like $1 billion in lawyer fees and to cover lawyer costs? Because that's what that money is going to be used for, to pay off the lawsuits that they're going to lose. So yeah, Damone ain't gonna say nothing, which is good. I respect that. Now after the 5th or we'll be able to all talk about it, and then it'll be easy. And I can assure you that his learning videos that he will be pushing out then within the weeks to come are going to definitely be a lot more detailed, because then he'll be able to talk about all the stuff that he knows about already in advance. So that's going to give him the advantage. But yeah, I mean, it just makes things a lot easier than for other people later on.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about not talking now, but talking after June 5th about stuff that he knows.
Yeah, like I said, Damone said he already has a plan in place. He says by the end of it, we'll all have over 300 intel points. So, he's already got everything mapped out, and, so we should be ready. And like I said, those individuals, basically, if you want to do the same thing, I'm pretty sure he's going to be live streaming, which means, guess what? You're going to know exactly how he got to those 300 intel points because you watched it. And then all you got to do is pay attention and do the exact same thing. So, but that's good because it creates competition. So those of us that are in the deep desert, now you're going to have other people within a day or two also be in the deep desert because they followed the same path or the same roadmap, and that's going to just create more competition, which is good. That's what we're looking for, because we don't want it to just be us in the deep desert. We want other people in there to make it engaging. That's what's going to make it fun. If it's just us all the time fighting against each other, then, after a while that might get stale. But, you got new people always coming in trying to contest it. That's where it's going to be interesting. Plus, I mean, it's not like we're going to be on 24/7. So, we might, own it for, a good 5 or 6 hours, but then somebody else is going to be in charge of it for the other 5 or 6 hours, and the other person for 5 or 6 hours. So that, I think, was what's going to make it really good. Yeah. Well, some of my streamers are saying, or that are watching it, saying they don't think he can make it in 6 hours. So I think it'd be interesting to see. So he's set himself a pretty big precedence for 6 hours. So we're going to hold him to it. But I think it's realistic. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, let's say you got 10 guys farming, and 8 of them are farming different materials of all the stuff you need, like the aluminum and all the other stuff, and they're all coming back within 4 hours. You should have all the materials to create what you need. I think at that time, the only bottleneck that you're going to have is going to be water. And I'm pretty sure he's probably got a solution for that already, too. So, Antionis, so we did a speed run, and it took us 1 hour and 30 minutes to get to the to this area that I'm showing on the map. All 8 of us, or actually no, we were in the other location in the Western Vermilius Gap. In less than an hour and a half, we had all of our guys with bikes and the storage units on each of the bikes. Everybody had their own tools, and we had all that done in less than an hour, in 1 hour and 30 minutes, and that was including completing the first and the second trial, going to the second trade post, and then going to our location. And we did that in 1 hour and 30 minutes, and that was 8 people. All of us had the bikes, everything fully loaded, all the gear, everything. So it is possible. And if we can get all 8 people to that location and then start farming the higher tier loot, and you got 8 people or 10 people farming that all loot, then I don't see why the the 6 hour is actually realistic if you grind. But again, you're not doing all the lore, and then you're gonna literally strategically you're gonna hit the maps and get all the intel points and skip everything else. So you're gonna be going into locations just to get the intel points. You're not going in there to fight all the guys that are in there because one, they're probably going to be way higher than you anyway. So you're going to be skipping a lot of that. What you're going to do is you're going to go up through the back of the wall, jump down real quick, grab the intel, and then take off running before you get killed. That's the trick. Is you're going to have to farm all the intel points, skip all the other content. Once you have enough intel points and your level, put everything in, start creating your bikes. If you have enough water already preset, you should be fine. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. It's about the intel points. And again, from what we understand, it is achievable to, once we get into the other locations, to be able to gather 300 intel points. So again, that'll be interesting. I mean, you got just alone in Western Vermilion Scap and the Eastern, I think you got 30 different locations, and all 30 of those locations have 5 intel points. So that right there is 150 intel points just right there. That's not counting no levels. That's not counting the southern map, Haga Basin. If you add the other 30 from Haga Basin, you're looking at 180 intel points. Then you add, by then, you're probably already going to be at least level 20. I mean, you're already into like the 220, 230 intel points. To get the other 70, I don't think is unrealistic. I really think that is a realistic. And yeah, you're going to be there will be a lot of deaths, but it doesn't matter if you die. If you park your bike at the bottom of that building, you run inside, you grab the intel points, and you get immediately killed. You respawn at the bike. Your gear takes some damage, but you probably got crappy gear anyway, so it really doesn't matter if you die. And then you jump on your bike and you drive to the next spot. You go up there, you get the intel points, you get killed, you go back down. You still get those points. So death really doesn't matter then anymore. Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of deaths. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to die. And so, I mean, I just think that's going to be the nature of the beast. My recommendation would be, if you get a really good blueprint set and then you're just going to be running around the map, farming stuff, I definitely would tell you, you probably don't want to take your best gear because you don't want it to keep getting damaged. Just take some mediocre, crappy gear and just run around and do the farming. I mean, one, two.
You're currently live on YouTube or Twitch as well, not just here in Discord.
I'm on YouTube right now and Twitch. I'm streaming right now live on YouTube and Twitch.
Okay, I'm back.
But yeah.
Where'd Zell go?
Hold on a second now. Let me look at the map here. Nope, that's not the one I want.
Where did Zell disappear to? Is he not here? No, he's not even here. Where'd he go? He ran away.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want to say there's like 10 locations. So there's 10 locations in Haga Basin. And you figure there's 7. Wait a minute. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we got 8 times 3. That's 24 points alone in I wish I had the map. I'd have to look and see where the maps are. I'd be curious because I think one of my guys was saying that Vermilion Gap, the east and west, it's only like 75 points. But I could swore that alone in the eastern part, Well, okay, that's right. 10 times 5 is 50. And then say the Western Gap. No, there's got to be more.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be another two today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how we get those 300 points. I don't know. Does anybody know the calculation on how many intel points you get per level? Is it a static number or does it keep going up exponentially based on the levels? That's what would be interesting. So I don't know. I'd have to look around and see what's the maximum of points you can gather. So VG East is 45? No, I thought VG East had 10 locations. Hold on a second. Okay, so let's see. So we got okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 24. And oops, wait a minute. All right, so there's 24. Oh wait, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, minus 8. That's 16, 17, 18. So 5 times 8 is 40. 5 times 1 is 5. Plus 4, that's 90. 90 plus 24, that's 114. So that's 114. Okay, so you get 4 points at the start, and you get 1 to level 3. You get 2 at level. Okay, so that each 10 levels you would get 1 more point on top of that. So right there, just in those little areas, we've already calculated it. It's a total of 114 intel points. So if you need 300, that means you still got to get another 180 something points. So that'll be interesting to see how we get the rest of those points. Yeah. I think it's doable. But you got to know, like I said, you got to know. And you get 5 in the Vermilion Gap. And there was a total of 18. So that's a total of 90 points, intel points. So 90 plus the 24 from the Haga Basin, that gives you then a total of 114. So now the question is, you're still, let's say for instance, you made it to level 20. Let's see, you start off with 4, so you got 114, so now you got 118. And then you get 2 points from level 1 to 3, so that's going to be 2, another 4. So that puts us at 118. That puts you at 122. And then you get 3 points to level, all the way up to level 11. So that's going to put you then, so level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 7 times 3 is 21. So that gives us then 118, 128, 138, 141. And then from level 11 to level 20, oh, wait a minute, you get 2 points. Oh, okay, wait a minute. So level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's going to be 9 times 2 is 18. Unless, of course, you get the 2 for level 1, that'd be 20. So then you figure you start off with 24 points plus the total of the other ones. 24 points plus 118, that puts you at 128, 138, 142. So now you had 142. Then from a level 11 to 20, you get 3 points. So that's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 10. That's another 30. So now you're at 142, 172 points. So now you had 172 points. Technically, if you were at level 20, and then from level 20 to level 30, you get 5 points. So that's 10 times, so that'd be another 50. So technically, if let's say you made it up there, you're almost level 30. Level 30 is going to get you then from 182. That's another 50 points, 182. That puts you at 222 points. That means you're only short like 80. Okay. Well, either way, I still think that, let's say best case scenario, you're at 150 intel points by the time you hit, say, level 30. Then that means you only got to get another 150 points. And remember, all actions that you do are giving you levels. So like, say, for instance, the guy that's sitting at the base, and he's the one that's crafting all the ore, he's getting a crap ton of basic of XP just alone for crafting. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think realistically, by the time and I wish I had recorded that speed run that we did, but when we did the speed run, let me go ahead. Hold on a second. How do I end my stream there? There we go. All right. So we can end that stream there. Okay. Busy. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, I just had to switch out of my group there. So, realistically, right. So you're talking about not doing a couple of quests. The only quest that we did is the trials. Let's say we have to do the trials. Remember, you're still going to be farming. So we're going to be, for literally like 2 hours straight, you've got guys that are going to be literally farming stuff. You're going to be running around. You might kill some stuff, kill a couple of NPCs and do some stuff. So I still think that you're going to be getting XP. So I still think realistically, within 4 hours, the majority of those individuals is going to be at least level 20, maybe a little bit higher. Yeah, you're right. The intel in the water. So I guess, he thinks that there's a location that's on the map that he thinks that he can get over like a couple thousand liters of water in-game days. So if you can gather that much water, that's a huge thing. So I really think the thing that's going to slow us down in the beginning I think truly it's going to be it would be the intel points, like you said. I think that would be the slowing thing. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, but you're right. I think you're right. In the beginning, I think Intel and Water, I think they're going to be a huge crux in the game. Also, we don't know what's going to happen on the release date. You know, a lot of times, like one of the guys in the group had mentioned, you know, things are a little bit easier in the beta, closed beta. They want people to be able to test certain things, so they're going to, you know, the amount of resources is going to probably be a little bit less. So there's a good possibility that when the game releases on the 5th, they're going to balance that out. And so, you know, his idea of being able to achieve a certain thing might not actually be correct because, you know, the amount of water for that might actually increase or the amount of ore might increase or whatever the case is. Plus, if you notice, there's a lot of recipes that weren't showing up in the game. And so I'm thinking that that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You're right, Jason. I agree with you on that. I truly believe that they are going to make changes before the game comes out. I think the beta was made a little bit easy so that people can get to certain steps so that they can test out certain things. But I think overall, if they notice that, you know, people were able to get to, like for instance, the guy that was able to get to the copter, you know, we don't know how long it took him to get that copter, but, you know, let's say him and two of his other friends, you know, it took them 3 hours to make the copter as an example. You know, they might think that's way too fast. And so they're going to adjust the requirements to extend that period so as to not make it too easy. And then maybe later on they might balance it out. Well, Antius, this is what we did. So, when we did a speed run for all of us, when we first started, let me see if I showed the map earlier in the game. Okay, so if you notice, I'm looking right now at the first lab. I believe that's like lab number 10 or something. It's where you get all, no, that's not lab 10, but the lab that's in front of us right now, right above it is the plantologist, okay? So the plantologist, he's at the top of that location right there. And so what we did is when we did our speed run, we all met immediately. As soon as everybody logged in, we all ran for the first trial. It's on your map. It's the purple icon. It makes it easy. So everybody sped ran to the map. They were, you know, we were all picking up stuff as we're running, but our goal was to go straight to there, do a couple of the beginning quests. If you passed the cave, you had to go inside the cave, grab some of that loot stuff. But otherwise, your goal was to just we all sped ran, Station T2. So we all sped ran to the first trial. As soon as everybody finished the first trial, which is south of this testing station here, number 2. We then all ran to the testing station 2. So whoever got there first was doing whatever he had to do. Now, everybody then ran inside, collected all the parts for their bikes. Everybody ran outside, dropped all their parts off inside the boxes. Somebody was outside. They'd already probably, whoever was first ran in, did the thing, collected all the parts, but they were pretty much outside. They built a quick little temporary base, and then everybody spread out. So we had like 4 or 5 guys gathering a bunch of copper. We had some guys gathering stone. Some guys were gathering scrap metal. In less than, I would say, in less than 40 minutes, everybody already had a bike. Everybody already had the tool, the welding tool. We all had that stuff. So then after that, everybody finished up the little stuff that we had to do. The only thing that was kind of holding us up is we had to get somebody who got enough intel points. So we had one guy that went around and got, while everybody was gathering resources, one guy just ran around and gathered all the intel points until he had exactly enough intel points to make the bike. As soon as he had enough points to make the bike and the welding tool, he immediately came back and started making the bikes and the welding tools for everybody. And like I said, in like 40, 45 minutes, we all had bikes, we all had welding tools, we all had the storage unit on the back of our bikes, we all had fuel. We immediately all tore down the base together, took all the resources that we could. Whatever we couldn't take, we just left it. And then we left. We went straight to the, then we went straight over here to the testing station. Or not the testing, the trade post. We did the little couple of quests that was there just to get us the basics, like the, like the basics. We didn't even bother with the planetologist. We didn't bother. We just accepted the quest for the trooper, and then we left. We didn't go and do that quest or nothing like that. We just accepted it, and then we took across the desert. As soon as we got across the desert, we all beelined straight to the second trial, finished the second trial, and then from there, we shot all the way across to West Vermilius Gap, where we were going to be setting up our base, and we got there with everybody who had their own bike. Nobody had to go down and get that free crappy bike. We all had regular, full-built bikes, fully with everything that came with it, in an hour and 31 minutes. And that was 8 people. So we we skipped a lot of stuff. We didn't do the trooper quest. We didn't do the planetologist quest. Some of them, well, actually, some people just ran up, did the planetologist quest, shot the probe in the air. But the majority, like I said, that wasn't the main thing. The main thing was we all ran inside the test station. We all grabbed the bike parts, brought everything out, dropped them in the box, and then we had one guy that was just crafting everything for everybody. And so once we had enough bikes, what we literally did is he would craft the bikes. He'd put the bikes in a box, and then that individual would just have to go to that box, take out his bike, put his bike together, and then boom, you were done. And I can tell you, if you want to do that efficiently, you don't want one person to craft all the bikes. And the reason why, if you have one person that crafts all the bikes, the problem that you're going to have is he has to then go and make permissions, give the permission to the guy, and that was just an inconvenience. So what we realized is he just created the parts, dropped it in a box, you just ran up, grabbed one piece of everything that you needed, and then you put your bike together yourself, and then put the storage unit on it, and then we literally tore the whole base down, and then we shot across, did the other thing. So remember, certain people had specific requirements or functions, and that's what we stuck to, and we were able to get everybody with bikes. Oh, and on top of that, the upgraded scanning tool so that we could already farm iron. We already had that too. So everybody had the upgraded tool for farming. Everybody had a bike with storage on it, and then we all drove to our spot. We already started building a huge base, making a huge platform. He created a bunch of boxes. We just dropped all of our loot in there. And then the goal was, that's when we stopped the timer at 1 hour and 30 minutes, 1 hour and 31 to be exact. From there, now that the maps are going to be open on the 5th of June, what we're going to do is if you have the same 8 people or 16, I mean, you can multiply this by however many people. The time should still be the same. If you got 16 people running through there and 16 people collecting all the stuff, 16 people come out, drop off their gear, that's 16 people that's going to get a bike within, 15, 20 minutes because that one person, and then you just have multiple fabricators. So, we had 3 fabricators for the 8 of us. So if you're going to say let's say you have 16 guys, you probably need 6 fabricators. So you just multiply that by however many people you need. And then you just rush over there. And then our goal is, once we get to the location that we're going to be setting up on, is then let's say if it's only 8 people. So one person might be staying back to finish up the base and do some basics. And then he'll probably be running around gathering basic resources and stuff like that. The other 7 people are going to be tasked to go gather specific resources. So some people are going to be required to get, certain things, or we might all go to one location where I think there's something carbon stuff that you have to get to make the carbon paste, because you need the carbon paste with iron and water to make steel. So imagine 7 people going out at one time, loading up all their bikes with ore, and then their inventory with ore, and then all 7 people coming back at one time, or maybe all 8 of us go out, and we drop all that stuff in there. And then everybody is farming blood. Whenever you're fighting, you drain the blood, you drop that blood off, there's blood purifiers there. Once we get the ability to have the steel items, we're going to be able to make the bigger water storage units. So when you're able to make the bigger water storage units, now you've opened up the amount of water that you can store, a larger amount, which means that if you're using those 24,000 blood purifiers, now you got 7 or 8 guys going out collecting blood, and they load up all those purifiers. That's a lot of blood. And then if those 8 guys are also got a bunch of bottles on them, and they're farming dew early morning right before it becomes daytime, you're getting the max amount of dew from those things. Just remember, I don't know if everybody's been on the group Steam now talking, but just remember, if you're going to farm dew, you want to farm it right before daytime starts. And the reason why is because you get the maximum amount. So if you farm it as soon as it turns nighttime, let's say if it's kind of similar to the blood purifier, instead of getting 100% of the dew, you're probably getting 20, 30% maybe. And so, of course, you want to farm the dew right before it becomes daytime, because that's when you get the maximum amount of dew. And so, all that stuff together, I think within 4 hours, we are at a good point where we've made then the tools so that we can start farming aluminum, which means if everybody now has the tools to go and start farming aluminum, you got 8 people running out at the exact same time with bikes. And by then, we're probably also going to have maybe 1 or 2 buggies. And so remember, the buggies can carry 6 times the amount of storage as the bikes. So now I'm able to collect 6 times the amount of aluminum that I would normally be able to collect or carry or get. Yeah, you're right. The Bendu Sprint is not that important, but I still think that. So I like the Bene Gesserit, and the reason why I like it is because it still gives me crowd control. The Sword Master, yeah, you have your shield, but everybody has a shield. The Sword Master has the kick. That's the only thing. He can kick one guy and stun him, but that's one stun. But with the Bene Gesserit, I've got 2 crowd control abilities. I've got the one that tells the guy to come to me. That's one guy that I've now taken out the fight. And then I got another guy that I can tell to ignore me. So now I've taken 2 guys out of the fight. So now I only have to concentrate on one guy. So if there's 3 guys shooting at me, 2 of them I could take out immediately. And one of them I can then focus my attack on. So I kill him. Then I think the one guy that you said come to me, that lasts pretty long. So the next guy you want to take out is the one that you told to ignore you. And then by that time, if you've killed both of those guys, you jump behind the other guy, kill him, boom, and you're done. Well, hey, I agree with you. When he said 6 hours, I was like, huh, okay, but you know, I look at it like this. He's been playing the beta since it came out, so he's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours in the game. So, I mean, I look at it as he's got that experience. He's been in the game. He's played it long enough to know. I think that he has a plan that will be able to get us across that finish line. But I mean, just if you think about the math, the numbers of the math, I'm not saying that all 8 of us would be able to get into the deep desert. But I think within 6 hours, we would be able to create at least one, maybe 2 copters, and that's 2 people that can get inside the deep desert. Because I think that's really what's going to be the thing that people are going to be rushing is who can get to the deep desert the fastest. And so, I think if we can get there in 6 hours, maybe even if it's 7, that's somebody that's going to get those bragging rights. I mean, who knows? There might be somebody who's got a plan that's better than Damon's, and they get there faster. Right. So our goal is to make sure. I think he says he has a plan to where when we run around and do something, at the end of it, we all should have 300 intel points. So I can only assume that, like you said, you're going to have to go to 2, 3 other zones and get all the intel points from those locations too. Which means I'm thinking that's pretty much what he's got planned. And so if all 8 of us are running around, gathering resources, and doing the intel points at the same time, at the end of it, we all should be close to 300. Is everybody going to be at 300? I don't think so. But I do think that at least 1 or 2 of us will definitely be at the 300. And remember, you only need 1 person to be at 300 to do the copter. And once that person gets to that 300 threshold, then we can start churning out the copters. Because really, that only that 1 person needs to make it. The other people don't need to have access. We can still use it. So you're going to beat us there now, huh? Now you got a plan. That's good, man. I'd like to see that. I really think it's going to be interesting to see who gets the bragging rights. And the reason why I say that, which I think is interesting, you watch like these speed run videos. Like, the other day I was watching V Rising. A guy did a speed run from like 0 to like the Oakville or whatever the new expansion was. And, I remember, like, I think somebody did like this crazy speed run for the game Dune. Like they did it in like, 20 something minutes because they were able to jump through the map or some crazy crap and were able to do things. But, what's interesting is that people still find ways to do stuff like that. So I just think that, 1 person definitely could not make it in 6 hours. Guaranteed. Not even, I don't even think 2 people could. Maybe 4 people. But I mean, if you got 8 or more people pulling all their resources together, I really believe then that you have a good chance to get there. What video about the deep desert? Was it about the deep desert or what? I know that one guy that did the thing where he was able to zone through the blue wall that was blocking people from getting to the other thing. I know he did take down one of his videos, but the other videos are still up. You can still go to his channel and look at those videos where he's flying around in the helicopter and stuff like that. So I think that map is still up. But I do know that one of his videos, Funcom did reach out to him because I guess he did release some information that was part of still for other people, still part of the NDA. And they asked him to remove it, and he did remove it. But his other videos are still up of him flying around in the helicopter, of the Onocopter and all that stuff. He's still, all those other videos are still there. So I just think that if you look at the map, it's the perfect spot. I mean, let's see if I can bring up a map where I was over. trying to see. I could have sworn I brought up a map a few seconds ago. So hold on. Wait till he brings up the map.
All right, so.
Okay, so this is the Vermilius Gap, the eastern side. The western side is where we wanted to set up the base. Unfortunately, like I said, I don't have a map that I could actually bring up to show more. But I just think, and I don't know if this, I don't think this is like the permanent main base. I think this is just a good starting. But if you set up in the western Vermilion map, let's say this is the western side, that little area near the top left corner. It literally touches like 3 other different zones. So from a strategical point, if I'm sitting in a point that touches 3 different zones, that gives me the quickest option to go to each one of those zones, to gather resources. Yeah, I know, because you have to really climb high to do this one. Because I was like, and you're right, I didn't think about that until you just said something. Because I remember at the if you go up to the planetologist, you can actually launch the probe. Hey, Nomad, how you doing? You can launch the probe at the planetologist location. So that is what I thought was interesting, is that, and I don't think it is as high as this location, so you're right. So I can only imagine now if they're going to increase the heights on the other places too, to make it a little bit more difficult to shoot the probe. But I just think that, the West Vermilius Gap, it sits in that little top left corner of the West Vermilius Gap. It's connected to 3 different zones. So for a strategic point, you've got access to 3 different zones, 3 different resources that you have to collect. It just makes more sense. If you set the base, all the way near the, the far right or something like that, you're cutting out. Let me see if I got another map that shows a little bit better. If I brought up the map again or something. Did I ever bring up the map in the early Haga Basin days?
Is there anything next to us?
Yeah, so like, of course, this is not unlocked everything. Yeah, you're right. But the key thing is you got to have steel to get to that point, because you're going to need the steel so that you can farm the aluminum, because you need that upgraded tool. So trying to go straight to a location that has aluminum, I mean, if you find a really good spot for a base, I would tell you go for it, I mean, irrelevant of what other people say, but I just think that for strategy, if you're trying to speed run, you want to strategically place yourself in a location which gives you the maximal amount of access to all the other regions where the other resources are. Well, you're going to need that stuff that you need to make the copper paste, which is the which I don't know where it's at, but you're going to need that resource because you need that to make steel. And then you're going to need aluminum. And I don't know what you need to make aluminum. I don't know if there's an additional resource on top of it. Oh, that's a good idea, Jason. I mean, you're right. I think what, Antonio said is that, once you get the copter, then it really doesn't matter. But to be honest, so steel equals iron and carbon. That is correct. I don't know what aluminum needs, though. I never really looked at the recipes for aluminum to see exactly what you needed to make aluminum. But I'm pretty sure there's people out there that have already, done the homework or, something like that. So, yeah, like I said, you're going to need the carbon and the iron so that you can make steel. You're going to need the steel so that you can make the upgraded scanning tool so that you can actually farm aluminum. And then once you have that, then it's straight to the aluminum and start gathering that. Plus, of course, water. I think the whole time you need to do water. Plus, with the steel, you also got to remember is once you can also produce steel, that means you're also going to be able to make the larger water containers, which you're definitely going to need. I think we just went to that. Dune. Dune Awakening. Interactive maps. There we go. Yeah, so like I said, I still think that this is the best location because you're connected to 1, 2, and the third place. Now, I think the shoal, I think that's radioactive, so you probably won't be going into that area early. But if you're like right here, you got quick access to Wall, quick access to this one, and quick access to Jabal. Like, right there in the corner. Like, that's all of it. So all the resources that belong in this area will also be located even in that little spot there. And all the resources that are here will also have something right there in that spot. And so I'm assuming that the resources here are also going to have everything right there in that spot. So, I just think from a strategic point, it makes the best sense. Now, once you get the copter, it doesn't matter anymore anyway, because then you can fly wherever you need to go. Land, resource hop, gather your resources real quick, and then go back down, So, but realistically, like if you found a really cool, like let's say you find a really cool flat spot, like right here. Build your main base right there, man. Who cares? Eventually, you're going to have a copter. Might take you a couple days, but you'll have a copter. And then you can fly anywhere you want in the map to get resources. So then it doesn't matter anymore. So, because that's what I plan on doing. So I plan on probably setting up my little starter base area, like right there. But eventually, once I get like a copter, I plan on flying around the whole map until I find the perfect base location. And that's where I plan on building then. Yeah. West Vermilion is the best place to set up. I think anywhere in this top area would be a good spot to set up a base. Anywhere right there. Because you still have access to all those locations. And even with the copter, you can fly to all these places relatively quick too. Yeah, I guess that's another location too. So yeah. I think sand bikes and ornies are, and the reason why I would say that if you're doing solo, it might be a good option. I mean, it all depends on your kind of play style. So me, I'm a loot junkie. So for me, I hate leaving loot back. And I just think that the sand bike unfortunately, because that was one of the things I was looking at. Is I was looking at, well, maybe I can increase the storage size for the bike to a better level so that I could get more stuff on it to make it more reliable. But the highest bike storage is a level 2, the MK2, which only gives you 3 rows, so it only gives you 15 slots. And the buggy is 6 times that. So I definitely would, me personally, I'm going straight for the buggy. I don't care how much I have to spend on the steel resources, because I still think that you got to remember with the bike, because the buggy can hold 6 times the amount of resources. That means, let's say for instance, it takes you 20 minutes to drive somewhere, start gathering resources, and then another 20 minutes to drive back. So that's like 40 minutes right there that you drove. Now, because you got to get multiple resources, you got to do that 6 times. So if you do that 6 times on a buggy, or on the bike, and each time, or let's say it's 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back. We'll just say total of 20 minutes for a full run. You got to do it 6 times. So that's 6 times, that's 120. That's 6 times 10 minutes. That is 1 full hour. Whereas, because the buggy can do 6 times the amount in resources, a round trip might only take you, say, 30 minutes, half the amount of time. But half the amount of time with 6 times the amount of resources. No. So the buggy goes just as fast as the bike in top speed. The only difference between the buggy and the bike is acceleration. But they got a module, if you get lucky and find a buggy module, that will allow it to accelerate much faster. That, I think, would counteract the advantage that the bike might have. Yeah, but the community hub, you fly to it with the copter. And I thought the community, oh wait, I don't know where the community hub is. I have no idea what that is. I would assume, I thought that was where you fly to learn the stuff from the Harkonians or the Atreides to get the missions. But yeah, so I don't know where the hub is. Yeah, that might make sense to build a base close to the hub. I mean, that gives you then quick access to learning the new quests and stuff. But, I still think that even though the bike might accelerate quicker, because the buggy can still get the top speed, almost the top speed as a starter bike or close to it, I just think that having a buggy, and remember the storage unit starts on a buggy is 1,500. I think it goes all the way up to 3,000. So you got to imagine. And I think there's a special storage box that you can find that will allow you to hold 4,000. But still, 3,000 units if you have the upgraded buggy. But we'll just say we're working towards steel so that we can get aluminum. So realistically, you're probably only going to have the buggy that has the level 1 storage box, which is only 1,500. That gives me 6 times the amount of resources. So with the bike, I'd have to drive 6 times at 10 minutes a run. With gathering resources, that's 1 hour, and that's being gracious. But with the buggy, we'll say it takes 30 minutes to do the exact same run because, one, you're not driving back and forth multiple times. You're only going there once and coming back once. So you're going to be able to gather more resources, which means you're going to get 6 times the amount of resources in less time. So let's say it takes you 30 minutes. That means you're saving 30 minutes alone in time. So if you're trying to do a speed run or trying to get somewhere really fast, the buggy will always give you an advantage over the bike. Yeah, you're right. The copter is, think about it. You need to collect copper as an example. You get in the copter, you fly down to the Haga Basin, land, load up on copper, throw that amount in the copter, and then fly back. Yeah, that's quick, and it's definitely efficient. Oh yeah, definitely. I can tell you now, the PvPers are definitely going to hate having to farm. I can guarantee because I was talking to my group in my guild, and we were talking, and you could tell the guys that are true PvPers because all they really want to do is fight against other people. They don't want to gather resources. They want to do the quickest, the shortest route to get to where they want to do so they can do that combat. But they don't like gathering. They don't like getting all that stuff. And so they're like, well, if you can play 18 hours, you should still contribute to the group. And if you can farm for 18 hours, then you should. Like, I don't think so. If you're going to play for 3 hours a day and I'm playing for 18 hours, if you think I'm going to gather for the group for 18 hours so that basically you can just log in, build something real quick, and then take off and do some PvP, that's not going to happen. Yeah, bikes are cheap, man. Bikes are like a dime a dozen. That's like chewing cotton candy, man. Like, it's everywhere. I wouldn't worry about bikes, man. Bikes are way too easy. I would honestly, I don't even see the advantage of building a level 2 sand bike in the beginning. Maybe later on, just so and even then it doesn't look that much different. So definitely, if you want storage and you want to gather a poop ton of resources at one given time, hands down, it's definitely going to be the buggy. And you're right, the Omnicopter. Again, let's say that the copter has the same amount of storage space as the bike. The bike only has 250. That means the buggy still gets 6 times. That means even though you can fly much faster, I still think if you did a competition between somebody jumping in the copter, flying to the location, landing, gathering the resources, flying back, unload it, fly back out again, and do that 6 times, because he's going to need to do that 6 times to match the resources, I still think that the buggy still might come out on top. No, the buggy you can't pick it up. No. The only 2 items the only 2 vehicles that you can pick up with the backup device is the scout copter and the sand bike. The transport copter can't be picked up with the backup tool, and I don't know what the other the other third one, the combat one, I think, or something. I think there's a combat copter. So the only copter that can actually be picked up is just the scout copter and the bike, the sand bike, the buggy, and the other 2 other devices, which I can only guess or estimate that the harvester, the sand harvester, is also not going to be able to be picked up with the tool, and the tanks. Eventually, they're not going to be out when the game comes out, but later on they're supposed to be coming into the game. I think that the tanks also are not going to be able to be picked up with the backup tool. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Like I said, I can only go off of what people have surmised or been kind of generally talking about, or what we saw from the videos that was released with them going like into the PvP zone. Is you're going to have to fly in there. It zones you into a completely new server. And then you got to get into your copter, and then that's when you start flying around. So what would make sense? Well, as far as buggies, I don't think you're going to use buggies in the deep desert, because I think you have to really fly to a certain location, and if it's like all the way across the map, you're not. I think you would run out of fuel like 10 times over before you actually got to that location with a buggy. So I don't even think you can travel on a buggy in the deep desert. I don't think it's even doable right now in the game. So I think what happens is, I would assume, just from me thinking, think of a volcano. So let's say you have a volcano. You're going to have to fly around till I find the volcano. Then I'm going to have to land on a flat surface somewhere near the volcano. Then I'm going to have to get out. Let's say I do have the transport copter. I don't even know if the transport copters can even pick up the devices. But let's say the transport copter can pick up the spice harvester or the buggy. So then I'm going to have a bunch of guys run around. They're going to farm. Load up the buggy. The buggy's full. The transporter copter flies in, grabs it, picks it up, and then flies it to, I guess, that PvE area where you can then go through the zone to maybe get your stuff through. And I really don't know if you fly into the deep desert, if you can fly out of the deep desert while transporting something. I don't even know if that works. Yep, I would think that's what people are probably going to do. They're probably going to take the parts to make the buggy or a bike or whatever you want to use over there. They're going to have all the parts in their inventory. They're going to fly into that area. Because realistically, if you have the transport copter, and I mean, this is just me thinking. So I got a transport copter. It's probably not going to be moving fast. It's probably not going to be agile. It's like a target just waiting to get shot out the sky. Because especially if he's carrying something. You don't want him flying in carrying something because you're just making it easier for the other people to take you out. So realistically, you're going to probably go in as a group. Let's say you got 8 guys. Let's say you got an 8-man team. So you might have 2 transporters and 6 guys with rocket launchers. So those 6 guys are going to be providing protection. They're going to be providing, protection for the transporters. So the transporter is going to go in. He's going to land. Whoever's got to farm the stuff is going to get out. Probably going to do all his farming, whatever he can. Chop, 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 get everything loaded into the buggy. Then he calls to his guy and say, hey, okay, the buggy's full. Then the transporter is going to fly in. And then he's got to fly out with that buggy that's full of all that material. Or the sand harvester or whatever that other device is. And so I'm thinking that the copter is just going to be, the transporter is going to be flying out or flying in back to the regular zone with that buggy now full of all that material. And then the 6 copters are going to be flying support to make sure they don't get shot down, because then that's what's really important. It's not about not only just getting out, but you got to get to that point to be able to get out. And there's going to be a lot of people probably trying to stop you. And then the question is, I don't even know. Like, let's say, for instance, I shoot down somebody's copter, the transport copter, and it crashes. Like, can I land there where that copter just blew up and pick up the resources? I don't know. We'll all find out, I guess, either on the 28th when people start asking questions or whatever the case is. Oh, yeah. I think between the June 5th and I think what happens between the June 5th to the June 9th is going to be huge for Funcom. And this is just me thinking. If, let's say, for instance, there are a bunch of people that get to the PvP action is crazy, and copters are flying all over the place and shooting people down, and people are crashing, and people are going in, kind of do like their little special ops, fly in low, land real quick, jump out, start gathering resources, come back, jump in the copter, and take off flying. All right, thanks, ATOS. Thanks for providing all the questions and everything, guys. He was a really great help and provided a lot of good information. Thanks. But, they're going to fly in, they're going to do all their stuff, and then they're going to, they got to extract now. You got to, protect your guys coming out. And, there's going to be all kinds of crazy action, and people are going to be streaming, and, there's going to be all kinds of craziness going on. I can assure you that right there is going to increase their sales to a crazy number on the 10th. Let's say, for instance, they sold 1 million copies. If that PvP is on point, and because that's what a lot of people are really going to be looking for, because of course that's the one thing they didn't show. But if they show that and the PvP really goes off without a hitch, and it's all pumping and bouncing and all this crazy stuff, I'm telling you guys, it's going to be phenomenal. Funcom, their sales is just going to go crazy in those few days. Now, if it turns out to be a total flop, I can assure you that come the 10th, there's going to be a lot of maybe people canceling their orders or whatever the case, because, hey, it's not what they expected. So I truly believe that from the 5th of June to the 9th of June, it's going to be critical that, and even if, say, the servers crash or something, that's not what's going to be important. What's important is going to be one for the guys that are going to be PvEing that want to just get story and content. How much content is really in the game? How much lore is in it, and how much can I do this and that? And then you're going to have the guys that are love building. So these guys are going to want to build the McMansions. They're going to want to build that $5 million house type thing. And they want to know how much freedom they got and how much they can experiment with, because, they love to show their stuff. So that's going to be another group of clientele that are going to be interested in the game. And then the major thing I think is going to be the PvP. There's a lot of people that love PvP. PvP is huge, That's what's going to be important, is how well the PvP comes across, I think. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I've never heard that. I haven't heard anything about... I do know that supposedly in the DD, there's a PvE area. Maybe it's called a staging area or something. I don't know. I can only assume it's maybe a staging area. And you're safe as long as you're in that little bubble. And then the moment you go outside, it's a dog-eat-dog world. I could only think that maybe that's what it is. But you got to remember, the map is huge. And the way they've designed it, for what I understand, you only can see a small... Think of fog of war. So the whole map is covered in fog of war, even when you're flying around, in the sense that even if you have the map unmapped, it's still of a fog of war. That means literally until you're up on the opponent, within a certain distance, I don't think you're going to see them. So it's not like I can be flying on the map, and because I've already, and even let's say I already unlocked the whole map, I guess people can sell maps, but let's say you unlock the map, okay? So I've unlocked the map, and I can see everything on the map, and I know where to fly to get whatever I need to get. I can assure you, I don't think it's going to show every single body that's also in the deep desert. I am pretty sure it's going to be you're going to be flying around, and then all of a sudden something's going to pop up on your radar, and you're close to somebody or something. Then okay, combat's about to get real, baby. But other than that, I don't think you're going to have this huge radar that's going to show you every single person that's on the map, friendly or foe. I think it's going to have to be some type of thing that the fog of war is still there, for the sense of you're not able to see other people until you're almost ready to engage in them. I would think that would make sense. Because if I could fly into the deep desert, and as soon as I've already unlocked the whole map, if I can see, oh shit, there's 40 people out there, I'm not going to go out there. I'm just going to turn around and go back, because I don't want to get shot down. But if I fly in there and I can see that there's only 2 people on the map, okay, well then I can probably just fly in there and grab some resources and get out before somebody catches me. So I don't think that you'll be able, even if you have the map unlocked, I don't think that you will be able to see everything. I think that it's going to be kind of like the fog of war scenario, where you're flying around, and when somebody gets within your little bubble, that's when they pop up. And just remember, as soon as you see them, they're probably going to see you too. So then, I think it's going to be a numbers game too. I think in the beginning, if I'm flying around as a solo and I run into 2 or 3 guys, I think that even if I had better guns and everything and I could fly really good, I truly think that it's going to be a numbers game. Because if I'm shooting 20 rockets and they're shooting 60 at me, I don't care how good you can fly, you're not going to avoid all 60 of those rockets. So they're definitely going to take you out. So I truly believe that as they're doing this, I think, though, that unfortunately it will be a numbers game inside the DD. So I would recommend, if people are PvE, maybe send out a shout. Say, hey, look, anybody want to go into the DD? And again, you're still taking a risk, because you could fly there, y'all could all gather the resources, and as soon as you go to take off, some guy thought it was funny or thinks it's funny, and he shoots you from behind, blows up your ship, takes all the loot for himself, and then flies out with it. Because by the time you can get back, you're already dead, unless you got a second copter that you can go in after him. And even then, once he's gathered up all those resources, or he just wanted to get the blueprints or something to leave with it, By the time you get back there, he's already back into the PvE zone, and you can't do nothing. And so now he's taking everything. So you got to be a little careful. I think as you're playing the game, I think people are going to build friendships. You know, some guys next to your base, he's got a really cool base. You know, y'all are both chatting every time you come out. You talk, hey man, how you doing? Hey, I'm doing all right. Oh, what you doing? Oh, I'm gonna go get some ore today, iron. Oh, okay, me too. Want to group up together? Sure. You know, he pulls out his buggy, you pull out your buggy. You both go and you just both chopping and goofing off and talking. You know, maybe even you form a little group together. I mean, I think that would be great. I think that's what realistically is going to happen. But I think, you know, in the PvP zone, you're going to have to just be careful. Well, I don't know how much of an advantage a Mentat has in air-to-air combat. I mean, if you're in a copter flying and doing combat, I don't care if you're Bene Gesserit, if you're a trooper, if you're the Mentat, a planetologist, or a swordmaster. Those classes that you have mean nothing inside of a copter. They don't have no advantage. I don't see how having a Mentat will give you an advantage in a copter, unless he's got specific stats that's even a sniper. Again, you're in a copter. You're flying way high above the ground. You know, your rifle, even a sniper rifle, has only got a certain distance. So I don't know how you can do it, unless, of course, you got somebody sitting on top of a copter shooting at another copter. But I can guarantee you, if your guy is outside of your copter with a sniper rifle trying to shoot at another copter, if that guy shoots a volley of rockets, you're dead. Maybe the guy... No, I don't think you can shoot the vehicles. I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe you can. But I mean, I would think that if you could take out a vehicle, it would have to be like a ground-to-air missile type thing. Like you would need a missile launcher or a quad missile launcher or something like that, so that you would even have a chance against a copter. Because I can assure you, with the copter, you know, if he's got like a whole crap ton of missiles and he's flying over you and you're running on the ground, as an example, you ain't gonna dodge no 16 or 32 missiles. Like, he's gonna roast you. Like, there's no competition anymore. If you're not hiding behind a rock or inside of a base that has a shield, you don't stand a chance. I don't think you would. But again, I could be wrong. You know, like I said, this is all hypothesis until the 5th. So, you know, I won't know. And I've never played the closed beta, so, you know, I'm only going off of hypotheticals, what I'm thinking, and what some people have mentioned about what they think the combat might look like. But I truly think that if it's going to be air-to-air combat, the only advantage you're going to have is going to be the numbers game. So if I fly in with 20 guys and we all got rockets, then you're flying in with your group and you only got 5. Well, do the math. I got 20 ships with rockets and you've got 5. There is no challenge. We're going to beat you hands down every single time. You know, you come back in with another 5, we'll still be waiting with that 20. Okay, you shoot 20 copters. Let's say they can shoot a volley of, say, 10 rockets. I don't know. Is there a handheld rocket launcher in the game? Does the trooper have the handheld rocket launcher? I don't know. But yeah, I think definitely you need a handheld rocket launcher so that you could compete against a copter. And I don't know, do the copters have chaffs where, or flares where when you shoot a bunch of rockets at them, if they dodge at the right time and spit out a bunch of flares, if that could divert the rockets or not. Or if it's basically, if I shoot 10 rockets at you, you're going to get hit by 10 rockets. And then it's just a matter of who can shoot the fastest or something. I don't know. Like I said, they haven't showed anything. I'm hoping on the 28th, the meeting that the FunCom display that they're going to have, I'm hoping at that time they're going to start talking about PvP and what it looks like, and because we already know that they don't have tanks in the game right now. So tanks are probably going to come much further down the road. So right now, because there's no tanks, there's no ground to air combat. So really, it's only just going to be air to air combat. Oh, so they've already talked about when the game's supposed to launch on the 5th? I didn't know that. I thought that they were probably going to... Okay. You said the media section underneath the news? Wait a minute. Nope. Dune Awakening. Okay, underneath media. Booyah. Okay. Oh, I didn't see I don't see a URL that you posted. Media, artwork. All right, scroll all the way down to the end to the last artwork. Okay. Artwork. Booyah. Oh, sweet, man. Awesome. That is good information. So it's going to start at 10 a.m. Ha ha. Now that is good information, man. Thanks, man. Thanks, Jason. Here we go. This is for Jason, guys. So I guess those are going to probably, I could only assume these look like radiation suits. So those are probably the radiation suits that we haven't seen in the game yet. Which one? Open this up in a different tab? There we go. All right, so, and it's the same time from each of the dates. So this would be 10 a.m. So it's going to be 9 a.m. on Thursday. That's nice. Save image. Dune Awakening. Booyah. That's going to be cool. So, how many people are excited for the game to be coming out soon? So how many people are going to, I see we got a couple followers here, excuse me. So how many people are actually going to be getting the game or starting the game on the 5th? Thumbs up if you're going to be starting the game on the 5th. I would think since Huggy Bear's also retired. Yeah, I caught that, Huggy Bear. I know you're retired. I can only assume that you will definitely be starting on the 5th also. But if you want a group, definitely, I dropped the link earlier to the Unhinged. Oh, you're still 50-50? Yeah. Well, you still got time to the 5th to make that decision. You know, I would say, you know, once on the 8th, or the 28th when they have their showing where they're going to talk about mid in game. Maybe that might then help you to make that decision. Maybe turn you to a 60-40 or 70-30 or something. But yeah, me, like I said, I'm retired. I've been dying for a new game. You know, I've been playing Power World with my ex and Ark. And Ark is just like dead. Like, you know, you play it for a couple days, maybe a couple weeks straight, and then after that it just gets boring. And Pal World, like I said, that's fun. You can keep catching different tames and or pals and all that stuff. So, you know, that the action is there. I just think that, you know, it's like, I don't know. I just think I've gotten to the point with Pal World that I've just kind of like lost that kind of interest that I had when I first started playing, if that makes sense. But you know, like I said, I was so excited when I got in to play the beta. You know, I was really excited for that. And so, you know, for me, it's been, like I said, just the one thing I've been focusing on. You know, if you subscribe, you'll see that, you know, I've been posting a lot of videos about Dune and all the stuff that's going on. And so, you know, I'm really excited for the game. And as you can see, like here with some of the artwork, so this definitely looks like a radiation suit. And as you can see, and that's the thing now. So there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen in the game yet, you know, so that's kind of like the excitement. Like, you know, at what level am I going to be able to get the radiation suit? I mean, I would think maybe at steel or at the latest, maybe aluminum, we're going to probably be able to get radiation suits, because you're going to need those in those radiation locations so that you don't end up dying from radiation. And yeah, okay, so I have a Steam Deck. I can tell you now, and maybe it's because I'm old now, but that screen on my Steam Deck is just not, I can't do anything. Like, it's just too small. My eyes just don't keep up with that. But, you know, if you're looking at like this, so I'm wondering, like, you know, is this the transporter or is it the attack copter, you know? And so those are the things that are exciting, you know, and, you know, one of these things, like some of this artwork, you know, like, hey, is this actually in the game? Like, is there a rock in the game that looks like that? Like, you know, these are the things that, you know, I want to find it. Like, I want to go around that whole map and see if I can do it. That's the explosion. In my other video, I actually show where it explodes. First, I'm walking on it. It's bubbling. Then I walked away, or, you know, drove away. And then I heard the explosion, turned around. I saw the big, giant plum of the purple smoke. Went back, and then it had already died down. And that was the spice sand. Boom. Perfect. You know, I can only guess this is probably going to be like the hub where you can fly and do quests and missions and stuff like that. That's got to be cool. You know, look at that. You know, that looks like some type of something shooting off, but I don't think they're going to have these in the game anytime soon. You know, like, you know, building your base like this. You know, is this Atreides? I mean, this looks to me like it's Atreides, just from the build style, because it's a lot lighter. You know, the Harkonian is dark. I like the Harkonian. I truly. So unfortunately, the only thing that, you know, is like the guild that I'm in, they're almost all. Our guild is almost all Atreides. Like, they took a vote, and right now it's like 80% is Atreides, and only 20% wanted to be Harkonian. So eventually, I might just break from the group and just go Harkonian, just because I like the design of the way the thing looks. So because they're all Atreides, and I know eventually I'm probably not going to stay with Atreides, I don't mind starting off with Atreides, doing the quest line, even getting the building structures, because eventually I do plan on switching to Harkonian. That's just a fact. You know, this is in one of the, I mean, it's in a lot of the underground testing labs. You know, you'll see that thing where you go down the stairs at the bottom of the stairs, or it's at the top. So like around here, there'd be like stairs that goes down. So I've seen that. Like this is all red. Like I don't know, is that in the game? That's one of those questions you ask. Like I would like to fly around the game to see if a rock formation looks similar to like that. You know, like what the hell is this? We already know this isn't in the game, but will it be in the game at some point? That's Harkonian, definitely. I like the build. I like the way it looks. That, my friend, is a worm. We all know that damn thing.
I must.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just a lot of stuff, man, that's going to be in the game. Yeah. I think that's going to really what's going to be important. And I think that, there will be guys in the deep desert that are able to farm and get the higher gear and all that stuff. But I think that eventually they're going to max out. They're going to have so many different, uh, farming sets that they're going to start selling the stuff on the trade, and then you'll be able to buy the higher gear stuff. You'll be able to buy maybe a higher gear copter. So I still think that there's going to be options where you'll be able to get stuff. So I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, base turrets. That's just conceptual artwork, though. Yeah, I do agree with you on that. I don't think they've ever mentioned anything about the base turrets. And the question is, in the PvE area, if you build a turret, that's really only going to be for cosmetics, like you said. It's not going to do anything in the PvE area. So the tanks, the turrets, they would only play a major role in the deep desert. But right now, with the fact that they only got air combat, I think we're not going to see turrets or tanks anytime soon, because they're going to have to first fix, land travel. Like, can you even travel over the land? And even though you have this big, they taunt this big giant map that's the size of Barbados, but if the only part of the Barbados is the main city that you can travel in, well then, who cares if the map is as big as Barbados if it's not really all accessible? So it'll be interesting to see how it is. I'm hoping on the 28th they're going to give us a little bit more information, and that's going to help people make a decision on if this is going to be a game for them or not. But definitely, I think if you like PvE. Oh, okay. That's going to be interesting. Yeah. You're right. Water Wars. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stuff in there. I think what they should do is, how when you go down into the labs and you got to get into that last room that has the glowy chest that gives you the best loot. I think that the game needs to incorporate a boss fight. Like, if you're going down there, I mean, we've already went in some of those rooms downstairs where you go in it and then the door locks and you have to kill these guys, and some of them are higher level. I just think it would be way cooler if they had bosses, named individuals, named NPCs that you could kill. I think that would just make the game a little bit more interesting, and maybe even give those guys a backstory. I mean, they already got a really good storyline, so maybe later on down the road, they create NPCs with a backstory. So like when you kill him, maybe he has a little little node or something on him that you can click on it, and it gives you a little bit of story about him or something like that. I think that'd be cool. Also, I think, like you said, Water Wars. Like, maybe have like PvE type events where they got certain things going on that, even though it's PvE, people can contribute to it. So think of like Elite Dangerous. So you know how Elite Dangerous, you do certain things, and depending on what you do, it improves the relationship or the power of that faction in that area. And if enough stuff is done, it could potentially even change the environment of the area. Maybe create something like that where, a lot of people that do like the PVE maybe have like a group effort. Like, okay, if enough PVE players drop off at the hub a certain amount of water, you get like a emblem or a special type of vehicle that you can get or anything, but something to kind of keep the PVE content where you're working towards something, even though you're not doing PvP, you're still doing something that's in a group effort. Or maybe, they have a worm event where, like, a certain time of the day, the worms are just twice as crazy as normal, and they're all just going around and attacking much faster than they normally would for a short period of time, just to make it a little bit more interesting. So it'd be nice to see what they do add for people in the game. I think that's what's going to make the game very interesting for long term. Because I think, like in Conan, they brought out all kinds of stuff which made things so much easier. Yes, Gizmo. Sorry, that was flipping out. Well, hey, Jason, like I said, I can only recommend. Like I said, I joined Unhinged, and I mean, they've got like over 1,000 members all over the world, not just like on the East Coast or the West Coast or whatever. Like, they've got over 1,000. Um, they've got over 1,000 players, and they don't just play this game. There's other games. Like, if you go to the Unhinged, like, I think it actually might show. They got a Discord, and so it shows. I know they do Star Citizen. Like Damone Kim, as y'all probably seen a lot of his videos, and Nash and Grolo. So they got all kinds of games that they play, not just Star Citizen. So I know they play, I think, Verizon. Like, there's so many games that they play and they group in. So you'll definitely find somebody that you can play. Yeah, I agree with you on that too. Like, kind of like, remember in World of Warcraft, you could challenge somebody, you drop a flag down, they accept it, then you guys can fight each other at the end. One guy goes down, then the other guy's got the bragging rights type thing. I think something like that would also be cool. Not just, for instance, the crash zones where, if there's a crash location and people can, people will camp out. There'll be a lot of guys that'll probably camp out a location and not let people get in or something. I mean, you're going to have all kinds of people that are going to want to do stuff. And they don't do it because of the enjoyment of the game. They do it to grief people, to make it difficult for other people. As you can see, PAX Die. That's another game that they're really big in. So, and they got a big presence in PAX Die. I don't know if PAX Die is still as relevant as it used to be. I think that, you know, when PAX Die first came out, the idea, the concept was really good. But, you know, the game was just so difficult. Like, literally, they made it to the point where if you're not in a group with other people, you just can't play the game. And so I really didn't like that. Yeah, that would be cool if you could dual wield. And, you know, that's not to say that won't come out. I mean, I think in the beginning for Conan, I don't think you were able to dual wield in the beginning. And then eventually they had the dual blades, the dual daggers. So, I mean, I think that's definitely not something that would be off the table with Funcom. I think that eventually they might actually, you know, bring something like that in the game. Yeah, I would hope so. You know, I really think that, you know, there's a lot of stuff that can get done. And it's just a matter of, you know, how they implement it. That's about it. So I want to thank you guys all. You know, we've been streaming now for quite a while. I think for about 5 or 6 hours. You know, I want to appreciate everybody that's joined. Thank you guys also for those that have subscribed to my YouTube channel. I appreciate it. Jason, I think you'd be a great fit for Unhinged. Huggy Bear, same to you. I know you're retired. You're going to have plenty of hours to play. There are a lot of guys that in our guild that are all just PvE, and so they're not really looking to that PvP stuff hardcore, just maybe every now and then. So, you know, there's all kinds of flavors of people in the group. So, you know, I definitely would recommend that you guys join Unhinged, which is right here on the website, which you can see I got bring up now. Join the group. They got a huge Discord, amazing group of people. They're always doing stuff. They always like to help people. I can't tell you, you know, I mean, there's not anything that I would say that, you know, would definitely, you know, whatever games you guys are playing right now, they've already got a group for it. So thank you guys for joining. I appreciate everything. I don't think I'll be streaming until next Saturday because I will be out of pocket. Got some IRL stuff to do. And appreciate everybody joining. And I wish you guys a great Sunday. And I will see you guys on the ether. Take it easy, guys. Thank you very much. This is for all you guys.